The young man had traveled a long way to reach this city. So with a sigh and a smile, he happily told himself that he had finally arrived in Solon, where his exciting journey would begin. As he entered the old town, our hero reflected on the fact that the original owner of the body he had taken over had once been beaten to death for theft, which is why the young man immediately took possession of the body after arriving in this world. Clutching a medallion tightly in his hands, the young man thought that he had never expected the person whose body he now inhabited to be a member of the famous Orlando family. However, the young man had not come here solely for that reason. He had fled because he had a number of reasons to do so. Although now our hero didn't want to dwell on sad thoughts, since he had clearly told himself that returning, or more precisely ending up in this city, would be the starting point of his new life. And with a smile on his face, he added something about some system of the Almighty Lord, though he didn't specify exactly what that might mean. Sitting in some man's office, the young man heard him say, with a hint of sadness in his voice, that he didn't have the best news for his guest, and that it would therefore be best to brace himself for it. After a brief pause, Solon, the city's ruler, informed him that unfortunately the young man's father had passed away a week ago. The new heir is Richard Orlando's half-brother, named Wenger Orlando, who has long considered the young man a thorn in his side that he'd be glad to get rid of. However, none of this clarified the situation for the guest, so he asked what it all meant for him. Calvin Orlando's illegitimate son wanted to know where this strange conversation was headed, what he needed to do, or conversely, what he didn't need to do. Looking the young man in the eye, the man told him that not much was required of him. He simply had to forget his surname and could never again call himself Orlando. If the young man agreed to this, then Wenger would give him 500 gold coins to establish his own territory, where he could do as he pleased. At that very moment, a court attendant appeared before Richard Orlando, carrying a chest. Opening the lid, the young man carefully took one of the coins, though he was in no hurry to do anything with it. The young man remained silent, but thought that with this starting capital, he would have something to do to begin working on something interesting. As for the ruler, he saw the satisfied expression on his guest's face, and was therefore certain that everything was clear to him. He immediately declared that he was glad they had managed to reach a mutual understanding so quickly. But things weren't quite that simple. A strange expression had frozen in our hero's eyes, one that did not bode well. Leaning back in his chair, Richard Orlando lazily remarked that his name evoked thoughts of success and glory, the most wonderful thing he had inherited from his father. Upon hearing this, the ruler asked if he had correctly interpreted his guest's words, that the young man wished to refuse the money. Holding the coin in his hands, the young man proudly declared that his half-brother would have to give him much more money so that he could make the best of his life. The man had expected anything but this. Moreover, he hadn't thought the boy would behave so boldly. But wanting to get rid of this illegitimate Orlando, he decided to offer a different deal. The boy would receive 1,000 gold coins and interest-free loans, but he would have to make his purchases only in their city. Catching the coin the ruler tossed to his guest on the fly, the young man happily announced that such a deal suited him perfectly. He then immediately turned to the assistant, asking if it were true that there was a group of mountain barbarians in the Colosseum, as he had heard. The man understood where this person was going with this, so he said that using slave soldiers to build an army was actually not a bad idea. But there was one catch. If Richard Orlando is certain he wants to buy a group of unruly barbarians for his 1,000 coins, he should be reminded that these people are known both for their bravery and their thirst for freedom, so he shouldn't expect them to obey. Smiling, our hero explained that he was doing this very thing for that very reason. A moment later, the governor explained that one person was worth 20 coins, meaning that for 1,000, the young man could buy 50 individuals, and so he asked his assistant to take the young man to the Colosseum. And while the assistant was saying something, the boy happily thought that he had already taken the first step of his plan, and therefore he could and should move forward. Watching Richard Orlando walk away, the regent thought to himself that he was dealing with a very unusual boy. A short time later, the young man was already riding in a carriage, humming a very strange song. It was so unusual that the assistant asked what the tune was, since he had never heard anything like it before. The young man realized he couldn't tell the truth, so he replied that it was a song from his hometown that meant quite a lot to him. He himself recalled that after the true owner of this body had been beaten to death, he had decided to take possession of it. At that time, something unusual happened. The young man acquired a lord's system. and from then on, day by day, he studied martial arts and honed his combat skills. Originally, Richard Orlando wanted to be a knight, but who would have thought that old man Calvin was such a madman? He gave the young man a name that evokes thoughts of nothing but success and glory. To the most ordinary boy who lives on the streets and has no idea what the next day will bring. Fortunately, the boy received permission to expand his territory, so he fled here. Otherwise, the Orlando family would have already destroyed him. Our hero was so lost in his own thoughts that he didn't notice they had already arrived. As he made his way toward the entrance, Richard Orlando asked a local if it was true that he had recently brought a group of barbarian mountain slaves here. Smiling, the woman confirmed that this information was in fact entirely accurate. Responding to the woman's question about who our hero was, he explained that Count Augustus wished to sell them to him and would support him until he had assembled an army to defend his own territory. The woman immediately explained that she no longer understood what was going on, even though she had assumed the guests had come to enjoy a very interesting battle. As she walked away, she added that they shouldn't later tell her she hadn't warned the men when these guys knocked out all the other fighters with a single blow. As she walked down the hallway, the hostess pointed out the slaves she had, quickly describing each one. Stopping near one of the cages, she mentioned that these slaves could also kill crocodiles and eat their meat. The young man explained that this might be a good thing, although he'd had the idea of beating these beasts to make them more obedient. The woman, however, told the young man not to be foolish, adding that these creatures could easily kill wild boars with just 2 or 3 blows. They were simply inhuman. To herself, she thought that this aristocrat had lost his mind. He had surely never dealt with anything like this before. Grabbing the woman by the collar, the young man added that she shouldn't worry about him because this was entirely his business. To himself, he thought that it would be better to say that the stronger the barbarians are, the greater their chance of living up to all expectations. In addition, our hero had a trump card in the form of this remarkable system, which he uses successfully. A moment later, Richard Orlando opened the system to review his own stats. As he walked away, the young man decided that he saw before him the result of 3 years of training, but today he would finally demonstrate all his skills. A few minutes later, the young man was standing on a small podium, intently watching the arena where the barbarians were gathered. Suddenly, Richard Orlando addressed all these people as if they were Highlanders, seeing that they were listening to him with interest. He immediately added that he had bought them all from Count Solon, but he didn't think any of them would want to become a slave to some young boy. Therefore, he challenged them to fight him. If the slaves managed to defeat him, they would gain their long-awaited freedom and finally be able to do as they pleased. The young man wasn't about to wait around, so he quickly jumped down from the podium into the crowd. A moment later, our hero added that if they lost, then from that day forward they would fight for him and alongside him. One of the Highlanders told his friends that they were the best fighters, so the battle would be a great opportunity to win freedom for themselves and their families. The woman looked closely at the boy, as did the assistant, not understanding what this crazy young man was up to. Stepping into the arena, one of the men proudly declared that Richard Orlando shouldn't cry when he lost. Rubbing his hands together, the man said his name was Russell and that it would be helpful if the young man remembered that beautiful name. As for our hero, he introduced himself as Richard of Pompeii, a man who knows his own worth and understands what he's fighting for. The woman standing on stage couldn't believe until the very last moment that this aristocrat was going to personally fight a barbarian. After all, it was something completely unreal. And she immediately added that everyone considers this Russell to be the best of the best. Since he has killed so many different kinds of slaves, you shouldn't mess with him. A battle with this man would be more deadly than beneficial. Therefore, the assistant simply must persuade this young man to stop, since he won't accomplish anything anyway. Bowing his head, the young man explained that his only task was to carry out the count's orders and bring this young man here. He had no right to give orders to Sir's son. With a heavy sigh, the mistress thought that she had worked at this place for half her life, and now she didn't know what was best to do, and no one was willing to offer even the slightest help. Watching the young man stretch, the woman kept thinking that if this aristocrat were to die in her arena, the place would simply be cursed. Only the spectators found the situation amusing. They said the boy must have gone completely mad to have chosen their Russell. But that was actually a good thing, since the battle certainly wouldn't last long. Looking at our hero, the man shouted that he would be merciless. The young man should have understood that when he agreed to something like this in the first place. At that very moment, the barbarian lunged at Richard Orlando, who was standing next to him, confident he could knock him off his feet. Russell planned to make short work of it. He fought as if his own life depended on it, though in a way that was true. In the next instant, the barbarian knocked our hero back onto the ground, realizing that he could finish the fight in no time. After falling to the ground, the young man didn't move. It was hard to tell what had happened to him, but most likely he hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Brushing the dust off his hands, the man said he'd expected at least some fun. He'd thought it would be something interesting and entertaining, but he'd never fought in such a boring way before. He immediately added that the boy had been convinced in just 1 second, which could be considered a significant record. His companions, delighted by this turn of events, said that Russell had even shattered the ground. They wondered if this aristocrat would survive, though what mattered more was that they were now free. And only the frightened woman pleaded for someone at least to take pity on this boy and help him. With tears in her eyes, the unfortunate woman continued to lament that her arena would now have to pay enormous compensation, and therefore she had no idea what to do next. Suddenly, Russell felt someone's strong hand quickly grip his wrist. Realizing that somehow the boy had not only managed to stand up, but had actually done so, the man couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. And Richard Orlando just smiled, knowing that everything was going exactly as he wanted it to. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man noted that he had been afraid his opponent would say the aristocrat was mocking him, which was why he had allowed his opponent to start the fight. But the battle wasn't over yet. On the contrary, the most interesting part was still to come. As he fell to the ground under the young man's onslaught, the Highlander didn't even realize how quickly the situation had changed. He asked aloud how some kid could possibly be okay, since he had never made a mistake in his life. So what had gone wrong now? Holding his hand out, our hero knew this was a power charm technique. He had trained for many years using the Lord's system. How could he possibly lose to some guy with such poor skills? Then he turned to his opponent and challenged him to continue their fight, adding that this time he definitely wouldn't stand a single chance of winning. The barbarian had no idea what good manners meant. Jumping up from his seat, he immediately began insulting Richard Orlando, convinced that this would somehow help. But what happened next was a real surprise, because Richard Orlando immediately took the initiative, starting to toss his opponent around. Placing his foot on the man, the young man declared with joy in his voice that the contest was over and he had won, although for a while afterward he kept saying he couldn't believe it. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Unwilling to accept his own reflection, as it was a true disgrace, Russell suggested that they repeat their fight once more. Jumping up from his seat, the barbarian shouted over and over that he was ready for a rematch and wanted everything to be as fair as possible this time. The blond man calmly explained that the brute still hadn't understood a thing, but he didn't want to argue, so he could show this man once again what true strength was. His companions couldn't believe that Russell had been so humiliated. They asked him questions to which there were no answers. Just as the opponents clashed once more, the Highlanders' friends were still discussing among themselves how such an ordinary frail boy could possess such incredible strength. But this time, too, nothing particularly new happened. After spinning his opponent around, our hero flung him aside with even greater force than before. Looking at Russell, who was sprawled on the ground, Richard Orlando calmly asked if he was tired of being beaten yet and if he was ready to give up this time. Struggling to get up, his opponent said he still had the strength to fight and therefore wanted to try for a rematch because he knew exactly what he was capable of. This time, his teammates knew the fight was pointless. They urged their friend to give up, pointing out that the situation wouldn't change, the opponent was too strong, and there was no way they could defeat him. Russell, upon hearing that he had already lost 10 times in a row, didn't know what to do since he didn't want to give up. But that wasn't necessary, because the very next moment a voice rang out from the crowd, a stranger who shouted that it was now her turn to fight. The beautiful woman immediately stepped into the arena and stood before her people, showing that she was protecting them and would do so again this time. This time the men laughed, remarking that this time the aristocrat would surely meet his end. It would be better if he surrendered on his own so they wouldn't have to drag it out. Smiling, Richard Orlando asked whether the stranger really had the right to make such decisions. But she didn't answer. Instead, she asked a counter-question. Was it true that her mission was to defeat him? Raising her hand, the blonde shouted menacingly that once the boy lost to her, they would definitely be free, and added in a quieter tone, "After all, he's not going to deceive us, is he? He'll keep his word. Our hero kept his promises, so he calmly replied that he always does what he says and can definitely be trusted. Getting worked up, the enraged stranger yelled that in that case, she didn't want to waste time on small talk. It was time to start their fight. The guy who until that moment had been confident now realized that defeating this girl wouldn't be so easy or quick because she possessed stunning speed. The system immediately sent a notification stating that the barbarian Günther was considered a true hero among his own people. He didn't have time to think it through, because a moment later the blonde girl launched an attack, eager to prove not only to the others but also to herself that this boy was no match for her. Annoyed, the boy thought that the system window had thrown him off balance a bit, but one thing was clear: he had never faced a hero-level warrior before. But of course, he didn't even think of giving up, wanting to find out just how strong the girl was who was glaring at him so fiercely. As she prepared to attack, the beauty shouted for the man not to get distracted by trivial matters, since a great battle awaited them. This stranger's strength was truly astonishing, as with a single movement she shattered the ground where our hero had been standing just a second ago. His comrades immediately began cheering for the warrior, saying that their faith in her had not been in vain. Only the hostess lamented, but this time it was over the arena, which had been ruined by such a powerful blow. Closing his eyes, the city leader's assistant thought that this barbarian boss was unexpectedly strong, and therefore this would definitely not end well. The girl wanted to show everyone gathered there just how strong she was, so she was already reaching for the largest boulder. Holding the boulder in her hands, the blonde heard her comrades shouting for her to kill the stranger quickly, while she herself declared that no one would dare stand in her way. As she swung the stone, Richard Orlando's opponent knew exactly what she wanted to do. The young man, like everyone else, was watching the events unfold closely. It seemed that, standing in this arena for the first time, he didn't know how to react to the situation. Then everyone heard the dull thud of the stone hitting the ground and saw the clouds of dust rising from the spot where it had fallen. The distraught hostess, watching all this, remarked in a bewildered voice that this was definitely the end. It couldn't get any worse. Weeping, the woman, the blonde, said that she had killed the aristocrat, and therefore she didn't know what to do with her arena now. Only the barbarians were happy. They chanted their boss's name, declaring that from now on they would decide for themselves how to proceed because they were free people. A resentful Russell said that this outsider's abilities weren't enough, although, of course, he had also demonstrated some of his own skills and abilities. The reason for their failure lay in their boss's tremendous speed and extraordinary strength. Suddenly, the girl realized that something was amiss, something she certainly hadn't expected. Supporting a huge boulder with one hand, the young man stated calmly that this stone was an excellent building material. The men who just a second ago had been rejoicing like children now realized they jumped to conclusions too quickly, because this aristocrat was not only alive, but also holding his own admirably. The beauty's astonishment knew no bounds, as she couldn't understand what she'd done wrong, or what she hadn't done at all. Realizing that she absolutely could not accept defeat, the girl replied in a cold tone that it was all very interesting, but the fight wouldn't wait. As for our hero, he declared that brute force alone wasn't enough to be the leader of the barbarians, adding that his rival wouldn't be able to defeat him just like that. Offended by this remark, she knew exactly what she was going to do next, so she had no intention of wasting time on long conversations. And then everything happened so fast that the young man didn't see it coming. His opponent had circled around behind him in a fraction of a second and thrown a chain around his neck. Realizing that the young man was about to fall, the barbarian leader even sarcastically asked him for forgiveness for what she was about to do. After tightening the chain firmly and knocking the guy to the ground, the blonde repeated once more what she had said earlier, that Richard Orlando had lost. Lying on the ground, our hero said that it turned out the girl had used that stone simply as a distraction. Suddenly, the young man effortlessly broke the chains around his neck and added that all these tricks were truly amazing. And once again, the men, who didn't understand how or when this fight would end, gaped in utter amazement. Russell was the most astonished of all, wondering who this boy really was. The girl didn't understand what was happening either, saying that these iron chains had been forged by the finest dwarf craftsmen and were used to restrain beasts. But to herself, she thought that these chains had kept her in despair for so many years, and the boy had simply taken it upon himself to break them with his bare hands. Richard Orlando smiled again and said that standing before him was someone who was quick, strong, and used a specific strategy, in other words, a remarkable subordinate. Angry at herself, the beautiful woman thought that all this time the man standing opposite her hadn't been using his true strength. Raising her voice, the girl he barely knew shouted that they were both on the same battlefield, and therefore the young man had to respect her and show her everything he was capable of. After a brief pause, the blonde declared that otherwise she wouldn't even consider obeying someone who behaved that way. But the young man replied indifferently that his opponent had also been restrained until then, so it could be assumed that she too wasn't in top form right now. And raising his hand, he declared triumphantly that now the real fight was definitely about to begin. It all happened so quickly that the girl didn't even have time to react. She only realized that the guy was striking her. Having done his part, Richard Orlando leaped back as fast as he could. But he had no intention of stopping there. On the contrary, the young man got so carried away that he began smashing everything in his path. The barbarians, who had previously admired the girl so much, now said that this aristocrat possessed not only incredible speed but also strength, and therefore it was safe to say that he was much stronger than their boss. It seemed that the beauty herself was already aware of this, but her own pride and vanity wouldn't let her back down from continuing this pointless battle. And then what was to be expected happened, because the young man landed a blow that sent his opponent crashing to the ground immediately. Grabbing her opponent's hand, the blonde thought with horror that she couldn't move, let alone do anything else. Realizing that playing along was pointless, the beauty replied that she would concede defeat. If the young man wanted to take revenge on her for what she had done to him earlier, he could do so right then and there. Richard Orlando raised his fist but didn't rush to strike, even though many were certain he would definitely do so. The girl shared this opinion. She knew the young man wouldn't just let it go. However, realizing that the situation had taken a more favorable turn, the beauty was very surprised, not knowing what to say in this case. Smiling, the aristocrat said in a gentle tone that now the girl and everyone else had a choice. And immediately he shouted for the barbarians to continue fighting him until everyone else had been defeated. Then, replacing his anger with kindness, he added that they could fight alongside him, but in that case they would have to join his group. Extending his hand to the blonde woman, Richard Orlando explained that together they would surely become stronger. The barbarian woman knew it was pointless to argue. This man had shown what he was capable of, so she quickly took his hand in response. Standing in front of her people, their leader shouted, drawing attention to herself. Dropping to one knee, the girl announced to all her comrades that, from that day forward, the aristocrat would be their leader. The young man said his name was Richard Orlando, and that the barbarians should join him because together they would form not only a wonderful, but also an incredibly strong team. The men exchanged glances, as if trying to find support in one another. And then they shouted that, since that was the case, from now on they would do as they were told. The arena's owner, who had been crying and wailing until then, now could not believe her eyes. She was witnessing something like this, something that in principle could not be. Smiling, the assistant thought, and not without reason, that old Orlando had given this boy his name for a reason. The boy would indeed grow up to be something truly great. Suddenly, our hero noticed a system panel appearing behind him, which he would need to study. Seeing a series of messages, the young man paused for a moment, wondering whether to reject what the computer was offering or to accept it. But a moment later, the young man's hand seemed to reach on its own toward the edge where the confirmation button was located. Everyone knew that this was a wild world, filled with chaos and blood, where countless ambitious people had become lords and created their own reality. Nevertheless, most of them had perished and left this world in despair. And so, as a pioneer, Richard Orlando couldn't wait to begin his exciting journey. Now that the young man had his barbarians, he took his first step into a new life. Looking at the store, the young man thought that wasn't enough, because an army needs good clothing, not the rags these people are wearing. That's why the young man decided to show his troops what a store was like, and what kinds of items could be purchased there. As they looked in amazement at the very stylish clothing, one of the barbarians remarked that he'd like to buy a bright t-shirt, not realizing that this kind of wardrobe was completely unsuitable for such occasions. Negan the gnome, who owned the store, very politely asked what the guests needed. Perhaps they required the help of a true professional. Approaching the counter, Richard Orlando explained that he wanted to buy some good gear for his guys, and had heard that this store carried the very best for that purpose. Smiling, The salesman said slyly that the aristocrat was well aware of what could be purchased there. A second later, the walls began to spin rapidly, which came as a real shock to the barbarians, who had no idea such a thing was even possible. A minute later, the store which had sold the finest, highest quality goods had now transformed into a veritable combat pavilion where one could find merchandise of the highest quality. The barbarians, who immediately began examining everything on the shelves, were stunned. They had never seen such weapons before. Upon hearing that the aristocrat had requested that each person be given a pike and 3 throwing spears, the shop owner calculated that the total cost would be 750 gold pieces. Considering that the young man had spent all his money on the barbarians, he had very little left, which he nevertheless dumped onto the counter. Negan did not like this turn of events, so he declared in a sharp tone that their shop did not do business with the poor, and that they did not extend credit either. Upon hearing this, the barbarians immediately began to protest, hinting at something sinister. However, Richard Orlando had a different tactic in mind, so he asked the customers not to jump to conclusions. Holding his sword in his hands, the young man asked the gnome if he would agree to trade everything he had just listed for this magnificent sword. Taking the weapon in his hands, the shopkeeper said that this was the first time he'd seen something so legendary and ancient, a real find. But to himself, he thought that the man standing before him must surely be a person of high standing, whom it would be best not to contradict. And a moment later, he added that it would be a shame to let this sword gather dust here. It would be best if the young man took it home, and the shop owner agreed to let the aristocrat sign a contract to pay for it on credit. Turning to his men, our hero shouted for them to take the pike, 3 throwing spears, and the leather armor, which wasn't included in the price, much to the shopkeeper's chagrin. The men were delighted that they would now have something like this, though the gnome wasn't particularly pleased with the whole situation. A blonde woman standing nearby asked the new boss what they would do next. As usual, our hero declared that they would now seize the land that rightfully belonged to them. After a while, the travelers were already on the road, trying to figure out if they were heading in the right direction. The young man, looking at the map, remarked that caravans hadn't passed through these parts in a long time. Meanwhile, the goblin chieftain, Harson, was closely watching our heroes through a spyglass. He cheerfully remarked that this time their victims were carrying a lot of belongings and various materials. The jackal chieftain, who was in league with these creatures, joyfully shouted that he would be more than happy to take half for himself. He immediately added that if no agreement was reached, then they wouldn't even get half, since they had 5 times as many people as the goblins did anyway. Consequently, the goblins couldn't count on much. To himself, Harson thought that the jackals were very stupid. Aloud, he asked why they were in such a hurry, suggesting it would be better to wait until these people reached the hunting grounds, when they would have no chance to escape or call for help. The leader said that it didn't matter to him at all. The most important thing was that he and his brothers be able to fight this battle well. As they watched the travelers, the monsters laughed, thinking they would easily be able to lure them into a trap and then attack them very quickly. The blonde looked intently in that direction, and something made her very wary. So she immediately told our hero that they were being closely followed, although Richard Orlando already knew this himself, yet he wasn't the least bit afraid. The surprised beauty asked if it was true that the young man had had some kind of plan all along. The young man did not answer. Instead, he ordered the people walking behind him to stop immediately and surround the wagon. Lead the animals to a safe shelter, stack their belongings there, and prepare for an attack. The rest were to come as close as possible to our hero because he was about to tell them something important. Handing the bag to the girl, the young man ordered her to distribute these pills to everyone and tell them that the barbarians had swallowed them quickly. The blonde girl looked closely at this strange potion, not understanding why they needed something like this. As he popped one into his mouth, Richard Orlando explained that these pills came from the East. They made people stronger, so they should swallow them quickly and get ready for battle. The men didn't believe such a thing even existed, but the young man was already thinking that he'd outsmarted them. Sure, the candies were just ordinary ones, but the system would make it possible to increase the barbarians' strength. The young man saw that his team was doing exactly what he'd ordered them to do, while he himself was already selecting something in the system. Richard Orlando saw before him a guide on how to improve a mountain barbarian soldier, and he decided right then that most of these people were classified by the system as real soldiers. Only Ponter was listed as a true hero. He himself had known this even back when he met her in the ring. Reading the manual, the guy realized that the barbarians would gain experience after battles and be enhanced by the system. This is because the system is very powerful. In a short period of time, their overall strength will increase, and they'll sense that something is wrong. That's exactly why Richard Orlando used these candies as a ruse, so that no one would ask unnecessary questions. Our hero shouted once more that absolutely all the barbarians would feel the power of the magic pill. At that moment, the jackal chieftain noted that these people had stopped, and therefore it was the perfect time to attack them. They would realize they had lost anyway, and it would happen very quickly. Curson shoved his supposed comrade in the chest, asking why he was so happy, since in reality, nothing was over yet, and therefore there was nothing to laugh about. The leader immediately pointed out that if the travelers had stopped, it meant they were definitely scared, so luck was on their side. The goblin was annoyed by this statement. He noted that the people hadn't stopped for that reason, but because they decided to surrender, realizing there was nothing they could do anyway. But they didn't need that anyway. What mattered most to them was the loot. So he warned everyone that they didn't need prisoners. They were after weapons, horses, and wagons, and there was no point in bothering with people. Richard Orlando had been expecting this, telling his men to be ready to engage at a moment's notice. The jackals, too, had no intention of letting anyone take their victory away, declaring that all the weapons would belong solely to them. Grabbing a spear, the young man noted that they were ready to begin, since the sooner they did so, the faster they would reclaim their lands. The young man was experienced and strong. As he hurled the spear, he knew exactly what the outcome would be. And that was true. Everyone who watched the spear's trajectory and speed agreed that it was truly something astonishing. The goblins, frozen in place, had certainly not expected this, and so they hesitated to do anything. In the blink of an eye, the spear struck one of their comrades, of whom there weren't many to begin with. Harson said that while it was certainly powerful, it wasn't particularly threatening, especially since they too had something to boast about. He then went on to tell his team that their forces outnumbered the enemy's several times over, so they would have no choice but to surrender anyway. That is precisely why the goblins decided that now was the perfect time to launch an attack. Seeing what was happening, the barbarians grew afraid. They had never fought when they saw that the enemy's forces were vastly superior, and this time, that was exactly the situation. However, there was no time to hesitate. At that very moment, one of the jackals rushed toward where the people were. The animal had almost bitten one of the young men's hand, and it seemed as though it might all end right there. But at that very moment, some dormant strength awoke within the barbarians, allowing them to fearlessly engage in battle, and they did so in the finest manner possible. Of course, there were some difficult moments, however. First of all, these were the exception, and second, they involved those who simply could not muster the strength to actually fight rather than tremble with fear. But very soon, the rest of them had nothing to laugh about either, because many warriors were complaining that they had somehow been surrounded. One of the men complained that he was being attacked not only by goblins but also by jackals, of which there were even more than the green creatures. The barbarian was furious, realizing that he didn't know how to fight these enemies. The men did everything in their power, but the odds were stacked against them. For a moment, the goblins thought they had already won because they had achieved some success. Frightened, Ponter, who had never been in a situation like this before, immediately shouted to the boss that they needed to do something urgently, or defeat was imminent. Climbing onto one of the carts, the young man asked the blonde to give him a few spears, even though she said that was too few and would hardly make a difference. But the young man said there was no point in fighting everyone. The most important thing was to find the right target to throw the rest off balance. The guy knew exactly what he wanted to do, so he took a running start to pull off some kind of stunt. It all looked spectacular, but it wasn't immediately clear to the blonde what was happening. A moment later, Ponter asked in surprise how it was that fire had appeared on the arrowhead. But the young man couldn't waste precious time on explanations or discussions. He had to protect the people who had so bravely followed him. At that very moment, the beautiful woman noticed a powerful explosion that appeared literally out of nowhere. As a result, the most powerful brute was taken out of action. The goblins, who had also been confident in their own strength, now had no idea how they could possibly stand up to this man. Despite this, the Shagals were the first to decide to flee, realizing that their own lives were far more important and that they could hunt elsewhere. And while some were running away, others argued that there was no need to do so. The boy couldn't possibly destroy them all anyway, and there were so many of them. At the same time, Richard Orlando said that the first thing they should do was take care of the giant that was still left. The barbarians, who had now grown a little bolder, declared that their boss had destroyed the troll with such ease, and therefore they could boldly move forward and attack. The determination that the men had so sorely lacked suddenly took hold again, and they rushed forward, shouting that victory was theirs. And just as the man was about to attack, he sensed that something was wrong. The reason was that right behind him stood a dangerous jackal chieftain who had to be given a fitting rebuff. Suddenly, someone's spear reached its target and struck the beast, which was on the verge of destroying the barbarian. Our hero remained standing on the wagon, which offered excellent visibility and was a perfect vantage point for throwing spears. Unable to believe how things had turned out, the man thought with horror that the boss had saved him, and so quickly at that. While everyone was trying to make sense of the situation, Richard Orlando once again informed his men that the leader of these creatures was dead, that they wouldn't be able to fight for long, and that they therefore needed to drive them away. The men realized that they were now definitely much stronger, and immediately began fighting back against the goblins, who still refused to give up. With a smile on her face, the blonde girl said that it turned out the boss had been aiming at their leader and had been standing on the cart to get a better view. The young man replied that to catch the bandits, they first had to neutralize their leader, which meant they now only had to deal with a single goblin. Harshan, for his part, was angry at his team, grumbling that they were facing some kid and couldn't even take his weapon. If that was the case, what good were these creatures anyway? Returning to the wagon, our hero shouted that he could clearly see the goblin leader right in front of him, who had surely planned this attack. They cleverly ambushed the humans, but didn't consider that someone truly powerful might be on the road. The goblin had heard threats about other races and said that the nearest one was in a high mountain fortress located a couple of miles to the east. This fortress was difficult to besiege but easy to defend, yet no one ever left it. In a stern tone, the young man thanked him for such excellent and valuable information, adding that it wasn't his fault he hadn't let the goblins profit from the situation. Seeing that Richard Orlando was drawing his sword, the leader drew his own, realizing that he was capable of fighting at the highest level. However, this didn't scare the young man in the least. He had a plan for what came next, and so he knew exactly what to do. Having dealt with his opponent, the aristocrat realized that his other comrades would no longer want to continue the battle. This was true, as they immediately began saying that they were facing a real monster that would spare no one. The girl, who was used to giving orders, commanded her men to immediately finish off the remaining goblins. The goblins watched in horror as the humans attacked, realizing that their only chance of survival was to flee. Looking at the status screen, our hero saw that the spearman barbarian had been promoted to a higher level. Just then, the man remarked in surprise that he felt he had somehow become stronger, and therefore those pills were actually effective. And while some were marveling at their strength, others reported that they had managed to recruit large trolls who agreed to carry the barbarians' belongings. Suddenly, Ponter announced loudly that she had found Harson's map. The young man had no idea what was depicted on it, but he began to study it with interest. Looking ahead, the young man thought to himself that this was actually quite good. He announced aloud that their next stop was the high mountain fortress the goblin leader had mentioned. As they traveled along the road, Richard Orlando felt completely at ease, which allowed him to study the map carefully. He noted that they'd come across a fast troll. At this pace, they'd reach the high mountain fortress very soon. Glancing at the system panel once more, the young man realized that after each upgrade, he received bonus points for his personal attributes in the system. Our hero wanted to buy something at the store, but it turned out that this feature wasn't available yet. First, he needed to level up his strength and throwing skills. Weapon proficiency can be improved not only by allocating points, but also by participating in battles. However, the attribute bonus is limited by talent. Although the aristocrat has no such skills or abilities, he can only choose hand-to-hand combat. Right now, Richard Orlando is 10 times stronger than an ordinary person. If he keeps this up, he'll surely become some kind of strongman. One could have pondered this for a long time, but soon the girl announced that they had already arrived at their destination. The young man wasn't familiar with the area, so he was curious to see where they had ended up. Standing in the wagon and looking around, the young man noted that it was actually a stunning place. Sitting in the river, the men remarked that they had been stuck in the Colosseum for so long that they were already starting to stink, since there were absolutely no living conditions there. Turning to their boss and former boss, one of the guys suggested they wash up, since they'd have to head out on a job very soon. Others, approaching from behind, reported that they'd caught some game so they wouldn't go hungry, which made the young man very happy. Only the blonde didn't know how to act, especially since she realized she wasn't smelling very pleasant. Sensing his friend's embarrassment, our hero told her that there was a secluded pond nearby where she could not only take a dip, but also rest and relax a bit. Smiling, the young man reassured Ponter, saying that he would keep an eye on the boys. The flustered beauty was delighted by this opportunity, so she quickly thanked the leader for it. A short while later, the blonde was already in the clear, pristine river, hidden from prying eyes. The girl was delighted that she could plunge into the cool water and wash away the dust and dirt of many weeks. Besides, it was nice that no one was shouting or fussing nearby. That evening, our hero told his comrades that they would turn the high mountain fortress into their campsite. Kobolds were standing at the gates, having taken over this place, which now had to be returned to its rightful owner. Hearing one of the barbarians say that these creatures weren't very strong, our hero gave the go-ahead to attack, wanting to settle this matter as quickly as possible. At that moment, the kobolds were inside the building, completely unaware that they were about to be attacked. The residents of this place were busy with their own affairs and therefore behaved completely normally. However, the situation suddenly changed dramatically when Richard Orlando burst through the door. The frightened homeowner didn't understand who had come to visit them, so he immediately began shouting for all the security guards to take at least some action right away because they were under attack. Holding a weapon, one of the barbarians informed the boss that they had very quickly taken care of everyone who was in the courtyard. With anger in his voice, the owner of the place asked who would dare to attack his army, adding that he had defenders nearby, and therefore, if anything were to happen to him, his allies would make sure that no one could leave this place. Hearing Cobalt tell the young man to await his punishment, the young man simply smiled, realizing that it all sounded quite amusing. Just a few minutes later, the poor guy, who was no longer acting arrogantly, apologized for having misinterpreted everything from the very beginning. Turning to the blonde woman, the young man asked her to untie the poor fellow. The beauty wondered if it was true that the young man was going to let the owner go, and when she found out that it was indeed the case, she was even more surprised. At that very moment, the kobold ran as fast as he could, hearing someone shouting something else after him. To himself, he thought that no one had ever humiliated him like this before, so he would definitely find a way to take revenge on these insolent people. Russell, standing nearby, noted that he hadn't even imagined they would manage to take this fortress so quickly, upon hearing that the creatures living here were in essence useless. At that moment, Richard Orlando spoke up, telling everyone that he had managed to explore the building from the inside. Most importantly, there's plenty of space here, so it will make a wonderful hideout for everyone. They could only have dreamed of something like this, and now it all belongs exclusively to their team. It's important to note that the fortress's facilities are well equipped, and the view is excellent. They can easily see everything within a couple of miles. It's no surprise that the kobolds chose this particular spot, which was not only remote, but also very cozy. After a while, the guy who had told them about the house and its surroundings placed a map on the table. After that, the leader announced that they should now hold their first war council, although some believed they would have to fight again. But the young man explained that the high mountain fortress was situated at a high elevation, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there was also an abundant water source nearby, so it was an excellent place for a base. If this place was occupied by kobolds who have no particular strengths, it's likely that they do indeed have a small army nearby. A frightened Russell immediately began saying that they had only recently released the leader of this race. This was probably a foolish decision, since he would surely gather and lead an entire army. Richard Orlando said that they had spent a lot of money on weapons and equipment, so it was time for their men to get together and earn some pocket money. Holding a coin in his hand, the aristocrat added that it was better to attack everyone at once than to hunt down small groups later. A minute later, the young man began tossing coins into the air, though no one understood what it meant. The room was completely silent, except for the sound of one of the coins landing on the map. After that, the young man added that they needed to get rid of this army in one fell swoop. Sometime later, sitting in the castle, the barbarians remarked that the potato and bacon stew they were enjoying was the most delicious they'd ever tasted. At that very moment, with concern in her voice, Ponter remarked that many days had passed since they'd settled in this place, but the bandits still hadn't made their presence known, noting that rushing into such a matter isn't the best course of action. Suddenly, one of our hero's men ran into the dining hall and shouted loudly that the boss was absolutely right. Russell, standing nearby, said that there was a combat unit nearby. It looked like they were planning an open attack. Rising from the table, the young man cheerfully explained that the money was practically falling into their laps, so they needed to prepare for the upcoming battle. There were indeed several tents on the riverbank, and someone was definitely inside them. The young man explained to his men that the bandits had definitely decided to rest a bit before launching an all-out assault. To himself, he thought that these must be the goblins the kobold had summoned, but there was nothing wrong with that. On the contrary, he could use this opportunity to establish his dominance over the Highland fortress. After gathering everyone, the young man announced that he would take only a small detachment with him, along with the girl. Everyone else was to remain here and guard the fortress. And as he moved forward, he noted that he wanted to finish this quickly so he could think about how they would settle in this place. Meanwhile, the goblins, who were completely unaware of what was happening, slept peacefully in their huts. Suddenly, the enemy not only noticed a strange noise, but also saw someone's hand, so they quickly scrambled to their feet from their sleeping platforms. Ponter had no intention of explaining anything. Instead, she clutched her sword with all her might. Watching these people fight, Richard Orlando reflected that while the Highland barbarians had highly developed individual abilities, their teamwork left much to be desired. The main problem is that they lack proper training. Strength alone won't make them skilled soldiers. However, these barbarians have now become elite soldiers capable of organizing their forces. The system has given them more than just an increase in strength. Just as the young man finished his musings, he saw Russell, who declared with confidence in his voice that they hadn't stumbled into the lair of their enemies, but rather into a mere bunch of losers. But in the next instant, little remained of the young man's courage, as he didn't understand what was happening. The ground beneath their feet shook with such unimaginable force that it was simply impossible to stand. Moreover, rocks were raining down from somewhere. After that, the people saw goblin dragons before them, which were very different from ordinary goblins. The barbarians had seen creatures like these before, but hesitated to engage them in battle, realizing that the odds were certainly not in their favor. The men understood that these were goblins with the strength of dragons. They were extremely strong and resilient, and on top of that, possessed excellent combat skills. And while the team had previously operated, if not very cohesively, then at least very quickly and effectively, they now had no idea how to proceed. But the problem lay not only in the different type of creatures, but also in the fact that they had crawled out from underground, which came as a huge surprise since everyone had expected only a small detachment. The blonde woman standing next to Richard Orlando admitted that they needed to be careful because defeating these goblins would be quite difficult. At that very moment, one of the creatures addressing someone shouted that he was summoning a huge beast. What happened next stunned absolutely all the barbarians who had never witnessed such horror before. With frightened expressions and trembling voices, the men remarked that they had never seen a monster emerge from beneath the ground. They would certainly not be able to handle such a beast. As for the goblin leader, he coldly called the barbarians losers, who had no idea that anyone could be smarter and more calculating than them. He immediately added that he wanted the dragon's blood to punish absolutely everyone who had even thought of invading this territory. As she ran off, Ponter shouted that she didn't want to hear any nonsense. It would be best if they faced each other in battle. The beauty had hoped that the spear she would thrust into the snake would deal it serious damage, but instead it simply snapped in two. For his part, the goblin said that the insolent girl wanted to pierce the armor of his enormous beast with some ordinary stick, laughing at the fact that the hapless girl didn't even know who she decided to pick a fight with. The blonde realized she was no match for this monster, and so she was very angry with herself. Suddenly, our hero stepped between Ponter and the goblins, knowing he simply had to protect this emotional blonde. Standing face to face with the snake, the young man didn't seem to have a clue how to fight back against this enormous monster. Clinging to the beast's thick hide, the young man knew exactly what he planned to do next. And in the very next moment, his men heard some strange cry, though they didn't quite understand what it all meant. As for Richard Orlando, he didn't just grab his prey, he lifted her up and even threw her into the air with all his might. Less than a minute had passed, and the snake that everyone feared so much was now lying motionless on the ground. The goblins, who had been counting on their massive ally, were stunned and shocked. They hadn't thought that anyone could even inflict damage on the monster. Russell knew full well that their boss was strong, but until that day, he hadn't even realized just how strong. The goblin leader, lying on the floor, stared intently at the boy, repeating that this was simply impossible. With his arms crossed over his chest, the young man asked the creature sitting across from him if perhaps it was time to give up. Reaching for his axe, the goblin replied in an icy tone that standing before him was an arrogant brat who thought he was the most capable of them all. And immediately he shouted that he would never give up, that insolent kid shouldn't even dream of such a thing. As he struck back, the aristocrat thought that after everything they'd shown the goblins, this one actually had the nerve to say something like that. Just a few minutes later, Richard Orlando cheerfully remarked that they'd finished the battle very quickly, just as they'd planned from the start. And while the whole team was celebrating having achieved the nearly impossible, the young man was already studying his system panel. A pleasant bonus was that the young man had earned several experience points for his teammates, and some of the barbarians had even advanced to the next level. And while the girl was shouting something, the young man was thinking about how best to allocate his available points. But he didn't get a chance to do so because Ponter announced that they had brought the young man a gift that he would surely like. One of the barbarians, opening the chest, noted that there were only 2 gold coins inside, which suggested that these goblins were very poor. Sighing, the young man remarked that it seemed these creatures were also going through hard times. As for the girl, she wanted to know what to do with the monster that had belonged to the previous owners. Glancing at the creature, the young man asked in a mysterious tone whether the beast's meat tasted good. Although he realized this was definitely a bad idea, Richard Orlando stepped closer and declared that he would ride this beast, name it Windrunner, and if it dared to disobey, he would feed it to all his men. Ponter had not only grown very tired during the battle, but was also hungry, which is why she suggested returning to the castle for breakfast. Our hero wasn't opposed to the idea, especially since the day was already in full swing, but at that moment, he had more important matters to attend to. To his surprise, the young man discovered that the in-game store had opened, but it only sold an old-fashioned knight's spear. The aristocrat thought that since his wallet was empty, he could only choose a weapon at a discount, and immediately heard that the purchase had been completed. The item, which until recently could only be seen on a screen, now appeared in Richard Orlando's hands. The young man hadn't expected it to work that way, and the girl standing below couldn't believe that he could so easily summon objects in this manner. However, a moment later, the aristocrat told his companion that he had spotted some movement ahead. Russell, who was already looking intently ahead, noted that it seemed to him there was a group of jackals up ahead engaged in looting. Our hero wanted to know what was going on there himself, so he decided to use his spyglass. And right on their course was in fact a wealthy caravan. So it was no surprise that they had brought jackals along with them. The blonde thought they needed to intervene, but the young man wasn't in a hurry to do so, explaining that this wasn't just any ordinary caravan. He added that a first trading experience was very important for a pioneer lord. Perhaps these people would help him with future ventures. At that moment, one of the jackals ran up to the wagon and shouted menacingly, demanding that the old man hand over all his money immediately since they were on foreign territory. The man tried to explain that they were from the Voya Trading Company. If the villains harmed them, the Imperial Army would certainly show them no mercy. But the jackals kept shouting that they were just ordinary bandits, and therefore they didn't care where some empire was, and immediately ordered their henchmen to attack the caravan. The old man saw what was happening. He only heard someone order them to run. One of the jackals struck the unfortunate man with all his might, and the man didn't even have time to understand what was happening. Lying on the ground, the wounded man told this predator that they were ready to give up everything they had, but begged only for mercy. But the jackal declared that this repentance had come too late. Now no one would spare the travelers. And then something happened that was hard to even imagine, because Richard Orlando's spear pierced the attacker. The man was glad that things had turned out this way, but, still in shock, he couldn't fathom who could have reacted so quickly and delivered such a powerful blow. At the same time, the young man was saying that his new spear worked even better than the one they'd bought from the gnome shop. Realizing that now was the best time to attack, the blonde woman, who loved giving orders so much, told her people that it was time to join the battle. The jackals didn't understand where these strangers had come from to help them, since no one from the caravan could have brought reinforcements. Standing by a tree, the young man said that these jackals were nothing more than a gang of bandits, and so this time he would simply stand by and watch the battle. Especially since the barbarians were actually very strong. He had known this ever since he arrived at the Colosseum. On the other hand, Richard Orlando thought that a disciplined army was still necessary to prevent chaos on the battlefield. Of course, the guys are already performing excellently, but they're too restless and make a lot of unnecessary movements. Realizing that these people were not to be trifled with, some of the jackals immediately began to flee. His comrade couldn't understand how that was possible, so he explained that this group of people had destroyed the alliance between the goblins, trolls, and jackals. They had even easily recaptured the kobolds' territory. This young man was the one nobody knew. He appeared very unexpectedly, and the young man himself claimed that he was probably the legendary noble lord of the wildlands. Upon hearing this, the jackals fled even more frantically, realizing there was nothing left for them to do here. The next moment, the ground shook again with renewed force, and rocks flew in all directions. It was Windbearer, who now followed his master everywhere. The young man, for his part, thought that this time his army would be able to finish off the jackals without his intervention. They were no longer the disorganized and scattered bunch they had been before. Russell, too, began to perform much better, now clearly reporting what had happened and how he had managed to carry out his mission. A few minutes later, a priest approached our hero, thanked the aristocrat for his help, and added that he would now sing his praises in his honor. Smiling, Richard Orlando remarked that if the guys wanted to thank him, he'd be very happy to accept some money. Suddenly, a stranger remarked that she hadn't expected anything else from a greedy rich man. She then added that she was actually in the presence of an interesting person. Bowing, the young woman introduced herself, saying her name was Annie. Turning to Ruto, the beauty asked if he was all right, and he replied in a quiet voice that nothing terrible had happened. She then turned back to our hero, noting that she was glad to have encountered people who, sacrificing their own lives, had jumped into the fray to rescue those in need. Smiling, Richard Orlando explained that his soldiers were very brave. The jackals weren't even fit to hold a candle to them, while the soldiers thought to themselves that this aristocrat had never said anything like that to them before. With a sense of despair in her mind, Annie turned to the young man, saying that she would like to ask the Lord for help once more. The young man was surprised. He hadn't thought that he could help the travelers in any other way, since the enemies had been defeated. The blonde went on to say that the young man surely could see that their caravan had suffered heavy losses. Many people had been wounded or even killed on the battlefield, and that they would not be able to complete the mission they had set out to accomplish. Annie hoped they could stay with their savior for a while to regain their strength and then set out on their journey again. Richard Orlando didn't want to miss out on an opportunity to make money, so he said that staying at his estate would cost a pretty penny back home. A place like this would be called a five-star hotel. The girl said they could pay with money and weapons, then asked her assistant to bring her something. A moment later, the beautiful stranger whom he barely knew was holding a stone of extraordinary beauty in her hands, though the young man had no idea what it was. Tossing the sphere upward, Annie told it to grow larger. She then explained that it was a communication crystal. She was using it to send a message to their trading house asking for help. She immediately added that it would take people at least 3 days to get here, because this place was quite far from Corin. As for our hero, he smiled again, realizing that this was an unusual caravan. Once his business got started, he would be able to make a great deal of money. Realizing that night would soon fall, Richard Orlando invited the travelers to follow him, introducing himself and saying that he would never refuse to take in friendly people who still had money. It seemed that the beautiful woman was completely satisfied with this arrangement, and so she asked that they take care of her. After some time, the young man found himself back at home, and the travelers arrived to wait for reinforcements. All the soldiers stopped in the courtyard since it was large. As for their leader, she asked Ruto to give the wounded some kind of potion that would help them recover quickly. Our hero watched this closely, and when he saw exactly what Annie was pouring into the water, he was greatly surprised. The reason was that she was using a legendary healing potion, one that was extremely rare and incredibly expensive. And so the young man thought to himself once again that he had come across a very unusual caravan. That evening, as she gazed into the distance, Annie heard from her assistant that they had no financial or material problems, but half of their group was either wounded or dead. The blonde closed her eyes and said bitterly that this shouldn't have happened. It was a shame that their force had been so small. And the young man went on to say that, fortunately, Richard had saved these poor souls. Otherwise, the consequences would have been catastrophic. Annie immediately began asking questions about the person they had just been talking about. After a moment's thought, Ruto explained that he was a great warrior. When the jackals attacked them, they were already in a desperate situation, since the forces were completely unequal. At that moment, everyone thought the caravan was doomed, because it was simply impossible to fight back. However, in a matter of seconds, these soldiers who looked like mere boys appeared and completely turned the situation around, and they did so in a flash. Barbarians are, of course, a bit wild, but when it comes to battle and the enemy is very strong, they're actually the ideal choice. It's safe to say that this aristocrat's soldiers are very strong. Moreover, they are utterly devoted to their leader. Then Ruto said he was certain that even their own troops were no match for these barbarians. At the same time, our hero was thinking that he liked the caravan soldiers better because they were well equipped and therefore looked more solid and imposing. As for his own men, they couldn't even share the most basic things, and so they argued over weapons like little children. The young man was a little sad, even though everything was going quite well and was stable. Moreover, the young man managed to get what he wanted from this battle. He received armor from the caravan, which would come in handy in battle, as well as Fred's battle axe as a reward from the system. And now the young man smiled, glad that his soldiers no longer looked as pitiful as before, even though they fought well. Suddenly, the boss's thoughts were interrupted by a friend of his who asked in a frightened tone what had happened. Leaning back in his chair, Richard Orlando couldn't understand why his comrade in arms was suddenly panicking so much. Instead of calmness in her voice, the aristocrat heard nervous tension. The blonde said she had just seen a large armed group of half-human, half-horse creatures heading toward them. Upon hearing this, the leader asked once more whether his assistant had perhaps gotten something mixed up. However, there was no mistake, because the uninvited guests had already drawn close to our hero's dwelling. At the head of the group stood a stranger, gripping her sword tightly, a sign that clearly did not bode well. For a while, the half-humans simply watched the gates closely, which were firmly locked. Veresk, a representative of the Storm clan, was clearly here on serious business. But a moment later, the girl noticed a spear flying toward her at tremendous speed. The leader of her clan was prepared for such a cold reception and immediately caught the weapon to break it. But that didn't resolve the situation, because the next minute, more spears flew toward the uninvited guest's feet. The group's leader was used to this sort of thing. She merely noted that the first throw had been very powerful. She immediately ordered her men to continue their advance, knowing why they had come here. Sitting on the wall, Richard Orlando asked the group of half-men if they really intended to ignore his warnings. Realizing that no one wanted to talk to him, he immediately told the barbarians to not only defend themselves but also to attack. Veresk hadn't even taken a step when she saw another spear flying toward her at breakneck speed. The girl cut it down again, just as she had the first time, though she now realized that the barbarians certainly had no intention of playing around. Unexpectedly, Veresk ordered her men to stop, thinking they were too close to the fortress, from which it would be very easy to hunt down the enemy. The centaur closed her eyes and took a white handkerchief out of her pocket, even though she didn't want to. Standing at the gate, the young man noted that they needed to talk to the attackers. But given that their intentions weren't entirely clear, they couldn't let their guard down. Stepping out onto the street, Richard Orlando asked why the centaurs had come here. They weren't even acquainted. Bowing, the girl explained that her name was Veresk. She was the leader of the Storm clan, and she had come here with only good intentions. The young man didn't want to start their conversation with an argument, so he decided to simply introduce himself first. Upon hearing the young man's name, the centaur asked if it was true that standing before her was the very same invincible Richard from the martial arts tournament in the southern province. The young man smiled. He was amazed that someone had heard of him, and Veresk said that his reputation had spread quite far. Even their clan, which lived in the wilderness, had heard of the achievements of this young but great warrior. The embarrassed young man claimed that this reputation was undeserved. Holding a wooden board of some sort, the clan leader explained that they had come here to tell the young man something important. As he read the inscription, the young man complained that he didn't understand a word of what was written there, so he wanted them to explain it to him verbally. Then the girl said that the locals wanted to build their own large and powerful army, and they had sent her this invitation. The high mountain fortress used to belong to the kobolds, just as they are now forming an army, and after that the young man stopped reading what was written, to ensure the Lord had no doubts. Veresk reiterated that the locals wanted to assemble an army. They had already sent such invitations to her people as well. The young man knew this himself, which is why he told his comrades that various races were gathering against them to drive them out of this fortress. The assistant added that the locals had never liked aggression, so it was no surprise that they had come to this particular decision. The young man himself understood that the main goal was to recapture this high mountain fortress. Upon hearing this, Veresk noted that this was true. One must understand that the people had secured the support of shamans and sorcerers, and therefore their power should not be underestimated. Of course, Richard Orlando was a strong man, but he understood that he could not handle such a massive army on his own, and his men were few in number. Moreover, they were not yet strong enough. And while at first the aristocrat didn't understand why these centaurs had come, it now dawned on him that they had come to offer their help in the fight against the army that was being assembled. The Lord wanted to know why these half-humans wished to help them, since it seemed very strange. The girl explained that the Storm clan once belonged to the Orc kingdom. They would never join the locals or become bandits. Veresk recalled the days when they left everyone alone and lived a perfectly ordinary, peaceful life. Their people had good manners and a stunning culture of poetry and chronicles. Now their clan wants to rely on the Lord's power to restore their clan's glory days. A system panel immediately appeared before our hero. He realized that since the system was receiving requests from these centaurs, they must truly wish to join him. What was interesting was that, according to the information on the display, these half-humans could fight from a distance. After a while ushering the clan leader into the house, the young man politely introduced her and said that their neighbor had brought some bad news. Annie, who had believed that nothing could be more terrifying than the attack on their caravan, was in for a shock. Sinking wearily into a chair, the young man explained that the kobolds and jackals would soon declare war on them again, so now was not the best time to relax. The frightened girl hoped that reinforcements would arrive in the coming days, so they could go home, and so she asked how soon this place would be attacked. For a moment, Richard Orlando fell silent. Predicting such a thing was quite difficult. However, he then said he believed the attack wouldn't happen sooner than 10 days from now. And while Annie watched her assistant closely, wondering what they should do, Ponter winked at Russell, hinting that they would once again be able to stretch their legs on the battlefield. Veresk said that even though the locals already had an army which included many races, they had clearly divided up the work and were preparing provisions for the army. It would take at least 10 days to get here. For a moment, the leader fell deep in thought, and complete silence hung in the room. After that, the young man noted that although the enemy is strong, they have 10 days to prepare, which is more than enough. Unfolding the map, the young man triumphantly declared that he had devised a strategy to defeat the enemy. Ponter, who was counting on their leader, was glad that a plan had already been devised and wanted to know what the strategy entailed. However, the aristocrat replied that everything had its time, and therefore he would explain it to his people when the time came. He then turned to Miss Annie, saying that in order for them to face such a formidable enemy, he now had one request of them. The young woman didn't know how she could help, but she was eager to do so, and so she assured him that she was listening very carefully. Pointing to his fingers, the young man explained that he wanted to borrow 500 gold coins from her. Closing her eyes and sighing, the beautiful young woman noted that she had that amount, and so she would lend him the money if it would truly help them defeat their enemies. Bowing, the young man said that he and the Highland Fortress would always be grateful for the girl's generosity. A few minutes later, Richard Orlando turned his attention to Vereska, asking if the centaurs were skilled with bows. Not understanding the purpose of these questions, the leader replied that her Storm clan was home to the finest archers. Upon entering the shop, the young man looked at what was on offer but thought it was too expensive, since equipment for soldiers costs a fortune. After buying a purple bow and pointed arrows with white feathers, the young man wanted the girl to try out the weapons. Looking at the Lord with interest, the leader asked if it was true that the young man used magic, but he replied that it was just a little trick. At that moment, it didn't matter much, so Varys decided to do only what she was asked to do. The beauty pulled back the bowstring, knowing exactly where she wanted to aim, even though she had never used a weapon like this before. Taking aim, the girl knew exactly what she wanted to do, so she immediately released her arrow, which struck the tree squarely. The young man decided to praise his comrade, noting that he hadn't expected anything less. Varesk's technique was truly amazing. A short time later, Richard Orlando stated that these centaurs would strengthen the high mountain fortress's long-range defenses. Bowing, the beautiful woman thanked the young man for his kindness, adding that she hadn't used a heavy bow in a long time. Smiling, our hero replied that she could practice tomorrow since the vast territory allowed for it. Suddenly, a barbarian ran up to the Lord, shouting something as he ran, though he was moving so fast that nothing was clear. Sitting down on the ground, the man explained that it seemed they had found the caravan's reinforcements. But there was bad news. Everything indicated that the caravan had also been attacked. The young man was troubled by this news. Glancing at Verisk, he suggested to his comrade that they go together to find out what had happened there. Annie, who was already at the scene, looked at one of the dead bodies and remarked with resentment in her voice that these jackals were doing some truly terrible things. Upon approaching the scene, Richard Orlando asked what had happened there since everything had been fine just a moment ago. With a sense of resignation in her voice, the girl explained that it seemed the reinforcements had never managed to reach them. Someone had wiped them out long before. The young man explained that their fortress was no longer safe. Therefore, he suggested sending the caravan back to the city of Solon, as continuing onward was extremely dangerous. He ordered the group's leader to take the healthy soldiers, the horses, and a few of their own men, believing they would be able to protect everyone and everything. However, the blonde woman shouted sharply that she would never do such a thing. The beauty explained that she couldn't abandon the wounded members of the caravan. They had risked their lives to fight for her. Holding an arrow in his hands, Richard Orlando said that in such a situation the lodging fee would be higher. What he saw was worth 2,000. Bowing her head, Annie said that the young man should do as he saw fit. Heather, standing nearby, noticed the unusual spear the young man was holding, remarking that, first of all, it was rough, and second, it smelled of Chinese pine. The Lord immediately replied that it seemed this spearhead hadn't been bought but forged by hand. It's hard to imagine that the locals or savages could have made something like this. As she left, Annie added that there were far more savages than Richard and his team realized. Most likely they had only encountered a handful. She then added that there are many powerful tribes in the far north. Large tribes consist of thousands of soldiers, and they often fight over territory to strengthen their own armies. These people have forged their own weapons. Their strength is incomparable to that of the local savages. We mustn't forget that. Upon hearing this, Verisk asked whether her comrade in arms truly believed that the caravan had been attacked by the ice-dwelling natives. Realizing that this was the case, the leader of Storm explained once again that the local kobolds were currently gathering an army, and she feared that the appearance of the ice natives was no mere coincidence. Our hero, who seemed unfazed by anything, replied that these people had also joined the war. Pawner, who had been itching to fight someone, shouted that they'd all be better off coming right away to battle them and eliminate them with a single blow. Hearing his friend, the young man calmed her down, explaining that they really would catch them all at once. For 10 days, the centaurs and the barbarians underwent intensive training, realizing that the stakes were very high. The guys trained, doing everything they possibly could, fully aware of just how strong our hero's army was. But the training wasn't over yet. Upon opening the door, one of the warriors shouted loudly that they had discovered uninvited guests. Standing in the hall, Richard Orlando wanted to know where these people were now, as well as how many of them there were. The man reported that the enemies had set up camp at the foot of the mountain, about 50 miles from their fortress. The warriors surmised that the entire army was currently resting, but by all accounts, they would attack in exactly 1, or at most 2 days. The Lord smiled again, calmly remarking that they had waited so long for the enemy, and now that he had finally arrived, they would meet them as true soldiers and defenders of their land should. In the meantime, the team had prepared as best they could, and so the warriors had already taken up their starting positions, fully aware of what would be required of them. Richard Orlando had no intention of delaying and immediately ordered his men to prepare for the impending attack. Raising his sword high, the young man shouted that it was time to fight. The warriors, who were now more skilled than before, rejoiced at the fact that they would finally be able to demonstrate what they had achieved during this time. The centaurs, who were now our hero's allies, had no intention of standing on the sidelines, realizing that this was their battle as well. And while the first group advanced, the young man had time to put on his protective armor, which was very heavy and had already begun to cause him discomfort. Annie, who still didn't know what the Lord's plan was, asked what he intended to do. The nobleman explained that first they would shoot all the arrows they had, and then they would charge. If they managed to wound most of the enemy, the rest would scatter on their own. Upon hearing this, the girl was not only surprised but also disappointed. She pointed out that the enemy had over 600 soldiers, while they had only about 100. Richard Orlando didn't want to discuss it and tried to calm everyone down, explaining that there was no point in worrying because the situation was under control. At that moment, the enemies were already advancing, though they did not yet know what lay ahead of them. Some of the villains, upon seeing our hero's squad, began to mock the fact that their opponents were not taking this battle seriously. Turning to the leader of the dog-headed ones, one of his comrades said they needed to go into battle as soon as possible, though the leader noted that they certainly wouldn't rush. The subordinate didn't understand what to expect in this situation, since everything was perfectly clear. But the leader insisted that this time their army was at full strength, large and powerful enough. And so they were simply obligated to crush the people who didn't even realize who they'd decided to mess with. At the same time, the young man noted that goblins and jackals had lives, but they didn't value them at all. Climbing onto his mount, the young man addressed his men once more and told them to prepare for battle. His opponents were doing the same. They kept waiting for the command to attack. Verisk knew her task, and within seconds she ordered the Minotaurs to fire at their enemies. She didn't have to ask her comrades twice, because they began carrying out their task in unison, hoping the effect would be spectacular. Although there was a result, it couldn't be called the best. The goblins weren't that stupid, so they defended themselves with shields. Our hero, who was leading the charge, told the others that while the archers were at work, the rest would have a great opportunity to take the best positions for battle. Realizing the enemy's tactics, the goblins shouted that they couldn't delay. They too had to shoot. Despite this hail of arrows, the guys had no intention of giving up, so they charged forward. The villains, who were already very close to the barbarians, did the same. Suddenly, another goblin crawled out from under the ground, showing no hurry to do anything. Meanwhile, our hero had already asked Zhu Fen, as he called his mount, to show everyone just what he was capable of. The young man wanted the enemy, upon seeing this creature's abilities, to be terrified at the mere sight of it and decide that nothing good could come of it. This creature's tactic was quite simple. It didn't even need to fight anyone. It just had to run through the crowd of villains. At the same time, not everyone had that opportunity, so the warriors used whatever weapons they had at their disposal. Russell, who was considered one of the strongest barbarians, didn't waste any time either. The same was true for the girl. She knew her strength and understood what she was capable of. Richard Orlando, who remained seated on his mount, shouted for the guys to deal with the enemy as quickly as possible. The young man saw his opponents but realized they were merely a light warm-up for him, one he would finish in a matter of minutes. The young man had trained so often and so hard that he was no longer afraid of anything or anyone. On top of that, he had excellent tactics. Our hero had no need to dismount his mount to deal with those who had nevertheless dared to climb so high. Although one of the goblins turned out to be a bit more cunning and agile, the young man realized it was time to come down to the ground. This wasn't part of the young man's plans. Moreover, he noted to himself that these guys were much stronger than the goblins they had fought before. The enemy had no intention of giving up, despite the fact that arrows were already flying at them and a huge monster was running back and forth. And Richard Orlando really didn't like any of this, since he had expected something a little different. The goblins, for their part, adopted a tactic of 2 attacking 1, realizing they could afford to do so since they outnumbered him. Although this wasn't a problem for our hero, his speed allowed him to dispatch his opponents very quickly. The aristocrat was not the type to simply stand on the sidelines and watch everything unfold. He needed to be directly involved in the action. And while the young man fought, his closest comrades discussed how incredibly strong their lord was. This man could be compared to the devil himself. At that moment, looking through a spyglass, someone remarked that the situation was nothing like it was supposed to be. The kobolds discussed the battle and decided that now was the perfect time to cast the spell they had prepared in advance. And then something inexplicable began to happen, something that Verisk had tried to warn them about when she said they must not let their guard down. The stranger stared intently at the fire and uttered something that sounded like a spell. In an instant, the fire, which had been burning peacefully in the container, began to burst out with tremendous force, frightening even her comrades. The kobolds, watching all this, noted that the humans hadn't expected such a turn of events and consequently wouldn't be able to react quickly to this new development. Richard Orlando glanced back warily, realizing that something had happened that he hadn't actually anticipated. Lifting his head, the young man spotted a fireball and concluded it must be some kind of shamanic magic. The stranger, for her part, had no intention of stopping. She knew her job and was doing it very well. The barbarians, who had seen a lot before, now didn't know what to do. They saw the fire flying toward them, but despite this, they just stood there. The young man watched everything and practically everyone closely. He even warned the men to be careful. But that didn't stop the fireball from landing on the battlefield, leaving clouds of dust in its wake. Richard Orlando stood a little further away. Despite this, he was struck by the sight. It was clear that this shaman, whoever he was incredibly powerful. The barbarians, who had always been brave warriors, now had no idea how they could possibly confront this infernal flame with their bare hands. Holding his hand out in front of him, our hero said with desperation in his voice that this shaman's spells were very powerful. For the first time, the young man had even sustained a small wound. The young man realized that if they didn't catch this sorceress, she would quickly burn everything in the vicinity, including the warriors. Richard Orlando recalled seeing this girl controlling the fire with her staff, a staff they needed to retrieve. Verisk was worried about her comrade, realizing that he had likely never been in a battle like this before, so she asked how she could help. The young man, realizing that she was his only hope, said that she had arrived just in time because she would have a task to carry out. Pointing somewhere with his hand, the Lord asked if his assistant could shoot the shaman, who was quite far away, and heard that it wouldn't be a problem for her. The centaur archers, who never parted with their weapons, already knew that there would be work for them in this matter as well. And that was true, since the leader immediately ordered everyone to take their positions to begin precision fire. The beauty said that they had to keep firing constantly. They simply had to buy precious time for the rest of the group. The jackal had expected a lot, but he never imagined he would witness a rain of arrows flying toward them, and so he ordered the goblins to protect the shaman at all costs, because if she were harmed, everything they had so carefully planned would come crashing down. Throwing his spear, the young man asked everyone who was currently free to seize the opportunity and launch a surprise attack. However, the leader of the jackals himself understood what the people were up to, and then ordered the others to guard the shaman as well. With her, they had every chance of winning, and therefore this was the top priority. And turning his head, he continued to say something about how they could turn their defeat into, and then fell silent. The reason was that out of the corner of his eye, the enemy noticed a spear flying toward him at tremendous speed. Realizing he could no longer dodge it, the beast tried to figure out how he could have missed such an attack. Moreover, it was unclear who was capable of throwing from such a distance. But this wasn't the last attack, because at that very moment, new arrows and spears flew toward the villains, who had already completely forgotten about their shaman. One by one, the guards standing next to the witch were taken out, and she herself was powerless against the barrage of spears and arrows. And while the girl watched what was happening, she lost sight of the orb she had been controlling all along, and so it not only shattered but also began to rain down on her own people. The goblins, realizing that the fire was now on their side, scattered in all directions in a desperate attempt to save themselves. Those who remained shouted that it was incredibly hot, not understanding why the shaman wasn't doing his job. Thus, on one side, the enemies were threatened by arrows, and on the other, by the very fire that was supposed to protect them, not harm them. Richard Orlando saw this too, and joyfully remarked that firing at their own side was even more than a victory. Addressing General Su Mulan, Cobalt noted that he didn't know what to do, since the situation had spiraled out of control. Knowing that their only chance lay with the sorceress, he immediately turned to the girl, hoping she knew exactly what they should do. The sorceress walked over to a small container and began peering intently into it. At the same time, the warriors, looking at the fallen goblins, said that it was time to clean up after themselves. Suddenly, the young man turned around and looked off into the distance. It seemed as though he had noticed something that frightened him greatly. Looking at their enemies, the young man thought that the shaman was using blood magic, which was very dangerous. Only the jackals were delighted that another idea had occurred to the girl, one that could also yield excellent results. At that very moment, the goblins, intoxicated by the spell and completely oblivious, began fleeing en masse toward where the people were standing. Richard Orlando realized that the situation had become much more complicated since these enemies had now turned into ordinary puppets. The young man spared no effort and fought his opponents as best he could, knowing that the battle was not yet over. After dispatching one group, he immediately moved on to the next. It seemed as though the goblins were immortal, or that there were so many of them that defeating them would be simply impossible. That's exactly why the Lord came up with an idea, and so he rushed with all his might in the opposite direction. The difficulty lay in the fact that the magic wasn't directed only at the goblins. Some dangerous nets had also appeared, posing a major threat. But at that moment, our hero wasn't thinking about that. He understood that until they eliminated the main threat, the shaman, there was no point in fighting. Although the other members of the squad were fighting because if they stopped, they would fall prey to these monsters. Ponter, fighting desperately, realized herself that this battle had to end since they couldn't hold out forever. And at that moment, Richard Orlando managed to make his way into the leader's hideout and shouted joyfully that he had finally reached the main villains. The kobold leader turned to flee but realized with horror that it was already too late because his opponent was right on top of him. Realizing that these villains were about to flee, our hero asks slyly, "Do they really think they can just walk away from here so easily without even answering for what they've done?" Throwing something at his opponents, the young man watched as the shaman's hat not only flew off his head but also flew off somewhere. Lying on the ground, the sorceress complained that anyone would dare to offend her at all, and that it was completely unfair. Standing nearby, the young man triumphantly declared that he had, after all, managed to catch the one who could have caused far more trouble. After a brief pause, he added that she had nowhere left to run, so she'd better do as she was told if she didn't want even more trouble. Just a few minutes later, when Richard Orlando approached the porter, he quickly asked what had happened to Nate, seeing that he was lying on the ground. In a frightened voice, the girl explained that this man had a very serious wound and urgently needed a doctor's help. Otherwise, things would turn out badly. The young man didn't answer. Instead, he forcefully threw the shaman's nose, which he'd been holding in one hand the whole time, at her. Addressing the stranger menacingly, the young man declared that she had killed a great many people and therefore must now make amends and save everyone, if possible. The stranger first said she'd been forced to do it, then pointed out that he shouldn't treat her so rudely, especially since her name was Modil. The young man didn't like being argued with. He declared once again that he would make the shaman suffer in every possible way if she didn't do everything in her power. Realizing it was best not to contradict a man who was not in the best of moods, the healer immediately sat down next to the wounded man and began casting some sort of spells. Suddenly, the wounded man's eyes flew open, and he began muttering something under his breath. His astonished companions couldn't believe such a thing was even possible, so for a while they simply stood there staring at their friend. Looking at the barbarian's body, they noticed that his wound had completely healed, not even a scar remained. This was true magic, the likes of which they had never seen before. Modil immediately shouted that she couldn't do anything else. In fact, she was exhausted and needed to rest. As he got up from the ground, the poor fellow himself remarked that the wound was as if it had never been there. It had somehow healed in literally a matter of seconds. Meanwhile, our hero was thinking that this girl, whom he barely knew, was not only skilled at destruction but could also heal people and would therefore be useful to them. At that very moment, Ponter asked what they would do about the jackals and goblins, and the young man replied that they needed to call in reinforcements to quickly clear the battlefield. As for the survivors, it would be best to turn them into slaves who could be used for various tasks, since the land was quite large. But at that moment, Richard Orlando wasn't interested in that. Instead, his attention was drawn to what was displayed on the system panel. The young man was delighted because the notifications were coming in one after another. This could only mean that he had earned a great many points and other pleasant bonuses. Remembering the shaman, the Lord's comrade immediately asked what to do with this girl, who had nearly burned absolutely everything in this place to the ground. Holding the kobold by the legs, the young man ordered them to be taken inside to find out where their base was located. By evening, our hero was telling himself that he had divided Veriz's leveling points between strength and speed. The young man understood that he had to do everything as competently as possible so that it wouldn't raise any additional questions later on. However, he was unable to complete all the necessary steps. Just then, the centaur walked in and reported that they hadn't been able to pry anything out of the mage. Richard Orlando suggested torturing the girl, but it turned out that these methods didn't work on her. She remained silent nonetheless. Smiling, the young man proudly declared that catching a phoenix was actually not as easy as catching a chicken, and that he would personally demonstrate what needed to be done. Meanwhile, in the barn, Modil warned menacingly that if anyone dared to so much as lay a finger on her, she would instantly turn the men into insects, and they would be crushed immediately. Seeing the young man enter, the shamaness yelled at him to keep a closer eye on his subordinates, since they showed her absolutely no respect. Smiling, the young man asked the girl, whom he barely knew, once again where her base was located. Raising her voice again, the witch screamed that she had already repeated many times that she wasn't going to say anything on the matter. The young man listened silently to something about dragon's blood, but it seemed that it meant absolutely nothing to him. Suddenly, the young man swung his arm and struck the captive with such force that she was sent flying across the room. After that, the Lord grabbed the girl by the scruff of her neck, even though he wasn't even looking in her direction. A moment later, the question that had been asked many times before was posed again, and this time Modal replied that the base was located in the mountains 200 miles from this place. The young man wanted to know how many warriors were left, but the girl replied that everyone had come on the mission, and therefore it could be assumed that not a single one remained. For the first time ever, a completely different smile appeared on our hero's face. It was cold, and his words were cruel. With tears in her eyes, the captive declared that she was telling the truth. Only the elderly remained in their tribe, along with some children. Richard Orlando had no intention of giving up. Now he wanted to know how many spells the shamaness knew. The beautiful woman continued to explain that there were many different shamans in the wild. She had the blood of a red dragon, which was why she had mastered fire magic to perfection. Just like a minotaur shaman, she could control the element of earth, creating avalanches and destroying the ground. And then she fell silent. After a brief pause, the girl continued, saying that she could control fire just as well as the troll shamans, who control trees and plants that kill all living things. Lost in thought, the aristocrat replied that it seemed the wilderness was much more dangerous than he had initially thought. That is precisely why the young man turned to the centaur, saying that they needed to go to Porter immediately to devise a plan together to attack the enemy base. The barbarians, overhearing this conversation, asked what they should do with the prisoners now that the location of the base was known. In a cold tone, our hero declared that he no longer needed these creatures. They could be buried behind the high mountain. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately declared that she was a very valuable person who could be useful, and not just once. Richard Orlando frowned and immediately asked what the shaman could do that they were unable to do. Model immediately explained that when she arrived at the high mountain fortress, she saw two enormous monsters. These terrifying desert beasts can also train mages. Don't assume they're as stupid as they might seem at first glance. Just by looking at them, the beauty immediately realized that they were special mages. Since Modal is a shaman, she can teach them, and then they'll become azure shamans with an endless supply of mana. 2 days later, our hero's estate was a hive of activity, and of course the prisoners were put to work. Of course the prisoners didn't really want to work, but they were constantly urged on, told that they had no other choice anyway. Watching everything unfold, the young man asked Veresk how things were going for them. The girl said they were putting the plan into action. First they would destroy the fortress by noon, and then they would rebuild it. To defeat the enemy, they must first upgrade the fortress. Richard Orlando immediately added that the slaves needed to bring as much granite as possible for the foundation and to reinforce the city walls, while thinking to himself that he wanted to change the appearance of the mountain castle and make it the strongest structure in the wasteland. A moment later, the young man announced that he wanted to discuss something with Veresk, explaining that the shaman had said their headquarters was in the mountains, 200 miles from here, and he wanted her to check it out. In a sad voice, his comrade asked if it was true that the young man wanted to destroy the remaining enemies. Smiling slyly, our hero replied that it wouldn't be him, but the centaur who would do it. He immediately added that the people there were weak and old, but they still needed to be careful. Then Richard Orlando went on to say that now Veresk and the others would be faster than ever before. The beauty herself explained that for some reason, she felt the wind beneath her feet, as if she were flying, and so they were setting off on their mission right away. The young man simply added that if the boys sensed anything was wrong, they must return here immediately, but under no circumstances should they take any risks. Watching his new acquaintances walk away, our hero thought to himself that the time had come to see the results of the shaman's training. At that very moment, interesting things were happening in the forest, which was quite far from the castle. The trolls that lived in this area wandered from tree to tree, breaking any branches that crossed their path. Modal, who had come here to complete a quest, now muttered to herself that these creatures were incredibly stupid. Suddenly, our hero appeared behind the girl and turned to his acquaintance, saying that she had been training these monsters for 2 days already. He immediately added sharply that he saw absolutely no progress. These goblins were just as lazy and stupid as they had always been. Hearing such a disrespectful way of addressing her, the healer reminded him once again that she had a name, which meant he had to address her exactly as she had instructed. After that, she thought to herself that this man was simply repulsive, so she wanted to show him something very interesting. At that very moment, the trolls, who just a few seconds ago had been lying on the ground, jumped to their feet and stared intently in a certain direction, assuming a combat stance. The girl explained that to avoid the wind, one of the monsters had activated the star skin skill. Realizing that the young man wasn't aware of this, the shamaness shouted that in that case, she would demonstrate it clearly. It turned out that to evade the wind, this monster had simply become invisible. And that was truly the most unique thing imaginable. Modal reiterated that awakening magic requires time and space, and since the others hadn't yet developed their skills, they couldn't perform anything brilliant just yet. As for the Lord, he noted that the invisibility technique wasn't very powerful, but it still increased their magical power, and that would certainly never be a bad thing. The young man wanted to say something else, but just then he spotted Annie, who immediately began calling out to her acquaintance. The young man had nothing to hide. He honestly admitted that they were training trolls, though it was unclear why she had returned so early. Pointing to the cart, the girl said she had intended to take these items to the dwarf tribes, but as it turned out, her path had led her right here. Lifting the tarp, our hero noticed the coal these guys were transporting, realizing that the same thing had happened last time. Embarrassed by his own question, the young man nevertheless dared to ask why they needed so much coal. He hadn't seen them transporting anything else. Upon hearing that the gnomes were trading coal for gold coins and peat, Richard Orlando asked again what the gnomes were doing with such an incredible amount of coal. It seemed obvious to the blonde, but she replied anyway that these tribes smelted iron in very large quantities. It seemed that all his questions had been answered, but the guy just couldn't calm down. Now he wanted to know how much iron could be produced from that amount of coal. Annie calmly explained once again that 150 miles to the west lived the gnomes. Last year, a member of their tribe had discovered mineral veins in the sacred lake bayous. The gnomes had contacted them and asked them to deliver coal, and the more the better. Just then, the bird that had been delivering the letters landed on our hero's arm. Richard Orlando immediately said that this was a warning from Lord Corona. He had asked the nobles to return to the city, saying that a very large wave was approaching. The girl wanted to ask for further clarification, but just then the young man was called out to by the minotaurs, who were rapidly approaching him. The young man hadn't expected his companions to return so quickly, so he immediately mentioned it. Seeing that Vareska was bleeding, the young man asked why she was injured. Had they really encountered any enemies along the way? The beauty didn't say anything at first, but then, in a somewhat frightened voice, she explained that there was actually no danger from the tribes of jackals and shamans. But something terrible awaited them ahead. As the group of minotaurs returned, they noticed mountains of gnome corpses, which was already very strange. The entire field was littered with the dead, but the most upsetting thing was that they didn't even know who these kind creatures had been fighting or who they might have lost to. And then Verisk explained that she had seen someone very terrifying, so much so that she had no idea what to do. Richard Orlando didn't ask any further questions. He simply stated that it was a bearman. His surprised companion hadn't thought the young man would know about such things, so she immediately asked if the aristocrat had actually fought monsters like that. However, the young man explained that what the girl was referring to was written in a warning he had just received. A massive wave of the Bear clan was heading this way, and the lords and other people could suffer greatly. The young man heard Annie's question. He also heard her suggest that he return to the city for a while, but the nobleman replied in an icy tone that he never runs away from responsibility or danger. Varys was also ready to fight, but this time she needed to rest. In fact, our hero shared her opinion, although the blonde still couldn't figure out what the Lord was planning to do. Richard Orlando stated that he didn't think Annie's deal would go through, and as for the coal, it would be best to leave it in the high mountain castle. Upon hearing this, the girl froze in her tracks. She knew this guy was a bit odd, but she hadn't realized he was that strange. Upon reaching the tents, the young man heard a centaur greet him, saying he was very glad to see Sir Richard. After that, the man resumed working on the weapon his master needed. The beauty asked if the young man would indeed have his own weapon, and he replied that the mountain castle must have enough weapons to fight the enemies that were everywhere. A moment later, the young man turned to Porter. He wanted to know if what he needed was ready. Pointing to the red cloth, or rather to what lay beneath it, his comrade happily announced that the weapon had turned out exactly as the boss had wanted. Glancing at Annie, our hero remarked that she was about to see something truly amazing. The surprised girl's eyes widened in astonishment because it seemed they had never seen anything like it before. The young man said that such a cannon existed only in his homeland. Upon arriving at that dreadful place where it all happened, Richard Orlando asked his companion if it was true that this was exactly where the girl had encountered the bear men. The beautiful girl explained that it had happened right here, although one could already tell that much just from what they had seen. Annie, who had also followed the others, said that there were huge tracks visible on the ground. It was hard to imagine just how big these terrifying monsters were. Lost in thought, Varesk admitted that there were actually a great many of those monsters. She had been so terrified that she had completely lost her ability to think clearly. The centaurs said that many of them had fled, realizing that they certainly couldn't help the others because there were too many enemies, and they themselves would be killed, just like everyone else. Looking at the guys, the young man thought to himself that he had leveled them up just in time, boosting their speed and agility. Otherwise, even their desire to escape wouldn't have helped them anyway. Realizing they needed to move on, our hero looked at Russell and noted that it was very important to check all the tents and make sure there was nothing of interest inside them. After a while, the man reported that the monsters weren't stupid either. They'd taken everything they could, including even the food. Annie immediately added that these creatures, the most cruel and greedy of all, wouldn't even think to leave a crumb behind. They'd take absolutely everything. But the young man stated that in reality, that wasn't quite true since everyone has their own concept of value. At that very moment, inside one of the tents, the young man's gaze fell on some kind of container standing in the corner. Glancing inside, the Lord asked his companions to help him determine what was in the pot. Dipping his finger into the liquid, one of the guys immediately said that this strange mixture smelled exactly like soy sauce. The young man immediately declared that bears really don't appreciate the value of this sauce, although the young woman quickly pointed out that gnomes are good at marinating vegetables and making high-quality soy sauce. She just didn't understand what had made Richard Orlando so happy. The aristocrat explained that this was the first time he'd seen soy sauce in this region, and that such a delicacy would be an excellent addition to a meal. The young man decided that he would open a restaurant in the city of Corin, serve it to people, and in this way, his family would earn even more money. Annie was embarrassed and remained silent, but she wondered to herself whether someone like him could really run a business, especially a restaurant. Realizing that it would soon be completely dark, the young man said that it would be best for them to spend the night there, especially since they wouldn't make it back to the castle in time anyway. At that very moment, the blonde woman's assistant approached the young man and asked if they hadn't come here simply to scout out the situation. Richard Orlando said that, of course, that was why they had come, but they couldn't return home until they had seen the enemy with their own eyes. Staring into the flames, the girl now asked what the aristocrat had in mind, because they had to act in unison. Now the army of bear people was heading south toward the gnomes, therefore they needed to stay out of the way and take a different route. The young man could tell that the girl didn't like his plan, so he decided to be honest and say that in order to do anything, they first needed to understand why the bears were starting wars. The beauty immediately suggested that the reason must surely lie in iron ore, since there's nothing else of particular value in these parts. And the young man confirmed her suspicions, saying that iron ore was indispensable. In an age of war and bloodshed, the initiative lies with whoever has more resources, though that has been the case for many centuries. After all, this ore doesn't belong to the gnomes or the bears, so why shouldn't he borrow it? Upon hearing this, Annie declared that the young man had most likely simply gone mad. Hundreds of people from the nearby forts had dug deep and hadn't even seen a glimmer of iron. But the Lord merely invited the young lady to join him, adding that his castle was now much stronger than it had been before. Suddenly, Porter approached the young man from behind. With excitement in her voice, she said they were already ready. At that very moment, several slaves had already climbed onto the cannon and were waiting for some kind of order. Meanwhile, Modil had already turned one goblin invisible, while another stood next to her, though he took no action. The young man said that even he had a squad of mages, and so he asked the girl if she didn't think that as of today, his army was stronger than 1,000 warriors. It seemed that all of this seemed highly dubious to Annie, although our hero confidently repeated that he was completely certain of his words. He thought to himself that if he could convince these people, he would be able to get closer to the gnomes, and said aloud that when it was all over, he would share the ore with his new business partner. After a moment's thought, the girl shook the young man's hand as a sign of her agreement. A short time later, Richard Orlando told his men that they needed to form ranks. Standing on the wall, the young man said that this time they were fighting for the high mountain fortress and its inhabitants. In this war, they must be the sword that cuts down the enemy and leaves them not the slightest chance. The barbarians, who now respected the Lord, chanted that they would destroy the enemy who was committing unthinkable crimes. Raising his sword high, the young man noted that everyone must be ready for battle. When he gave the signal, they would begin their advance. After a while, the group could already see the dwarves' castle ahead of them, which looked quite ordinary. Despite this, the young man ordered his comrades not to rush forward, because he felt certain that someone was ahead of them. The water aroused great suspicion, as strange circles had appeared on its surface. Such circles usually occur when someone is hiding in the water. The young man's fears were confirmed. In the next instant, some figures emerged from the water holding knives in their hands. Richard Orlando didn't know who they were, so he ordered everyone to be as cautious as possible. The warriors not only fell silent but also held their breath, realizing they had to obey their leader completely. And he was already saying that it seemed the rabbits were preparing some kind of secret attack on the dwarves' fortress. The boy didn't understand why the rabbits had come here, since the bears were supposed to be fighting the dwarves. After all, it was the bears who were interested in the ore. Annie didn't understand what was troubling our hero so much, and assumed that the rabbits had simply formed an alliance with the bears. After hearing this, Richard Orlando became even more pensive, trying to decide what they should do next. At that very moment, Verisk explained that powerful races like the bears rarely use their full strength in an attack, so the rabbits would be the perfect allies for them. The irritated lord declared that everyone knew this but had failed to tell him, but the shaman replied, "Who would have thought that a distinguished aristocrat wouldn't even know such simple things?" The young man didn't like it when people acted smart, so he decided to give the girl a light tap on the head. He then added that the healer shouldn't think her enemies wouldn't notice her just because she was short. That meant she had to hide as well as possible. Meanwhile, the hares were carefully climbing the stairs, knowing exactly what they had to do. As for the dwarves, even though they were on duty, they didn't even think to keep watch over the surroundings and were therefore dozing off. Opening his eyes, one of the men looked intently in the direction where the enemies were already located, but, still half asleep, didn't immediately realize what was happening. Meanwhile, the rabbit had already begun taunting the gnomes, saying that this time they would be the ones to attack. Realizing what had happened, the guards finally shouted that villains were advancing on them from the direction of the Bayeux River. The rest of the townspeople didn't believe that anyone would dare to attack them, so they didn't immediately figure out what to do. But at that very moment, they shouted that this was no joke. They were actually under attack, and that everyone needed to prepare for battle. Holding their axes, the guards shouted that they weren't afraid of a few rabbits and would be able to deal with them very easily. Deciding to use their crossbows, the men noted that they would do everything possible to end this battle very quickly. At that very moment, arrows began raining down on the group of hares, even though the clan still had no intention of attacking. However, at some point, one of the rabbits shouted that now was the perfect time to launch an attack. There was absolutely no time to waste. The enemies were well prepared. They had brought several ladders with them to cross the river very quickly. The gnomes, knowing that the element of surprise was gone, rushed out into the street to start the battle as soon as possible. The rabbits' leader, upon seeing their opponents, explained in an icy tone that they had come out just in time because they were about to be separated from them very quickly. Suddenly, something happened that the villains hadn't anticipated. A massive explosion rang out behind them, and the shockwave sent many of them flying. Turning around, the leader tried to figure out what it could have been, realizing it certainly wasn't the work of the gnomes who only had primitive weapons. Richard Orlando, standing next to a cannon, complained that the rabbits were getting in his way since they had come here with a purpose of their own. Pointing at the people, the gang leader shouted that reinforcements had arrived for these dwarves out of nowhere. Reinforcements no one had even anticipated. But that no longer mattered, because one of the barbarians shouted that now was the perfect time to launch the attack. For the guys, battle was a routine affair, so they were already doing it on autopilot. Despite the fact that Porter was a girl, she also took such things in stride because she'd been involved in this sort of thing since childhood. Russell had said from the start that all battles should be ended quickly, so he picked up speed and eliminated the enemies one by one. After a while, our hero noted that these rabbits were actually quite strong, and besides, there were far too many of them. He then added that their plan was incredibly risky, but since they'd already started, there was no point in backing down. But all their plans were disrupted a few seconds later when the group heard some inexplicable noise. Turning around, Richard Orlando asked the others if earthquakes ever happened in this area, since he could hear something like that and the ground was even shaking. There was no answer, but instead the young man saw something that literally made his face contort. The young man was so utterly shocked that he couldn't even move from where he was standing. At that very moment, a huge bear roared so loudly that it could be heard clearly throughout the entire area. Compared to this bear man, the young man was just an insignificant little person who still had to prove his own strength. The beast growled, its very presence demonstrating a clear advantage over everyone gathered there. Richard Orlando, who had been prepared for anything, now watched this opponent with surprise and even horror, wondering what would happen next. Suddenly, the opponent struck so quickly, in fact, that the young man barely had time to block the blow to avoid being injured. This allowed him not only to defend himself, but also to gain a few precious seconds to draw his sword and prepare for the next attack. The young man honestly admitted that this bear possessed immense strength. He had never before encountered such powerful opponents. But the worst was yet to come, because just a moment later, two more adversaries appeared before him, shouting that they would now attack together. Moreover, the bears ordered the rabbits to immediately beat the people who were preventing them from capturing the dwarves' castle to death. Realizing they needed to act together, the companions immediately began firing arrows to slow down the enemy's advance. The centaurs did this so skillfully that the first group of rabbits, which was about to attack our heroes, was almost completely defeated. But then something happened that no one expected, because another group of the same creatures emerged from the river and was already ready to attack. This time there were far more rabbits than the first time. As they headed toward the castle gates, the enemies shouted that they had come to exterminate absolutely everyone. Modal, focusing on her magic, noted to herself that the group definitely needed her help. Lifting a fireball into the sky, the girl knew how to handle it, and was therefore ready to launch it at the enemies. Seeing what was happening, the bears and hares didn't know where to run from the fire, which could burn everything and everyone around them. Suddenly, one of the adversaries declared that the opponents were not fighting fairly because they were using fire magic, which was forbidden. One of the goblins, who was also no ordinary goblin, thanks to that very same magic, realized that someone had dared to threaten his life and immediately became alert. After that, he screamed as loud as he could, showing the villains his true strength and power. At that moment, watching everything from the castle roof, a dwarf asked the patriarch who these people were and where they had come from, all the while being stunned by their incredible strength and power. Laobi admitted that he didn't know himself, hoping that perhaps the smith god had sent these strangers to help. Grabbing a trendy axe, the male gnome said he wanted to go to these people's aid and therefore requested permission to command their squad. But approval did not follow. Instead, the patriarch declared that since these strangers had volunteered, they understood what they were doing and the risks involved. And a moment later, pointing to the guards who had nearly been killed that night, he added that the main task now was to rescue the people inside the castle, not to fight anyone outside. It was strange, but Laobi, looking at all the horror unfolding below, reiterated that others should be the ones to fight. Meanwhile, the bears, having assembled another team of rabbits, ordered them to get ready because they had to launch a new attack. However, Richard Orlando had no intention of standing idly by, thinking that these beasts needed to understand just how powerful the Lord was. Suddenly, something inexplicable began to happen, because right next to where the young man was standing, an inexplicable vortex appeared out of nowhere. The bear watched the events unfold in horror, wondering what on earth it could be. And at that very moment, the rabbits were being sucked in with ever-increasing force. Realizing that this was precisely the moment to act, Richard Orlando ordered his men to attack, because the whirlwind wouldn't last forever. The bear saw that he was being attacked, but immediately thrust his chain forward, striking the young man's sword. The young man immediately jumped back, realizing that his first attempt had failed, though of course he couldn't give up. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before our hero, offering to activate a superpower as additional support for the young man. The Lord had no intention of refusing, seeing that their situation was quite precarious, and so he immediately shouted that he wanted to activate the power of the heavens. At that very moment, something changed in our hero's demeanor. He became more self-assured, and a certain grace appeared. The bear, who just moments ago had seen an ordinary boy standing before him, was now surprised, for he now saw a very strong and resilient warrior. But for Richard Orlando, that didn't matter. There were many enemies and very little time, so he had to hurry. At that very moment, the system notified the young man that he had earned additional points as well as money. It was a welcome bonus, though not the only one, but this time it wasn't thanks to the system, but rather to Modil, who had trained the goblin so that he could perform incredible feats with fire. Porter wasn't about to rest either. She ran up to the bear, shouting that it hadn't yet met her blade, and if it knew what that was, it would never have even thought of attacking. However, her overconfidence nearly played a cruel trick on her. The beauty never even imagined that her opponent would not only knock her sword out of her hand with such ease, but also harm our hero's friend. The bear behaved on the battlefield as if he were the master of the place and could do whatever he pleased. At the same time, Porter closed her eyes, realizing that she was defenseless against this opponent and would hardly be able to inflict even the slightest damage on him. Suddenly, the girl was struck with a blow of incredible force, sending the barbarian flying far away in the opposite direction. Russell kept his comrade in his line of sight. He could see perfectly well what was happening, but he couldn't be in two places at once, and so there was no way he could help her. The man was furious. He hurled his sword with all his might toward where the villain stood, hoping he could at least wound him. But the weapon flew off to the side just as easily as the girl had moments before, and the villain asked the man sarcastically if that was really all he was capable of. At that very moment, our hero dealt a crushing blow to the enemy in a way no one had expected. Standing atop the invisible goblin, the young man declared triumphantly that he hadn't expected invisibility to prove so useful and effective. But Porter's comrades had other things on their minds. Approaching her, Russell shouted that the girl had been seriously wounded, making it difficult for them to assess her condition. As she got up from the ground, the beauty smiled and explained that the stone skin technique had saved her. Folding his hands, the aristocrat declared that it seemed this goblin's stone skin and invisibility could be temporarily transferred to others, which immediately became a wonderful trump card. Clenching her fist as tightly as possible, the girl shouted that they had scored yet another splendid victory. Of course, one couldn't help but be delighted by this. But Richard Orlando didn't reply. Instead, he glanced quickly to the side with a hint of apprehension. Rabbits lay on the clearing, but it was as if some kind of magical force or something similar surrounded them. The bears, which had been wounded just a moment ago, were now beginning to get up from where they lay, but they looked extremely strange. Modal noticed this immediately since she was constantly interacting with magic, but even she couldn't figure out what was happening to these animals. At that very moment, someone replied that they were witnessing the berserker spell, which few things could compare to. It seemed that the half-moon tribe had come to the aid of the bears and rabbits, and they had brought minotaurs with them as well, creatures that, like their kinsmen, the centaurs, were distinguished by their strength and endurance. The young man had read about this before, so he understood perfectly well what was happening in the southwestern part of the Pompeian Empire. To give the others an idea of what they were up against, he decided to tell them a little about the Minotaur tribe. This people relies entirely on the sorcerous power of their mighty shaman, Minotaur, whom everyone knows, or if not, has at least heard of. The danger of this magic lies in the fact that it literally drives anyone who falls under its influence into madness. Thanks to this power, on the battlefield, beasts are transformed into ferocious and invincible warriors. Because of their brutality in the heat of battle, the Minotaurs have even been nicknamed the Tribe of the Bloody Hoof. Now our heroes could see with their own eyes what kind of magic this was, as well as the consequences it would bring. The enemy, whom they thought they had defeated, had now risen from the floor once more and was now looking at everyone who crossed their path with a completely new gaze. In a frightened voice, the young man asked the healer if she had seen how the Minotaur had cast his spell. The girl explained that these animals hadn't completely gone mad yet. Apparently, the spell had been cast from a distance. The young man smiled and declared that in that case, they had absolutely nothing to worry about, and they were quite capable of dealing with these creatures. And watching Porter fight, he added that none of these beasts were a match for the beauty. She would defeat them all very quickly. The other barbarians weren't about to lag behind their comrade. They too were doing everything in their power. Realizing they needed to act as quickly as possible, Our hero shouted at the guys not to finish off those who were already down. And a moment later, he added that there was no point in chasing after the deserters either. All that was required of them at that moment was to help the gnome defend the fortress from the bear men's raid, for which they would be rewarded with gold ore. And once the main task was completed, the young man suggested to his closest companions that they go and get to know their new companions. Before they even reached the gates, Richard Orlando and his team heard the patriarch's angry voice, demanding to know why these people had come onto his territory. The young man gave his name and explained who he was, then introduced Annie, who was affiliated with the Voya Trading Company and was representing it, adding that they had come to help Lauby fight off the raiders. The man Annie was waving to immediately changed the tone of his voice, shouting joyfully that he could actually see the blonde who had come to save him. A few minutes later, the girl's acquaintance apologized for being overly suspicious, saying that all the guys were welcome to come into the castle. And while the beauty was explaining once again who the guy was, he was annoyed that they'd called him a follower, realizing that it sounded rather rude. As he walked away, the man declared that thanks to their great god of blacksmithing, they had survived this battle, but he still wanted to talk to the girl. Folding his arms across his chest, our hero muttered under his breath that Lauby should be grateful not to some phantom craft, but to them, since it was his team that had spent so much time and effort on the battle. The patriarch noted that he hadn't expected Annie to return at a time like this, but the representative from the Voya company explained that as soon as she found out what the bear people were up to, she immediately came here to help, because she knew for certain that the gnomes couldn't hold out on their own. The old man admitted that the girl was absolutely right. Their group was too small to fight such a horde. The young man smiled. He was already enjoying this turn of events, realizing that they hadn't actually come here for no reason. Suddenly, Lauby asked if it was true that the boy was mocking his words. Lowering his gaze, the boy replied that he hadn't even thought of doing that. Most likely, the man had simply imagined it. The blonde woman didn't want any conflict. She said that Lord Richard was a renowned warrior of the Pompeian Empire and had come to their aid with good intentions. The old man immediately replied that, if that were the case, the young man's spiritual power must be at a very high level, since he had dared to do such a thing without a large army. Sitting down in a chair, Richard Orlando wearily noted that, in fact, he didn't cultivate any spiritual power at all. Upon hearing this, the patriarch was indignant, asking how, if that were truly the case, the young man could even call himself a knight. Pointing to Annie, the young man corrected the man, noting that it was this lady who had called him a knight, and he hadn't even thought of such a thing himself. A few minutes later, the negotiator pointed out that the danger had not yet been eliminated, and therefore she wanted to know what Lauby planned to do next. Clutching his head, the leader replied that the bear people would certainly attack again, but for now it was best to rest and worry about things later. Rising from his chair, the aristocrat asked that they too be provided with a place to rest. The patriarch had no objection, explaining that there were many empty houses in the city, and the young people could use any of them. As they left the office, Annie remarked that Mr. Lauby had been a bit rude, but there was no need to worry about it too much. However, the young man declared that he wasn't as petty as the man they had just left. A friend tried to defend the man, explaining that he was usually completely different. Most likely, the battle had simply changed him. But the young man had a different opinion. He was certain that this old man was completely unsuitable for the role of patriarch. The blonde didn't like that statement. She honestly said that the young man was very cruel, since they were talking about war, and not everyone is as brave as he is. The guy wasn't offended, quite the opposite, in fact. And so he declared that all people fear war and death, and only by making the enemy fear them even more will they be able to win. And as he entered one of the houses, he said that Annie needed to get some proper rest. Some of the warriors settled on the roof, but not everyone was comfortable because one of the men was wounded. Another was annoyed that his colleagues were talking so loudly and said it would be better to be quiet so as not to disturb the orcs and monsters unnecessarily. Sitting up slightly, Richard Orlando asked Verisk if she had managed to fall asleep. Leaning forward, the girl admitted that the ceilings in this room were very low, so she planned to go outside to sleep there. However, before the beauty could get up, she heard a loud rumbling that sounded more like the ground shaking. Jumping up in bed, the guy also said he didn't understand why the house was shaking. Could it really have been built out of trash and sticks? Glancing at the wall, the young man thought it definitely wasn't an earthquake, but if that were the case, where was such a powerful vibration coming from? The Lord was afraid to even say aloud what it might be. realizing that if that were the case, he certainly wouldn't be able to sleep. At that very moment, the guards stationed on the city wall immediately sounded the alarm. People were shouting that not only bear men, but also minotaurs had arrived at the castle. Stepping out onto the street, the patriarch couldn't believe that even the young men who had been fighting the day before hadn't slept. They had arrived faster than everyone else. Richard Orlando, who saw Loudy standing before him, jokingly asked if he too had decided to come. The old man didn't catch the sarcasm, saying that since the minotaurs and other creatures had shown up here in full force, they would fight because this was their rightful territory. But the young man asked in return what the leader of the dwarves planned to do, given that the minotaur himself had arrived this time. The patriarch's assistant explained that the bull-headed tribe is very impulsive. They'll lure them into a trap and then pounce on them en masse. Victory will surely be theirs. Loudy added that their opponents are too tall, so in order to attack the dwarves, they'll have to bend down, which is extremely awkward. A moment later, the leader declared that the Pompeians would serve as their reserve force, while the dwarves would attempt to hold back the onslaught. Ponter, turning to Verisk, remarked that she was very tall and that fighting would therefore be dangerous for her, especially since her comrade wasn't short either. No sooner had the group finished speaking than they saw a veritable rain of arrows flying toward them. One of the dwarves told another that if the minotaurs managed to destroy the city wall, there would be no point in continuing to fight, since it was their only barrier. The patriarch's assistant, hearing what his subordinates were saying, rebuked them, stating that they shouldn't talk nonsense and should instead focus on doing their jobs well. At the same time, our hero noted that there were indeed many enemies, and what's more, they were incredibly strong. He added that if the weather cooperated, they might be able to capture a few and sell them to the arena, which could be a great way to make some money. On the other hand, the young man understood that subduing such races was no easy task. The gnomes standing nearby listened intently to the young men's conversation, but had no idea what they were thinking. One of the men thought that these people must be completely insane if they were planning to enslave anyone else. The patriarch, realizing that they needed help, asked our hero if he could attack the enemy with fire artillery and was told that the fire attack had worked last time because the opponents had fled. Sendak, answering the elder's question, explained that they had only 6 arrows for their crossbows. With horror in his voice, the leader declared that this wasn't just too few, it was nothing, and asked how, in that case, they were going to shoot the minotaurs. Realizing that the situation had taken a different turn, the gnomes decided they needed to grab their axes and fight the villains hand-to-hand. And so, just a few minutes later, a real bloodbath began. At the same time, the patriarch, who remained standing above, was giving orders to his man on how and when to shoot to ensure maximum effectiveness. But at that moment, it seemed pointless anyway, because there were simply too many enemies. Still, the leader tried to seize every opportunity to buy time and come up with another plan. At that very moment, arrows flew toward the minotaurs, who certainly weren't expecting such a response. But it seemed the arrows didn't inflict any damage on them. On the contrary, the villains had now become even more ferocious. The gnomes below realized they wouldn't be able to hold out against these attackers for very long. Not only were the enemies very strong, but there were so many of them that they could prevail simply by sheer numbers. Standing above, Lauby spoke in horror, saying that this was the end for them. They wouldn't be able to hold off the onslaught. The forces were unequal. A frightened Ponter asked the Lord what they were going to do, since the gnomes couldn't hold their ground and the wall was about to collapse, but the young man merely confirmed that the mad minotaurs were formidable opponents. Turning his attention to his own people, the young man wanted to know where Modil was and learned that the shaman had tried to escape, but they had managed to catch her. The girl, who was being held tightly by the hand, struggled and screamed, demanding to be released immediately. Grabbing his acquaintance, the young man declared that they were facing an enemy far too powerful. Yet despite this, his assistant had decided to simply run away. With tears in her eyes, the girl explained that the gnomes wouldn't be able to defeat such powerful opponents, and she had simply become very frightened. In an icy tone, Richard Orlando said that the Minotaur possessed the magic of madness, while the girl was gifted with the magic of bloodlust. So what was there to fear since they were on equal footing? Upon hearing this, the leader of the dwarves perked up, saying that the beauties simply had to use this spell, then they would all be saved. While continuing to hold the shaman, the young man said that she had tried to escape before the battle began, and therefore must consider herself in debt to him. He then added that he was ordering Modil to cast the bloodlust spell on the Minotaurs as quickly as possible. Upon hearing about the spell on the Minotaurs, the old man said that the young man had gotten something mixed up and given the wrong order. The girl shouted the same thing, but this time she called the Lord a man who wasn't quite right in the head and who talked all kinds of nonsense. Smiling, the young man replied that he had no intention of consulting anyone and that the girl should do as she was told. The beauty grew tired of arguing, especially since it was all in vain anyway, so she picked up her magic staff. However, the question was, what would happen to the Minotaurs if, in addition to the madness spell, a bloodlust spell were added, one that would increase their combat power several times over? In theory, this should reduce the intensity of the madness spell, though the effect could be completely unpredictable. Modil went about her work. Despite this, she called the guy a real fool. Seeing what was happening, Richard Orlando began urging the girl on, telling her not to slack off or stop, but to recite her spell. The beauty didn't want to do it. She was very afraid of the consequences, but she feared the man standing next to her, who was controlling her every move just as much. As for the Minotaurs, they paused for a moment and simply watched. A moment later, the magic took effect, affecting the enemies, whose eyes now began to gleam. Modil was certain this was a huge mistake, because with every passing second, these monsters were growing stronger and more powerful. The gnomes still on the battlefield now began to say among themselves that they hadn't been this scared in a long time. Suddenly, one of the Minotaurs grew even larger and more powerful. Realizing his invincibility, he roared with such force that the ground began to tremble. Intuitively, one gnome even jumped into another's arms. Believing that this was definitely the end for them, there was no help to be expected now. Weeping, the shaman called the Lord insane, saying that they would all perish, that these Minotaurs would tear them to pieces. Grabbing the girl, the young man said he didn't understand why she was making such a fuss. Instead, she should just open her eyes wide and watch what would happen next. The healer herself knew what was coming, and so she couldn't bring herself to look at the frenzied beasts, which had now become even more powerful. And the young man was already saying that the more strength you have, the greater the strain on your heart. Everyone should know that. The power of madness and bloodlust had strengthened the Minotaur's physical strength. However, this increased the strain on the cardiovascular system several times over. And when that strain exceeds the permissible limit, he fell silent right then, leaving the others to imagine what would happen next. Upon hearing this phrase, the beauty, like the others, watched intently as the monsters, for some reason, were no longer as eager to fight as they had been before. Moreover, literally within a few seconds, the Minotaurs began crashing to the ground, one after another. Porter couldn't believe her eyes. She wanted to say something about it, but she couldn't even find the right words. But the guy didn't need her to say anything. He was intently studying the system table, realizing that not only points but also cash prizes were once again pouring into his wallet. The patriarch was stunned. He said it was the most incredible thing he had ever witnessed. The man was stunned, so he automatically raised his voice, wanting to ask the young man how he had managed to do something like that. Richard Orlando explained that everything in this world follows certain rules. Although Minotaurs are good in battle, they also have their limits. Thanks to magic, the Minotaurs had become so strong that their hearts couldn't withstand the pressure and the colossal strain. So you could say that the bloodlust spell simply finished off these brutes. Clasping his hands together, Laobi joyfully exclaimed that magical power had overwhelmed these beasts' bodies to such an extent that it simply tore their internal organs apart. In a calm tone, the young man added that they had defeated the Minotaurs, using the very power of which the Minotaurs were so proud. He immediately declared that he had come up with this method when he saw these opponents fall to their knees, unable to withstand the power of madness. The patriarch immediately began praising Richard, saying that he had never before met such clever young men. The young man reiterated that great power often becomes one's greatest weakness. Raising her hand, Modil declared that it was actually her doing, since it was the shaman who had cast the spell. However, our hero explained that the girl was working off her debt for attempting to escape. Was she really going to take credit for someone else's work after all that? The young man wanted the healer to understand what she had been planning to do, so he continued to scold her. He repeated over and over that the girl would run away at the first sign of a strong opponent, and upon seeing victory, decided to claim someone else's glory as her own. He would say plainly that such experience was worse than nothing. In the future, the high mountain fortress would undoubtedly reach a high level, but the combat level Modil had gained in battles against primitive savage tribes was simply useless. The patriarch realized that this conversation had dragged on for far too long, but he did not want to interfere in other people's affairs. After a while, approaching the Minotaurs, Laobi asked whether they had all perished and was told that this was most likely the case. He then explained with annoyance that he hadn't expected this outcome, since he'd planned to sell a few of them at a profit to the arena. Although on the other hand, with the bearmen and minotaurs falling one after another, they would surely calm down for a few days now. However, a lull is always followed by a storm, so it turns out that the dwarves' castle is now definitely in great danger. But a moment later, the young man's attention was drawn to the arrows, which were forged from iron mined in the mine, upon hearing that this was indeed the case. Taking the weapons in his hands, the young man thought that with this arsenal, they had nothing to fear if the battle continued, and that the iron ore would sooner or later belong to him. However, they would still have to help the dwarves overcome the challenges ahead. After that, our hero told the patriarch that they needed to make as many crossbows and arrows as possible. They would come in handy in future battles. Clutching his head, the man explained that making arrows was possible, but crossbows were a completely different matter. One of the assistants turned to the Lord and said that he wanted to show him something. Just a few minutes later, the young man was walking along the archery tower, complaining that it was too low. Laobi explained that they hadn't considered the possibility that people would ever help them in battle against any enemies. Upon entering the room, the man pointed to a piece of cloth, noting that underneath it was a brand new crossbow that they were currently building. A few minutes later, the patriarch joyfully declared that this was their greatest source of pride, which the young man could now see for himself. Stepping as close as possible to the weapon, our hero asked in surprise whether it was true that the dwarves had made it all by hand. The leader replied that it was indeed true. They had preserved several bronze engravings containing the secret to crafting such crossbows, and he had simply followed their instructions. When asked about the range of the arrows, the man said that this weapon was capable of striking an enemy at a distance of 500 or even 800 paces. Richard Orlando stated that if they used this sight, they would be able to shoot not only far but also with great accuracy. The young man replied that the power of crossfire from 3 crossbows would be simply incredible. It was hard to say who could possibly withstand it. With a note of sadness in his voice, the man explained that the problem lay not with the crossbow itself, but with the bowstring. The young man looked intently at the leader of the dwarves. The leader explained that the tension generated by using an all-metal crossbow was too great, so the sheep's wool bowstring they had used previously simply couldn't withstand it and snapped. He had wanted to try making a bowstring from a giant monk's leech, but hadn't been able to buy one. After thinking it over, the young man said that now it was clear why the gnomes hadn't used this powerful weapon in the last battle. It turned out that monk leeches are very rare, elastic, and incredibly durable. If dried and processed, they can be made into a sturdy bowstring. After thinking it over, our hero himself admitted that this was a very difficult task. He immediately asked the gnome if they had any gold, and the patriarch instantly thought that the young man could sell them leeches. But the young man replied right away that, as it happened, he didn't have any such goods. Out loud, the man said nothing, but to himself he cursed the young man for even bringing up such things. Richard Orlando immediately explained that centaurs use the tendons of Komodo dragons as bowstrings for their bows. If several of these were twisted together, he believed such a bowstring would certainly be able to replace the monk's leech. However, they were poor travelers and therefore had absolutely nothing with which to help in this situation. To himself, the leader thought that the young man had given him a brilliant idea, but aloud he stated that the gnomes had previously sold iron ore and furs, so money was no problem for them. The cheerful young man shouted to Laobi that he must immediately bring absolutely everything they had. While carrying the chests of coins, one of the dwarves asked Sendak why the patriarch suddenly needed so much gold and what he planned to do with it. The man explained that their leader intended to buy bowstrings for a steel crossbow from Lord Richard. But the dwarf replied that this young man wasn't as simple as he seemed, and therefore he was certain that the boy was helping them not out of good intentions, but solely to achieve his own goals. And he heard that many agreed with him. However, it must be remembered that the young man is helping them nonetheless. If he hadn't arrived in time, the castle would already be gone. As they entered the room, the men continued to discuss how this lord might be their last hope in this war. The reason was that, Within the dwarf clan, there was no one stronger than this young man. After a while, the castle's inhabitants immediately set to work. Richard Orlando watched closely as this unfolded until he heard someone call out to him. It was the patriarch. He said that if too many enemies attacked them, this bowstring certainly wouldn't hold out for long. The young man calmly replied, "Is the man afraid of losing again?" Breaking down in tears, the leader admitted that the reason wasn't that he was afraid, but that the war had been going on for several weeks already. Most of the dwarves had been wounded or killed, and so they couldn't withstand another defeat. The young man immediately said that he had a smarter battle strategy. The cause of this war was the iron ore, which the gnomes had defended and continued to defend. Therefore, they could retreat, leaving Lake Bay to their enemies, wait until the tribes began fighting over this territory, and then simply destroy those who remained. As he stepped back, the man shouted that they couldn't hand this body of water over to their enemies, even though the young man didn't understand what the problem was. After thinking for a moment, the dwarf admitted that they were guarding more than just iron ore. A surprised Richard Orlando hadn't expected this turn of events, so he hoped his comrade would tell him everything honestly. The young man remembered that lake perfectly well. They had crossed it themselves, but there was nothing unusual about it. The gnomes love this place. When there are no wars or other important matters, they spend all their time there. But now it turns out there is another secret that no one knows about. After a while sitting in the hall, one of the castle's residents announced that they had a secret, but he was categorically opposed to telling it to complete strangers. At the same time, the gnomes stated that the secret, which was important to them, might not be so important to others. So what was the point of even talking about it? Sendak frowned, noting that he believed they shouldn't trust the kid just because he'd helped them in battle a few times, because he might be helping them today, but turn against them tomorrow. But not everyone shared this opinion. Some shouted that if things had gone just a little further, there would have been nothing left of their home at all, and therefore there would be no need to wait for a next time at all. Realizing that this was indeed true, the men gradually began to come around to the idea that they could trust the young man with their secret. But a moment later, one of the elders expressed his view that seeking help from the Pompeians and revealing their secret to them were two entirely different things. The patriarch understood much of this himself, but he explained that they must clearly realize that the war was not yet over, and they could still suffer defeat. Right now, their people were unable to withstand the enemy's onslaught on their own. And rising from his seat, he added with sadness in his voice that Richard was most likely their last hope. At the same time, by the river, some goblins were training and doing something strange. They were growling, screaming, and showing off their strength as if they were about to startle someone unexpectedly. One of them was even striking the ground with such tremendous force that it shook violently. Watching all this, the young man remarked that the goblin had trained for so long just to show him these useless techniques. But the shamanist said in an irritated voice that there was no need to worry. Even if this technique seemed useless now, it might come in handy in the future. After all, the young man had once called stone skin useless as well. The young man immediately replied that soldiers of the high mountain fortress must be able to cast powerful spells, therefore Modil simply had to train harder. At the same time, Laobi was in some cave, pointing toward a passageway. The rest of the travelers were heading there as well, following their leader closely. Among these travelers was Richard Orlando. He still couldn't quite believe that the man had actually decided to go through with what he'd been talking about. As they floated past some object, the young man couldn't understand why it had been chained so tightly. Could it really be something dangerous? However, when he looked closer, it seemed to him that this wasn't just an object, it was a real statue. To put it even more broadly, it was a very powerful titan. Besides, the young man now understood for certain that these gnomes weren't as simple-minded as they seemed at first glance. They had used iron ore as a cover to keep this titan a secret. However, the crux of the matter was that this was no ordinary warrior. That was the main secret. As he swam closer to the area around its eyes, they suddenly opened and began to glow brightly. The young man hadn't expected anything like this, so he once again wondered if the titan had somehow sensed their presence. After some time, the travelers slowly made their way out of the lake onto the shore. Richard Orlando immediately admitted that at first he had thought the gnomes were hiding some kind of gold vein at the bottom of the river, but he never expected it to be a titan. The leader explained that when they began mining ore at the bottom of the lake, they discovered a fissure. They themselves hadn't expected this enormous warrior to be hidden inside. Still, the young man couldn't understand why the locals were trying so desperately to hide their discovery. What was so unusual about it? After a brief pause, the man explained that this was no ordinary Titan. He was an ancestor of the dwarf clan. Smiling, the young man asked how that was even possible, thinking that the dwarves must have gotten it wrong, because the descendants of such a giant couldn't possibly have shrunk that much in size. But Laobi immediately asked if the young man had seen how the warrior's eyes were glowing, and right away heard an affirmative answer. Jumping into the water, the man said he wanted their guest to take another look. And he immediately added that a Titan's soul senses the blood of the dwarves, which is precisely why it begins to glow. The same blood flows through their veins, which is why the dwarves consider this giant their god and protector. Not many people know that Titans are ancient magical creatures. In legends, they were taller than dragons. In the days when chaos reigned on Earth, they embodied power itself. The Titans, possessing the magic of creation, were the sole rulers of the Earth. However, all creatures are subject to the law of life and death. Over time, it became increasingly difficult for this race to survive, and eventually they vanished from the Earth entirely. Pondering this, Richard Orlando wondered why the leader hadn't fled along with his Titan. After all, it wouldn't be a problem for him to make his way through the mountains. But the man explained that it wasn't that simple. The iron ore here forms a special magical field that holds the ancestors' spiritual power. If the Titan were to leave this place, his spiritual power would dissipate. However, the young man still didn't understand any of this, since there was no proof that iron ore could actually trap an ancestor's soul. Clutching his head, Laobi explained that there was proof the light that used to radiate from the Titan's eyes had once been much stronger, but when they began mining iron ore, it had weakened significantly. That is precisely why all members of the tribe were recently forbidden from mining iron ore, but the gnomes themselves were asked whether they always intended to protect this Titan. The man reiterated that they would, but only when possible. For example, during a full moon, the Titan's soul power activates on its own, and during that time, he does not need anyone to be nearby. And during a full moon, this power is much stronger than at other times. The gnomes believe that it is the full moon itself that stimulates the Titan's power. They have also preserved ancient books that state this power can be inherited, and if one were to acquire it, there would be no enemy worth fearing. When asked by a young man whether they wanted to inherit a soul, the leader replied that they had tried many times, but so far nothing had come of it. Reno added that he and the elders had calculated that the full moon the following night would be the brightest in the last century, and that the Titan's power could be absorbed by casting a spell that night. Listening to these people, our hero realized that it was now clear to him why these gnomes were so determined to protect their home. However, the young man couldn't understand why they had told him all this. Perhaps the gnomes believed that he himself wanted to steal that soul. But the patriarch noted that it wasn't so terrible if the soul's power fell into the hands of a boy like him. It would be far worse if no one inherited that power and it simply faded away. The assistant said that they had discussed this at the Council of Elders. If none of the gnomes managed to inherit the Titan's power, they would let Richard Orlando try. The surprised young man said that this must be some kind of joke, since they'd tried so many times without success, and now they wanted humans to go and get themselves into trouble with this Titan. Once again, the man replied that this wasn't necessarily the case. Lord Richard might succeed if he had enough physical strength. The young man said that the soul and the body complement each other, and therefore he believes that the dwarves, as blood relatives, have a better chance of success. On that inspiring note, our hero pointed out that it was time for them to head back. If they were gone too long, others would think something was wrong. As they walked along the riverbank, the dwarves asked their new acquaintance to keep their secret. And more than anything, they didn't want Miss Annie to find out about it. Smiling, the young man assured them that he definitely wouldn't say a word to that girl, so they didn't need to worry about it. Despite this, they had to get back as quickly as possible so that the Chamber of Commerce representative wouldn't suspect anything. No sooner had the young man stepped inside than Porter immediately began questioning him about where the boss had been and why he'd come back soaking wet. The young man answered honestly, explaining that he had accidentally fallen into the lake and therefore needed a towel. Wanting to change the subject, Richard Orlando asked where all their people were, and it turned out that Annie had gone to watch Modal train the trolls, while Veras and the others had gone along with them for company. As he dried himself off, the Lord thought that the gnomes would be safe until they inherited the desired power of the Titan. Just as the young man was about to relax, he heard the clatter of hooves as well as the loud voice of Vareska, who was shouting that things were bad. The guys didn't understand what was wrong again, and immediately asked the same question at the same time. The girl quickly explained that they had spotted an enemy army heading this way. The enemies were no more than 70 miles away from the castle. Richard Orlando didn't want to fight anyone, at least not right now. So he replied that this was all bad timing. Nevertheless, he wanted to know how many men were there. His comrades said she didn't think there were more than 5,000 of them. But this did not dishearten our hero. On the contrary, he declared that they would not stop until they reached their goal, adding that there might be another battle on the night of the full moon. Seeing the situation unfold, the gnomes standing on the tower immediately began warning the residents that danger was imminent and that they needed to respond as quickly as possible. Holding an arrow in his hand, the leader said that they simply had to hurry because there were many enemies and they were very strong. As they lined up in a row, one of the men thought about how badly they needed this victory. At the same time, the villains, who were watching everything, said that these gnomes still wanted to resist, but it looked utterly ridiculous anyway, because they resembled wild beasts cornered. Their leader was the happiest of all, declaring that they simply had to destroy these little guys' fortress before sunset. The Rams immediately replied that they would do absolutely everything they were ordered to do. Suddenly, the ruler shouted for all his subordinates to head straight for the castle and carry out everything they had discussed earlier. Clutching his head, Laubi spoke despondently, saying that if only they could postpone the battle by even a single day, then they would have a chance to inherit the Titans' battle, which would allow them to do incredible things. But the young man replied sternly that now was not the time for regrets. The defense of the fortress was entirely under the patriarch's command, and while some were figuring out how to proceed, others knew exactly what they wanted. It was for this very reason that the enemy charged forward at incredible speed without a thought for what lay ahead. At the same time, one of the elders noted that the enemy was already very close and was about to attack, so they needed to prepare for battle. The gnomes could see for themselves that their opponents were approaching, and doing so very quickly. Our hero watched everything closely, just like the rest, hearing the patriarch declare that it was time to advance. After that, Richard Orlando took command, realizing that first of all he was better at it, and second, the leader was not in the best state to make any decisions. At that very moment, the archers immediately began firing their arrows with all the force and speed they were capable of. The first group of attackers clearly hadn't expected such lightning-fast speed, and so their momentum was slightly disrupted. Despite this, there were an incredible number of opponents, so they continued to advance, regardless of everything that was happening. Modal, who saw what was happening, seemed momentarily at a loss, unsure of how she could help in this situation. But in that very moment, pulling herself together, the girl began hurling fire at the villain, realizing that this would have the desired effect. A few minutes later, utter chaos broke out on the battlefield. Some fled because the barrage of fire continued, others tried to take cover from the arrows, and still others were already ready to fight. The bears were furious. They wanted to capture the castle as quickly as possible, and so they didn't even pay much attention to the dwarves who were getting in their way. The villains wanted to demonstrate their full strength, as well as their superiority over those they didn't even consider human. Realizing that the dwarves wouldn't be able to defeat them all, the young man shouted that he would take on the giants himself, and that everyone else should avoid them. At that very moment, grabbing his sword, the young man ran toward one of the enemies. Unlike the others, the young man was able to maneuver skillfully, inflicting serious damage on his opponent without killing him. Turning around, the bear's comrade realized that something was wrong, but when he saw exactly what it was, he was stunned. The bear wanted revenge, so he swung his mace with all his might, hoping he could still strike our hero. But the Lord was skilled in many ways. Moreover, his speed was enviable, which allowed Richard Orlando to easily dodge the blows. Despite this, Porter felt that her boss needed help, so she immediately turned to him. At that moment, the young man had no time for small talk. It seemed as though he hadn't even heard what the girl was trying to ask him. For his part, the young man turned to his opponent and declared that it was no wonder the king of the bearmen stood before him. He could hardly even remember the last time he'd been wounded so severely. But his opponent merely said that the boy wouldn't succeed anyway. There were too few of them, and they were far weaker. The aristocrat didn't like being looked at that way, so he replied that the bear would regret his words. Unexpectedly, our hero rushed into the crowd of beasts, though it was hard to tell what he was thinking at that moment. Most importantly, it had a positive effect, because very soon many of the giants were defeated and lay on the ground. But that wasn't the end yet. A new wave was already advancing. Porter shouted that they needed a new plan because these beasts were out of control and it would be very difficult to defeat them all. Opening the system, our hero cursed, realizing that there were actually far too many opponents. He hadn't expected this. For the first time in the entire history of Richard Orlando's unit, he received a report that several people from his team had been killed, and some had been seriously wounded. This news not only shocked the young man, but also plunged him into despondency, while also giving him new food for thought. The young man knew one thing for certain: this mad horde, with no regard for their own lives, was simply charging headlong forward, oblivious to everything and everyone in its path. Within a minute, the young man ordered his comrade to relay a message to Verisk, asking her to cover their retreat with a volley of arrows as they withdrew back to the dwarves' castle. Sitting on the threshold of one of the houses, the dwarves complained that they were feeling quite unwell. Some were wounded, while others hadn't slept for several days, which was taking a heavy toll on their physical condition. The leader, looking at Sendak, was horrified by what had happened to him, not knowing how to help him. Seeing this scene, the young man simply flew into a rage. He shouted that the situation was at a stalemate, yet Lauby still found time to cry. Stepping closer, the Lord shouted that standing before him was the patriarch, who simply had to pull himself together and call on his brothers to defend this place. They must not give up. As he left, the man sniffled and said that he himself knew he had to do this. Standing next to Sendak, our hero paid his final respects to this man. At that very moment, Annie approached from behind, wanting to know how things were going and what they should do to win. Richard Orlando explained that the assault on the city had begun. Elves have excellent hearing, so the beauty must be able to hear the sounds of battle coming from outside. It was hard not to hear it, because the enemy was pressing harder with every passing minute, confident in their abilities. After a while, a massive log was brought into play, intended to smash through the city gates and allow them to break inside. Standing by the door, the goblin immediately cast petrification to stop the enemy. It worked in that very moment. The gates turned into solid stone, impervious to any attack. But this did not stop the enemy. They immediately began using ladders to scale the city wall. After a short while, the battle had already begun on the platform where the guards had previously been stationed. As they defended themselves, the dwarves shouted that the enemies had broken through, and therefore those who could still escape should do so. The villains were actually delighted that they had managed to carry out their plans so quickly and skillfully. Sitting on the goblin's shoulder, a frightened Modil told the Lord that things were looking bad because the enemy was already inside the fortress. Upon hearing this, the group didn't know how to respond. They couldn't believe it had happened so quickly. Raising his voice, the young man asked why the villains were outside while the girl was taking shelter, if she was supposed to use fireballs to take down the enemies. But the beauty explained that a heavy rain had started, so the fire would be useless. She couldn't work in such weather. As long as the wall was still standing, the people were relatively safe, but that didn't last long. Seeing what was happening, Porter, who never panicked, now realized for herself that this was probably the end. Only the giants were rejoicing, shouting that they had succeeded in carrying out their plan, and very quickly at that. Richard Orlando immediately went out into the courtyard. Upon seeing his comrade, he didn't forget to ask how she was feeling, but the blonde replied that not even the petrification technique had been able to prevent these villains from making their way into the city. The young man didn't want to panic, so he immediately asked how many men Lauby had left, and was told no more than 100. Lost in thought, the Lord said that this meant each of them would have to defeat at least 100 opponents. To everyone else, this seemed impossible, but not to the young man, who had already come up with a plan. Grabbing his sword, the young man shouted that, to start with, they had to split up these beasts. As he advanced, the young man realized there was no other way out, so he asked his friends to close ranks to put up a worthy fight. Ponter was strong and resilient. The young man could rely on her completely. In such a situation, this was necessary so that he could devote himself entirely to fighting an unbearable opponent. Unlike the other weaker guys, the young man could handle several opponents at once, and ones who were much more powerful. The enemy group's leader saw that the most formidable among the dwarves was the Pompeian, who was swiftly dispatching his subordinates, and therefore ordered that he be dealt with first. His enemies immediately took this as a call to action and rushed toward where the young man was standing. The young man knew what to expect, so he gripped his sword even tighter. The aristocrat knew a great many techniques. He immediately began to draw upon additional skills that could help him. The young man wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was waiting for the moment when he could let as many opponents as possible get close enough to strike them. Porter smiled as she watched what was happening, remarking that the boss had made a brilliant move that allowed them to catch their breath a little. After that, Richard Orlando said in a cold tone that today he would let his people witness the power of their great lord. Despite everything that was happening, the enemy refused to give up, sticking to their original plan. The beasts were convinced that they were so terrifying that perhaps a loud scream would scare off the small gnomes. The girl saw this, so she turned to the leader again, saying that the gnomes were retreating and that nothing was working out for them. Turning around, the young man saw for himself that something was amiss, so he had to come up with a plan as quickly as possible. The situation was critical, so the young man shouted for Modil to immediately begin using the bloodthirst technique. Seeing that the girl was preparing herself, the aristocrat said there was no time for that now. They needed to get to work as quickly as possible. The beauty saw everything herself, so she wasn't going to hesitate. She would do everything in her power. The gnomes, who had never before been under any spell, watched everything that was happening in astonishment. Meanwhile, Richard Orlando was already shouting for the enchanted squad to use all their strength without reserve, for the fate of their home depended on it. The assembled group was now ready not only to defend themselves, but also to attack. One could now observe a completely different side of the dwarves. The opponents did not understand what had just happened. They remained confident that they would emerge victorious. But the moment one of the opponents tried to strike the dwarf, his sword snapped in two. Frozen in place, the rabbit now had no idea how to fight after that, for standing before him was no ordinary man, and certainly not the defenseless gnome he had been just a short while ago. At that moment, a veritable bloodbath began. Now those who lived in the castle realized they had to fight with everything they had, because the future depended on it. And this time, everything was going much faster and easier than before, so the balance of power was slowly evening out. The other Thunder Beasts were also joining in much more actively. They too wanted to end this battle as soon as possible, so they could take a short break and catch their breath. As before, the leader of the villains was watching the battle. By this time, he was already planning to capture the fortress. The leader knew that things weren't going as well as he'd hoped, so he immediately ordered the rams to join the battle. There was no time to delay any longer. Grabbing your axes, you quickly ran to the battlefield to help your comrades. The young man kept a close eye on everything happening around him. He knew he couldn't let things take their own course, so he ordered the goblin to cut off the path for anyone trying to join his friends. The subordinate knew his job well and immediately began carrying out his orders. Suddenly, a barrier appeared before the opponents that hadn't been there a second ago. Huge, mighty trees now lined the entire front line, and it could take a great deal of time and effort to make their way through this thicket. The leader of the criminals shouted that the boy was ruining his entire offensive. He was incredibly cunning and was therefore doing everything possible to prevent the gnomes from losing. As for Richard Orlando, he was pleased with how things had turned out, noting that the king of the bear people was now alone. Once again, the young man turned to the goblin, asking him to use the invisibility technique, which could be of great help to them. A short time later, our hero was already standing on his assistant's shoulder, knowing that the odds were now definitely in their favor. Although making his way through the dense forest was very difficult, the giant managed to do so. The leader of the villains, who hadn't expected to see anyone nearby, heard a voice telling him that his life was coming to an end. Clutching his sword tightly, the young man knew he wanted to deal with this evil creature himself, in order to put an end to these wars, at least for a while. Thanks to his invisibility, Richard Orlando pierced his opponent with a single stroke. The opponent tried to figure out what had happened, but he didn't know all of the young man's secrets, so this came as a complete surprise to him. The young man wasn't particularly pleased with this victory. In part, it could be called unfair given the technique he decided to use, but at that moment, it didn't matter. And then everything went according to plan, but his plan, because his comrades who were nearby simply couldn't help but notice what had happened. Looking back, they exclaimed in horror that their king, who had been the strongest among them all, was now dead. In an instant, there wasn't a single enemy who wasn't shouting that their leader was gone, and therefore they needed to flee as fast as possible. But the gnomes, who had gotten a taste for battle, had no intention of letting their opponents get away so easily and continued to chase after them, eager to take down as many as possible. The rabbits were certain they would manage to escape, but our heroes, who had endured a difficult few days, were determined to inflict as much damage on the enemy as possible. The young man watched this in silence, but then said that as soon as the leader fell, all his comrades immediately took to their heels, though one shouldn't expect anything else from the Crimeans. And that pack of opponents which had been running toward the fortress with such zeal was now fleeing from it at an even greater speed. Although everyone understood that this was for the best because the dwarves wouldn't have been able to hold out much longer anyway. Especially since in this brutal battle, the dwarf clan and our hero paid with the blood of their own people to protect the other dwarves' fortress from the invasion of bloodthirsty creatures. Although this battle was not in vain for the young man, he received many different rewards. While resting, the young man remarked that his high mountain fortress had risen to a new level, which is considered an excellent achievement. Suddenly, Laobi approached our hero from behind and wished the young man a good night. Smiling, the young man noted that the leader of the Thunder Clan was dressed very casually, and so he wanted to know where he was headed. Another elder reminded his guests that the full moon had already risen. Perhaps the Lord had forgotten, but they were about to hold another ceremony for the inheritance of the Titan's power. Glancing at the sky, Richard Orlando said somewhat guiltily that with this battle, everything had completely slipped his mind. The patriarch said that although they had just survived such a terrible battle, an opportunity like the one tonight comes along extremely rarely. They had selected the strongest fighters and were ready to try again. Tonight is the fullest moon of this century, so everyone hopes that luck will be on their side. As they entered the water, the strongest among them thought that perhaps this time they would finally succeed in inheriting the Titan's power. The ritual for transferring the Titan's power takes quite a long time. So first, the spellcasters must drain the lake. The gnomes did all the work so that outsiders, including our hero's companions, wouldn't find out what was happening here. Only a few minutes had passed, and the work had already begun, though no one knew where it would all lead. The fortress's inhabitants, who remained standing on the riverbank, noticed that the water had not only begun to move but was also receding, gradually revealing more and more land. After a while, their efforts resulted in the Titan partially emerging above the surface of the lake. The young man was overjoyed. He had never even imagined he would witness something like this when he first arrived in these parts. Suddenly, the patriarch spoke up, announcing that the night would not last long, and therefore the succession ceremony could begin right away. The gnomes had already selected the young people who would participate in the event. They were already standing there, waiting for permission to enter the water. Richard Orlando was expecting some kind of magical spectacle, judging by what the locals were doing. But when he saw the leader of the gnomes pick up a small twig and start fanning himself, he was incredibly surprised. It looked as if the man were shooing away some kind of gnats. Modil, standing nearby, explained that it was a ritual for good luck, although it had no real power. However, the young man was interested in something else, just how trustworthy this method of inheriting power actually was. The girl replied that she personally had never seen anything like it, but among shamans, it is said that the experience of the older generation can be passed down through dance. Grimacing, the young man quietly said that this was nonsense. If the shamans had such an excellent technique, would they really have to toil all day long just to improve their skills? The beauty cried out in displeasure, noting that it was impossible to inherit everything. At most, one could manage to draw out half. Although our hero still didn't understand what the point was. If the gnomes managed to obtain only 10% of their ancestors' power, how significantly would that affect the situation? At that very moment, one of the elders began blowing a horn, so Richard Orlando was immediately distracted. After that, the men built a fire, though they were in no hurry to do anything else. After a while, the gnomes began entering the magical circle of fire one by one. Crouching down, the candidate noted that they should use their bloodline to summon the great Titan. With a hint of apprehension in his voice, the young man asked if this wasn't dangerous and was told that it was indeed a risk. After all, it's not easy to force a Titan's soul into a gnome's body. If the body is too weak, it might not hold up and could explode. After a moment's hesitation, our hero noted that it was a good thing he wasn't one of the candidates. A short time later, a completely different person was sitting in the circle, showing no hurry to do anything. As for the Titan, he remained standing in his place just as he had been, and nothing indicated that any changes were taking place within him. There were still candidates, and so the patriarch held out hope that one of them would surely be suitable for the task at hand. Although with some of the subsequent candidates, the same thing happened as with the rest. In short, nothing. It was hard to say how much longer this process would last, but they had to keep trying as long as there were still strong gnomes left. Suddenly, Laobi clutched his head and began lamenting again, saying that all the participants had failed. Spreading his arms wide, one of the elders turned to the Titan and asked him to take pity on them and help with their cause. However, nothing happened. The silent warrior stood in the river just as before, unable to utter a word, and while the patriarch had been worried from the very beginning, now the other gnomes were also saying that they had failed. They still hadn't figured out the right way to proceed in order to obtain the Titan's soul. With sadness and resignation in his voice, the patriarch turned to our hero, saying that he too could try if he wanted to, and if he wasn't afraid of what might happen. As he made his way toward the circle of fire, the young man honestly admitted that he wasn't a gnome and therefore the ritual shouldn't work on him. But then Richard Orlando decided that he was strong enough and therefore had to endure whatever might happen to him. Standing in a circle, the aristocrat asked his acquaintances what they had been doing, because he had seen them merely bowing to this Titan. But before the young man could finish speaking, something unusual began to happen to him. A moment later, our hero said he had seen the warrior just stir. It turned out that he too was a gnome, though he didn't look like one. With every passing minute, the warrior's eyes burned brighter and brighter, but no one knew what would happen next. Realizing that this light wasn't going to fade, Richard Orlando grew wary, and then he shouted for his comrades to scatter to the sides, because this Titan was about to explode. The men were so stunned and mesmerized that they couldn't even take a step, let alone speak. Everyone saw that a small animal had appeared amid the bright flames. The warrior continued to stand motionless, just as before. Despite this, everyone present realized that something unusual had happened. However, in less than a second, the Titan sneezed, and a small animal resembling a squirrel appeared on the shore from somewhere. Watching what was happening, the young man tried to figure out what this creature had to do with the Titan. Could it be that the Titan had been reborn as an animal? Pointing at the fluffy creature, the men shouted that they needed to keep an eye on it because the ancestor might get hurt, and that couldn't be allowed to happen. And while the young man was saying how touching it all was, Modil suggested that perhaps they needed to eat the animal so that its powers would be passed on to them. Suddenly, the pet began jumping all over the warrior as fast as it could and then accidentally fell into the water. The stunned gnomes were so surprised that they still couldn't say a word. Only the young man remarked that it was no surprise the animal was a descendant of the great Titan, who not only liked to tower over everyone, but also to get up to all sorts of mischief. After these words, the pet flew toward where the people were. The goblins, who saw that this creature was heading toward them, were delighted, though they didn't know what to do with it. For a while, the pet watched those standing opposite it, but no action came from their side. However, action came from the other side, because someone grabbed the animal very tightly. Richard Orlando, closely examining the fluffy creature, noticed that it had membranes between its forearms and ribs. Presumably, these allowed it to glide. One of the gnomes ran up to the young man and shouted for him to hand over the pet immediately. Upon hearing this, the animal's expression changed instantly, and our hero's eyes widened in sheer terror. Throwing the pet to the gnomes, the young man ran off in the opposite direction as if scalded, without saying a word to anyone. The disheveled men hadn't fully realized what had just happened, though they knew for certain that it was something unpleasant. And the Lord, having moved to a safe distance, was already remarking that who could have imagined this little beast would inherit the technique of titanic thunder, which was something incredibly astonishing. Suddenly, the patriarch raised his hand and pointed toward the river, shouting for everyone to look closely at the Titan. The warrior's arms began to gradually fall off and sink into the lake. Weeping, the men said that the giant's body was falling apart, though it was clear that he had completed his final mission. And as the Titan fell, the gnomes noted that it was time for this giant to return to the earth. The animal that kept repeating "chew" was decided to be named accordingly, even though no one understood that strange language anyway. The young man joyfully exclaimed that Kyuchi was a wonderful nickname, which, among other things, was also very easy to remember. The next day, the caravan, loaded with all sorts of things, moved slowly along the dusty roads. Annie, who was sitting in the wagon with our hero, complained that he was in such a hurry to return to his high mountain fortress as soon as possible, even though they hadn't even had time to discuss the terms of their partnership. In a calm tone, Richard Orlando told the girl not to worry, because she would receive her share, just as they had agreed. But the beauty wasn't happy with any of this, so she began to suggest that both the young man and the gnomes were definitely hiding something from her. Smiling, the young man said that in fact, that wasn't the case at all. At that moment, Choo Choo appeared from behind the Lord, and Annie immediately noticed him. The blonde was simply charmed by this cutie, though she did ask in passing where he had come from in relation to her companion. The young man explained that the gnomes had originally planned to raise him themselves. However, as soon as Richard Orlando left, the little one immediately stopped eating, so the gnomes had to give him away to prevent him from dying of starvation or grief. The journey was easy, so after a few days the young man and his companion reached the high mountain fortress. After that, Annie set off back to the Merchants Guild with the traders, promising to send people as soon as possible to establish trade relations. But a few days later, having still not heard from the girl, Richard met with Sauron, the head of the nature reserve. The young man knew this man and greeted him like a good friend. The man in turn noted that the young man had been very popular lately. Sauron said that all the bards of Kaloon were singing the praises of the young man's story. After bowing, the Lord asked why his lordship had come, but the young man first asked why the aristocrat was swearing, and then explained that he had come specifically for Richard Orlando. Glancing at the man in surprise, the young man didn't understand what this man wanted from him. Upon hearing the young man declare that he wasn't interested in men, Sauron laughed, replying that he wasn't interested in them either, and that he had come on important business. Moving on, the guest said he had brought a rare delicacy and therefore invited him to sample it over a splendid dinner. Richard hadn't eaten a delicious, sumptuous meal in a long time, so he was more than happy to try something new and interesting. Sitting on the floor by the fireplace, our hero asked whether, in his old friend's opinion, this rare delicacy was squid fried in a special pan. At that very moment, Kiachia jumped into his owner's arms, even though he wasn't expecting him. Turning to his pet, the young man asked if it was true that the little one had come to him again, just to pester him. But the pet brought him something that looked like a nut, or something similar. The young man trusted his friend, so he popped what it offered him into his mouth. The pet looked intently at Richard Orlando, who was looking back at it. At that very moment, Sauron declared that this creature was very cute, that it was emitting fluctuations of elemental energy, and immediately asked if it was true that this was a demonic beast. The young man saw no point in hiding anything and admitted that it was not a demonic beast, but a direct descendant of the Titans. Petting his fluffy friend, our hero told him to call the dwarf cook. The animal was delighted to be fed so well and immediately began to literally glow with happiness. Meanwhile, Richard remarked that, even though this animal was still a real little one, it had inherited the purest essence of a Titan, as he heard the man laugh. While eating an octopus, the young man honestly admitted that, had it not been for his older friend's permission, his expedition would hardly have gone so smoothly. Sauron immediately asked if the young man wanted to know why he had acted that way. Looking gloomily at his guest, the young man thought that he had wanted to know this ever since he first saw this man. And the man had already begun to explain. It was no secret that two factions had existed in Pompeii for many years. The young man had already heard about this, though he wanted to ask again whether this was really what he had thought. The first faction consists of the followers of the Holy Church of Light, who dream of all power over Pompeii passing into their hands. The other faction consists of the devotees of the goddess of ice, who are at odds with the Holy Church. Currently, the Holy Church of Light is the dominant religion in the human world. Nearly 1/3 of the countries on the continent have the prefix holy before their names. However, Pompeii is the northernmost human country on the continent, which is why many there believe in the goddess of ice. In winter, Pompeii often experiences various natural disasters, which contributes to the spread of belief in the goddess of ice. As he continued to eat dinner, our hero remarked that, as far as he could recall, Sauron and his half-brother belonged to the same faction. The man immediately protested, explaining that they don't believe in gods at all, which is why they consider themselves secular people, thereby maintaining their neutrality. Seeing his acquaintance light a cigarette, the young man said that mages don't usually smoke, but the other man replied that it wasn't tobacco, it was powder made from the brain of a giant beaver. He added that magicians are physically weak, often have to strain their brains, and this stuff simply helps relieve migraines. Richard Orlando said nothing, but watched his guest closely. Then he declared that in fact he didn't believe in gods either, since there was no evidence that the gods had ever come to this world at all. The man said again that he had been keeping an eye on our hero for a long time, but that it was rare to meet people as unbelieving as the boy, and so he had decided to help him, because rare kinds of people need protection. Jumping up from his seat, the young man shouted, "Is my friend really mocking me?" He then added, "Are you planning to drag me into a faction that maintains neutrality regarding faith?" Smiling, Sauron explained that he wouldn't lie, because that thought had actually crossed his mind. Jumping back from his friend as if scalded, the young man shouted that his friend shouldn't even think about it. When disputes arise, a neutral party will have to fight both factions at once. The man added that the young man was thinking correctly, so if they ever actually found themselves on the brink of war, he suggested the young man choose the Church of the Holy Light. The surprised young man didn't understand what the catch was. At that very moment, Sauron suggested that the boy take a look at the 3 types of Pompeian coins. For example, 1 gold coin can be exchanged for 12 silver coins and 1 silver coin for 24 copper coins. People have only 10 fingers. In fact, Pompey could have changed this ratio to a number that's easier to count, but they didn't. After some thought, the Lord suggested that they hadn't done so yet because the ice goddess has 12 wings and perhaps 24 fingers. And the man had already said that in any case, the Church of the Ice Goddess wields too much influence. A moment later, our hero very quickly and deftly snatched one of the coins lying right in front of him. Sauron spoke again about how his acquaintance had a good reputation, so why not take advantage of this small benefit? The young man said they could give it a try, especially since he still owed his friend 1,000 gold coins. As he was leaving the house, Richard Orlando asked if it was true that the knight would just take his leave like that. In a surprised tone, the man asked what was wrong with the young man. Perhaps he still couldn't believe what he'd heard that evening. Smiling, our hero said that he would do as he saw fit anyway, though to himself he thought that his companion had simply arrived, wandered around his fortress, and immediately decided to leave. A minute later, Sauron remarked that he'd heard this place was developing rapidly, and that it was worth putting all his business aside just to see it all for himself. Hearing the coldness in the young man's words, the man declared that of course he had his privileges, but they were nothing to envy, for a vast and beautiful world still awaited the Lord of Discovery. And again, jokingly, the young man said that Sauron probably regretted not having done something similar himself. After all, you can't climb any higher from here, and you certainly don't want to fall any lower. As he mounted his horse, the guest remarked that he was actually allergic to powder made from the brain of a giant beaver. Just one breath of it, and his throat would immediately start to itch, but the migraine was still much worse. So even when he complained about the itch in his throat, he still realized that this powder had relieved him of an unpleasant headache. The young man watched the detachment drive away, and the words about the possibility of making the right choice rang in his own head. Nothing was pushing Lord to do this, at least not in the immediate future. So he decided to just take a little rest. The weather was wonderful, which is exactly why Richard Orlando decided to bask a little in the warm rays of the sun, to take a break from his daily routine and worries. Interrupting his boss's rest, Modil ran up joyfully to announce that Miss Annie, whom he had been waiting for so eagerly, had finally returned. The girl standing behind the young man gazed ahead with incredible admiration. Looking at the high mountain fortress, the beauty couldn't believe her eyes. Taking off his glasses, the aristocrat asked if his acquaintance really didn't recognize these places, and heard that the area had changed beyond recognition in such a short time. The young man explained that it was all thanks to Han and Ha. Lately they had been regularly using the technique of fertility, which was why the entire region was now overflowing with flowers and grasses. Without waiting for the next question, the young man said on his own that almost all the warrior gnomes had died during that battle. So coming together and living as one was practically a given. Raising her voice almost to a shout, Annie asked if the Lord had secretly made a deal with these gnomes behind her back. Putting his glasses back on, the young man explained that they had all decided this after the girl left, not at some top-secret meeting. Frowning, the beauty asked again what the young man was even doing here. However, our hero didn't feel like answering that question, especially since it should have been obvious anyway. But at the same time, he had to say something. So, scratching behind his ear, Richard Orlando slowly began to come up with an answer. And a moment later, the Lord, pulling a pitiful face, declared that everyone knew what a philanthropist he was, and that after the war, some races had found themselves on the brink of extinction. And when they arrived and asked the high mountain fortress for protection, of course, he simply couldn't refuse. He then added that it had been Modil's idea. She had said that these little girls had no one to turn to, so with the best of intentions, he had allowed them to become his maids. The surprised shamaness didn't understand what this man was talking about. Rolling her eyes, Annie said she still had a matter to discuss with the young man. Pointing to a stranger, the girl noted that she was a well-known naturalist named Miss Buckland. Taking off her cloak, the girl politely greeted the fortress's owner. The young man had never seen tigers like these before, so this one intrigued him greatly. Annie went on to explain that Miss Buckland came from a very famous clan of white tigers, though she was far more knowledgeable about art than about battle. Bowing, the new acquaintance introduced herself as Tang, adding that she could be addressed as Tang Bai Hu. Out loud, the young man said he was pleased to meet her, but to himself he thought that Tang Bai Hu sounded similar to Tang Bo Hu, which refers to a Chinese painter and calligrapher, and thus to the Ming dynasty. A moment later, he added that he hoped the expert would be able to fully carry out her naturalistic research. And deciding to play a joke, he added that it wasn't such a big deal that they didn't really have anyone to bring along. A short while later, Ponter was already reporting that they were setting off, having heard that the sooner they left, the sooner they would return. And the young man added in a whisper that he hoped everything would go smoothly and that they would bring back a few barbarians with them, but that they shouldn't overdo it in this matter. As she was leaving, his comrade in arms said there was no need to worry. In any case, someday they would bring all their tribesmen here. Turning to Annie, our hero asked her to help him see if there were any high-quality books at the market on improving warriors' spiritual power. It was surprising, but the beauty noted that there wasn't much to hope for anyway, because good books often aren't sold for money. Unexpectedly, one of the goblins called out to the young man, having approached so quietly that he hadn't heard him. After helping his friend sit down on the ground, Richard Orlando remarked that everything was fine and there was no need to shout so loudly. Pointing in a certain direction, the man proudly noted that they had finally finished building the new blast furnace and the blacksmiths were preparing for its opening. Our hero smiled and thought about how the Dwarven clan's alliance had brought them many blacksmiths and ore, taking the Highland Fortress's military industry to a whole new level. As they admired the new armor, everyone agreed that it was a true masterpiece that was simply impossible not to admire. Porter even declared that after so many days they finally had so much magnificent armor that no enemies could possibly be a threat now. A moment later, the girl heard the guy ask what she thought of it and immediately replied that she had never seen anything better. But the helmet surprised the beauty. It seemed she didn't understand at all what it was for, so she asked about it directly. The young man explained that it was a special invention by Laobi. All she had to do was press a button. This was rapid armor technology. One could say that such an invention was state-of-the-art. At the same time, his companion explained that the blacksmith calls this thing something completely different. The gnome replied that it was titanium armor, having heard Porter declare that such a name was more appropriate. Richard Orlando had no intention of wasting time on small talk, so he immediately began trying on the gear. Realizing that the others were busy with something, the young man shouted in frustration to get someone's attention because he couldn't get out of this unwieldy suit on his own. Smiling, the girl immediately decided to joke that it was, of course, very quick armor, especially when no one was around. The blacksmith understood this himself, so he explained that while there were indeed some flaws when it came to taking it off, the item itself was of incredibly high quality. But the conversation was interrupted when a maid came to the blacksmith and explained that lizard folk had arrived at the fortress. They said they had arranged to meet with the Lord. The look on the young man's face made it clear that he wasn't expecting anyone. Moreover, he asked for a telescope. Carefully examining these dwarves, our hero remarked that by all appearances they were armed, and therefore they could safely be detained. One of the assistants explained that the lizard folk seemed to be just passing through, though this news did not please Richard Orlando in the least. In turn, Porter declared with a note of glee in her voice that all these people had entered the country illegally and therefore could be arrested. She immediately added that only fools would worry about it. Suddenly, Tan Bai spoke with a thoughtful tone, noting that these travelers were surely heading toward Pompeii. Now the young man was completely confused because he didn't understand what the lizard people would be doing there. The girl explained that His Majesty sagely had begun assembling a powerful army of beast people many years ago, though the young man immediately interrupted her and asked what they had to do with these tailed tourists. Annie, who was standing nearby, added that they shouldn't be underestimated. This race of lizard people calls itself the Psyker, but they also have another name, dragon tamers. Upon hearing this, our hero's eye immediately twitched because he couldn't believe such a thing was possible. But the beautiful woman hastened to explain that she wasn't referring to the dragons everyone had in mind. There are other creatures known as the dragons of the Saigare lands. After that, everyone began to express their astonishment, since this was the first time they'd ever heard of such a thing. A new acquaintance who knew a lot about these creatures stepped in and added that the life of the Saigare people is special, starting from the very moment of birth. Every lizard is born alongside a dragon. That's why dragon tamers isn't quite the right term. They're relatives, not a master and his pet. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately asked about the most important aspect of reproduction and learned that all the spirits of the lands are free, so the Saigare people are definitely the most important ones. It seemed that Richard Orlando was beginning to understand something, but he still wanted to know just how big these land dragons were. Adjusting her glasses, the girl paused for a moment. But then she explained that they were slightly smaller than the young man's armored vehicle. Moreover, these dragons were cloven-hoofed, which was useful in combat. Upon hearing that last sentence, the young man nearly fell off the balcony, ordering his men to immediately open the door for the lizard folk and find them a place to spend the night. Tanbaihu didn't understand what the young man had in mind and asked him about it directly. Smiling slyly, the Lord noted that he simply wanted to let these travelers stay at his castle for the night so they could rest properly. Closing her eyes, the girl explained that the young man still dreamed that people who did not choose a king for themselves would choose a pioneer lord with an uncertain future. Stepping out to the city gates, our hero shook hands firmly with one of the guests, while thinking to himself that he had succeeded in something. A short while later, the young man was already saying that the lizard folk could bring all their comrades here and that they would discuss matters later, hearing his partner's approval. Surprised, Tanbaihu thought with horror about how these creatures could call this boy sir. Then, raising her voice, she asked how the guy had managed to do it and whether it had really worked. The self-assured blonde cheerfully replied that it simply couldn't have been any other way. Tanbaihu suspected there was some kind of trick involved. She was certain that our hero had given them some kind of potion, adding that even young girls are harder to deceive. Hearing the Lord say that he had told these lizard people he had magical herbs to increase their strength and that they could live in this castle, the travelers immediately rejoiced, but his new acquaintance grimaced. A short while later, the young man and the goblins were sitting in the gazebo counting something. It looked very strange from the outside, though it seemed that those present were enjoying it. On the count of one, someone shouted that they had arrived, though they didn't specify who they were referring to. And then the aristocrat himself announced that his invincible team of dragon masters had arrived. A few minutes later, the entire team was standing in full force, awaiting their guests. Chiasha buried her face in her master's jacket, while he stared intently and in surprise ahead of him, as if he had spotted something astonishing there. Porter, seizing the opportunity, asked Veresk if centaurs could stand up to such creatures, and was told that lizard people were so stupid they wouldn't stand a chance. Looking through the telescope, the young man happily reported that his cavalry was practically already in position. He then went on to say that this was worthy of the title of the Great Lord's detachment. Annie noted that it was a pity the people of Saigare were so physically weak they could use some stronger horsemen. But the young man explained that while they could easily replace the horsemen, the blood bond which fosters trust between horse and rider could not be replaced, and then he fell silent. Tanbaihu stated that there must be balance in all things. If nature had granted these beings greater strength, they would not be such skilled horsemen. The people of Saigare are always twins, but due to physical weakness, it is sometimes difficult for women to conceive and give birth to children. But these reflections came to an end when a representative of his people stepped forward and announced that he was pleased to see his master. His name was Abu, and he was the leader of the Saigare people. The surprised young man immediately asked what the lizard people had to say about this place. Looking around, the leader replied that the place looked very promising. Richard Orlando immediately declared that he would make sure everyone received the medicine he had mentioned. And that evening, glancing at the system display, he thought he hadn't expected dragons to appear in the system as well, probably because the people of Saigare and their earth dragons are blood relatives. After taking his medicine, both groups will begin gaining experience together. Tanbaihu asked the Lord if it was true that he was planning to buy a book of light magic. Still chewing, the young man said it was true. Perhaps an acquaintance of his had one. But she flatly stated that she didn't have anything like that. However, she immediately added that the young man had surely heard of the art of sacred prayer, and so she would advise him to try something like that. Richard Orlando stated that, apparently, this art is connected to the power of the voice and compared to physical training is unlikely to increase one's strength. Many do not survive natural selection because they fail to keep up with the times, so he isn't interested in this nonsense. Annie, for her part, noted that she too believes the art of sacred prayer is a relic of the past. However, the young lady explained that today's youth aren't just growing up without brains, they're dying without them. She then abruptly asked how hard the boss could punch with just one fist. After a moment's thought, the young man explained that he couldn't say off the top of his head, since he hadn't done it in a long time. Jumping up from his seat, the young man immediately began swinging his fists, demonstrating what he was capable of. He then declared that he was certain he could deliver a blow powerful enough to easily overcome about 2 metric tons. It seemed that Tan Bai-hu had no intention of letting up, asking if the Lord knew the effects of the art of sacred prayer. Smiling, our hero replied that while he certainly respected his acquaintance's knowledge, he didn't understand what she meant by that. It turned out that the effect of the art of sacred prayer was a significant increase in strength. But not just any increase, an increase based on all the proportions of a person's physical attributes. Jumping up from his seat, the young man exclaimed, "So if he's strong, he'll become many times stronger. If he's weak, he'll become even weaker." The girl immediately added that, in addition, practicing the art of sacred prayer increases resistance to dark magic. As she handed something to the young man, his acquaintance noted that she had stumbled upon it in her youth and had mastered the teachings very quickly. The young man didn't know what it was, but he began examining what had been handed to him with interest. After reading something about Nero, the young man asked if it was true that this was the very same battle mage. 3,000 years ago, during the era of the great surge of the elements, casting spells was extremely difficult. Therefore, rather than relying on magic, the art of sacred prayer was created. Nero himself not only excelled in the art of this prayer, but was even able to practice both dark and light magic within the realm of magic itself. After thinking for a moment, the aristocrat replied in a somewhat frightened tone that this was simply impossible. But he heard again that ancient scrolls do not survive for so long. So these are all just theories. Richard Orlando said nothing. He decided he needed to think things over, and the young woman had already said that she could serve as governor of the Highland Fortress. The young man needed intelligent people, so he replied that he was not at all opposed to this proposal. Right now, the Highland Fortress is in a state of stagnation, but such an educated woman could easily transform this desolate place into a beautiful and thriving mini-state. Upon hearing this, a delighted Tan Bai-hu exclaimed that she had been waiting a very long time for such a wonderful opportunity. The High Mountain Fortress, a village brimming with vitality and immense potential, hadn't felt this good in a long time. Knowing just how wonderful it was here, the beauty declared once again that she was incredibly happy to be in this very city. That evening, sitting in his room, Richard Orlando carefully examined the scroll he had received from his comrade in arms. The young man remarked in surprise that this art of prayer had 5 levels of energy. The dawn spell, the twinkling of the stars, moonlight and sunlight, and the radiance of day. The lowest rank is the dawn spell. It can be cast once a day, lasts for half an hour, and increases power by half. With each subsequent rank, the level and duration of the effect increase. After tossing aside the scroll, the young man told himself that he'd already read plenty of theory, but the most interesting part was the practice, and so it was time to move on to that. He understood that he needed to start with the very basics in order to even begin to understand what would happen to him going forward. The scroll stated that it usually takes about a month to learn the basics. If the sensation of warmth reached his heart, it meant the spell had worked, otherwise nothing would happen. Delighted, the Lord thought, perhaps he should try using it before bed. Maybe then the effect would be stronger. Putting that idea aside, the aristocrat immediately told himself that it would be better to leave this topic for tomorrow. For now, he wanted to check on the troops in his system. Suddenly, Richard Orlando's eyes widened in surprise. The young man couldn't believe what he was seeing before his eyes. The guy saw some kind of scale and was saying that progress was happening incredibly fast, even though that just couldn't be true. After giving it some thought, the young man decided that he could probably try investing a few skill points into this ability and see what happens. He had earned those skill points quite a while ago, and new ones were becoming harder and harder to get, so he needed to figure out a way to deal with this. Richard Orlando decided that if he kept practicing, his level would soon start to rise very slowly. So he decided he couldn't stop improving for even a second. Only then would he be able to achieve what he was hoping for. Raising his hand, the young man shouted loudly that he needed to raise his skill level to the maximum. Suddenly, our hero's hand reached for the system panel, a sign that he wasn't going to wait any longer. Although there were still a few seconds left before he made his final decision. At that very moment, the young man's eyes widened as he tried to put into words what he was feeling at that moment. But then he said it felt as if a small but incredibly bright sun had appeared in his heart. Not understanding what was happening, the Lord asked himself if this was indeed the power of light he had heard so much about lately. With every passing minute, this inexplicable fire, or this incredible light, burned with ever-increasing intensity. Richard Orlando remarked in astonishment that he could now see every detail of his past, which appeared before his eyes as vivid images. The young man felt that he could discharge the air and alter the density of water, as if nature itself were subject to his will. Clenching his hand into a fist, the young man remarked that it was no wonder Miss Backlund had spoken so highly of this art. It would indeed be useful to him. Looking at the scoreboard, the young man declared in a resolute voice that he needed to invest his remaining points in this skill. The next morning, Porter said enthusiastically that the boss had managed to master such an art in just one night. Tan Baihu herself had said that the young man was actually very intelligent, and now she was proud of him. The young man flattered himself, and even more so after all his comrades began talking again and again about just how wonderful their lord was. Grimacing, the aristocrat noted to himself that someone didn't want to say many flattering words about him. They were talking about Tan Baihu, who was busy reading something at that moment. Running up to his acquaintance, the young man cheerfully exclaimed that he had already studied the entire scroll the beauty had given him. Closing her book, the girl replied that in that case, he needed to keep training to summon even greater and more powerful streams of heat. The young man didn't like this remark. He thought to himself that this girl had only one thing on her mind. But this conversation was interrupted because Laobi approached our hero and asked him what he should do with the bronze weapon that was still lying in the storeroom. The girl immediately asked what he was talking about, although the young man noted that he had almost forgotten that there was such a thing. When wild tribes unearth some ancient weapon, it ends up being seized by them. The young man recognized the sword. Judging by its ornamentation, it dated back to the time of Nero's rebellion. It must have been very expensive. Upon hearing that the men were planning to go somewhere, Tan Baihu immediately asked to tag along. The young man noted that he wasn't opposed to the idea in principle, especially since if there were more than a dozen bronze treasures, they would most likely be able to sell them quickly. After a while, the companions arrived at the warehouse the dwarf had told them about. In a surprised and astonished voice, the Lord asked where they had gotten so many weapons, so many that they barely fit in the room. After that, the young man fell silent, thinking about the best way to handle this wealth. Although he then claimed that the figure was some kind of nonsense, bronze isn't just junk. The high price is proof of its scarcity. Examining the weapons closely, Tan Baihu noticed that they were in fairly good condition. The scent of earth, an ancient mausoleum, or an armory is bound to be appealing. Clutching the sword to her chest, the beautiful woman repeated that she had only heard about such a thing, but hadn't expected to be able to try it out for herself. At the same time, the young man joyfully exclaimed that a true treasure had finally fallen into his hands, thanks to which money would no longer be a problem at all. Suddenly, the young man ordered his guards to summon Modil, who knew the wilderness better than anyone. Seeing what the men were doing, the poor girl cried out that she hadn't done anything wrong, and therefore didn't know why she was being arrested. Moreover, she hadn't taken General Huang his milk. The Lord immediately declared that dear Modil must answer the questions being asked of her right away. When the girl lived with the tribe, did she see all that bronze that is now lying against the wall? Smiling, the beautiful girl immediately replied that, of course, she had seen it all, and more than once. Hearing that the girl might have something to tell him, the young man was so delighted that he didn't know whether to run or jump for joy. But to start with, he asked where these weapons came from, what era they were from, and why there were so many of them. Modil explained that about half a year ago, they'd traded for all of this from their eastern neighbors. At that time, many tribes were buying weapons because they were much cheaper than iron ones. Raising his voice, Richard Orlando now wanted to know why his new comrade hadn't shared this important information sooner. Pointing at the weapons, the beautiful girl asked in return Why the great lord needed such nonsense? Weapons they had made themselves were not much sturdier than those broken pieces of iron and bronze. Hearing such remarks, the guys smiled, though they remained completely silent for a while. Covering his face with his hand, the young man told himself he simply needed to calm down. He was facing an ignorant girl, and therefore he could get anything out of her. Running up to Model, our hero suddenly exclaimed joyfully that the organization had just decided to give her the most difficult task. The young man was ready to give this shamaness 10 warriors so she could go and find out where these items came from. The girl was about to refuse this mission, but the young man declared that she couldn't even consider it. So after a while, she set out to complete the task. Fortunately, after several grueling battles, the famous golden emblem, the Castle of the Red Order, was erected near the Gaoshan fortress. As soon as Modil entered, countless natives began to flatter her and show their affection wildly. And as bronze artifacts circulated openly along the entire route, the girls soon found the site where the ruins had originated. On the way back, the size of the team had already grown to hundreds of people. As for Richard Orlando, he almost thought that someone had attacked Gaoshan Fortress again. Tang Baihu said they didn't know where these people came from or which tribe they had run away from, although the young man mentioned that once, a man had handed out sickles and they had all mowed grass so that one person could feed the cows. Glancing at these people, the young man fell silent for a moment. And while the girl was saying that they had arrived at their destination, the young man muttered under his breath that there were hundreds of miles of land in this place. Then he told the beautiful girl to go and choose a reliable guide for herself, bring back hundreds of people, and that he needed to assess the situation with his own eyes. When the time came, the land would be sold in exchange for wheat beans, and he would bring back several hundred metric tons. He then immediately shifted his attention to the earth dragons, noting that, compared to the freeloaders, they were even more terrifying because their mouths were bottomless pits. As he set off on his journey, our hero heard Tan Baihu say that their leader should return and provide them all with strong protection for their high mountain fortress. A week later, with joy in her voice, Annie shouted that their lord had finally returned. When they met the young man, the girls wanted to know what interesting things had happened during his absence. The young man proudly declared that once he set his mind to something, there was nothing he couldn't achieve. Upon seeing so many swords, the beauty remarked that such a large number would drive down the market price of ancient weapons. At the same time, his companion wondered where all the free people had gone and heard that the aristocrat thought there was a beautiful fresco hanging on the wall, so he allowed them to leave it there and figure out how to destroy it. This explanation frightened the girl, who was worried that something might happen to the people, but Richard Orlando explained what could happen to a rabbit man who does nothing wrong. At the same time, the massive bronze leak also caught the attention of another legion, Hendra Gunaoingguan, commander of the Roar of the Brown Bear Legion in the Kingdom of Stuart. Our heroes didn't know this man yet, but they thought they would eventually meet him. He, in turn, was delighted that he had finally managed to find the ruins. Hendra Gunaoingguan of the Kingdom of Stuart, one of the three great states, a kingdom comparable in power to Pompeii, was in the truest sense the grandson of an imperial marshal. This is a wealthy family, and therefore one of noble descent with a bright future. The label of aristocrat fits such a person perfectly, but things aren't quite that simple. After grueling training sessions with several of his brothers, only Hendra was sent to the border and became the commander of Riva. However, in the Kingdom of the Stuarts, there are strict rules governing the naming of armies. Thus, the elite frontline army is named after natural disasters. There is also Fury of the Storm, Tremor of the Earth, and others. As for bears, boars, and elephants, these are ordinary beasts, and all the worst third-line armies are named after them. It's no coincidence that in the future at 27, Hendra will have no chance of promotion, although this young man isn't the type to give up so easily. When the bandits were defeated a few months ago, Hendra accidentally discovered that they possessed quite a few antique bronze artifacts. So the nobleman immediately began an investigation. He wanted to quickly determine their origin, and it wasn't difficult. One of his knights asked whether his lordship might wish to take the captives alive so they could reveal absolutely everything they knew about the matter. But the lord ordered that these people be defeated. They would gladly tell everything themselves, and then added, "Let everyone rest, eat, and go to sleep. Preparations for the attack can begin after sunset." At the same time, the rabbit people were saying that this fresco was too difficult. If they kept chipping away at it like this, when on earth would they ever finish this task? Some complained that the savages used to at least give them some advice, but now they were just watching the whole process and having fun. As for the rest of the comrades, they said it was already getting dark, so it would be best to leave the work for the next day. The guys didn't really feel like working, so they also said that this was simply a brilliant idea. Turning to Fitty Pitts, the young man wanted to know what he was doing. The comrade said he was relieving himself and that there was no need to stare at him so intently, since it wasn't against the rules. That evening, all the people in question were eliminated because they might have known something about the origin of the ore. Wiping his sword, Hendra asked his assistant if everything was clear and learned that the metal they had been discussing earlier had been discovered by accident. With calm in his voice, the opponent declared that this was wonderful news. Despite this, he wondered why he still hadn't seen this bronze with his own eyes. The subordinate immediately explained that 3 days ago a Pompeian aristocrat had made the first move, thereby beating them to it, and so now the bronze was already gone. Hendra wanted to know what about the others, but it turned out there was no one else. They were talking about the leader of the Pompeians, a man from the Alpine castle. The fools they had dealt with described this boy as almost a saint and a righteous man. However, the Lord merely brushed this off, noting that they were talking about a young pioneer. The natives lack knowledge, so none of this can be trusted. Almost all of it is simply a fabrication. He then added that the war was probably about to begin, although his assistant immediately explained that if the Pompeians found out about this, they would be in big trouble. In turn, the gentleman confirmed this, saying that he understood it himself. However, if the leader of the pioneers were to be killed, how long would it take for them to be discovered? He immediately estimated that it would take at least 1 month. Once again, the assistant noted that griffins could help them dispose of the bodies and would do so quite quickly. And if that happens, then no one will ever know the bodies were ever there. Besides, who would be looking for ordinary natives? Covering his mouth with his hands to keep from screaming in horror, the rabbit man couldn't believe his ears, but he understood that this information had to reach the boss. At the same time, Tan Baihu was explaining that the monarch of the kingdom of the Stuarts is named Baloney, and he has a multitude of different ideas. This man has appointed many ambitious young men as army commanders, and all these young men feel that they will once again be entrusted with a banner, so they are building armies out of their own pockets. And it seems that this state of affairs doesn't bother anyone at all. The girl went on to say that this was the trick, and immediately added, "Does Richard know how many gold coins there will be in the treasury in about a year?" And without giving the Lord a chance to reply, she exclaimed that the figure would reach at least 100,000 gold coins. The young man couldn't understand how anyone could earn that much, but he was even more curious about where Balone spent all that money. His companion spoke up again, saying that this man was known for his gluttony and lust. Naturally, he spent all his money on satisfying his own desires. The embarrassed young man merely added that corruption was rampant, but no one paid any attention to it. The conversation was incredibly interesting, but suddenly, the door to the dining hall swung open, and the frightened rabbit people immediately turned to their master. Seeing that his subordinates had literally dragged another one of their own in by the arms, Richard Orlando immediately asked what had happened. Looking at Fitty Pitts, whom the young man had been laughing at just that afternoon, it was now hard to even imagine what had happened in those frescoes. As for the poor fellow, he reported in a weak voice that someone was planning to attack Gaoshan Fortress. Sitting at the table, surrounded by his closest comrades in arms, the aristocrat asked a question about the Brown Bear Legion. Then Tang Baihu spoke up again, noting that Stuart's legion usually numbered about 4,000 men, and that the Brown Bear banner must be a garrison legion. Upon hearing that the maximum would be no more than 3,000 men, the Lord asked whether a legion wasn't a top-tier unit. He immediately added that, compared to the total number of people, the most important thing was whether the other side had a mage with an army. A long time ago, that guy had played a huge role in the battle against the Minotaurs. Annie immediately added that if the other side had any high-level mage, then they couldn't possibly lose. After giving it some thought, the aristocrat noted that their own mage was a fool, and on top of that, he was working alongside 2 equally dim-witted goblins. But the girl said there was no need to panic prematurely. Although high-level mages were powerful, their numbers had dropped sharply. Hearing the beautiful girl say that Baloney was very suspicious and that high-level mages are only drafted into the army during wartime and that now was a time of peace, the young man remarked that he hadn't realized his acquaintance was also knowledgeable about such matters. Embarrassed, Annie explained that it was very strange that the Count didn't know about such things. Of course, the voices of supporters and opponents were very loud, and everyone in every country knew about it. Scratching his head, Richard Orlando said that in that case, he didn't understand anything at all. How many years ago had this even happened? Realizing that this had happened more than 20 years ago, the Lord replied that he wasn't even born back then, and therefore not everyone lives the way Annie does, so he isn't obligated to know everything. Tan Bai-hu didn't want to argue, and immediately suggested that everyone present get down to business, adding that they shouldn't worry about the mage. After a moment's thought, the young man noted that, in any case, foreign mages weren't as good as their three fools. He then added that there were only about 3,000 people. So far, there was no mage with an army at all. After that, he shouted that he had made up his mind. If these people dared to come here, they would never be able to return. But the girls felt this wasn't enough, so they were a little disappointed. A moment later, Tan Bai-hu explained that even if they mobilized everyone capable of fighting, the number of warriors wouldn't exceed 600. And while the girl was indignant that they were outnumbered 5-1, our hero and Annie were already discussing that all the loot would go to the girl. But then she asked anyway whether they should tell anyone that they needed help. Rising from his seat, Richard Orlando rather rudely declared that the great lords didn't need anyone's help. Soon, thousands of people throughout Gaoshan Fort sprang into action, preparing for the coming war. Gaoshan Fort is located on the west side of the river. To avoid casualties and damage, our hero decided to set up the battlefield on the east side. And to make it more realistic, the young man also ordered his men to build a fake Lord's Hall on the east bank of the river, one that would be attractive and authentic. Second General Heng used soil fertility techniques every day, and weeds and reeds grew rapidly, forming a green city wall adjacent to the riverbank. And 20 days later, both fronts finally engaged in their first confrontation. After a round of cautious analysis of the situation, both sides attacked each other. But no matter how skilled the scout was at horseback riding, he was no match for the centaur's own legs, and the outcome would be decided in an instant. Verisk performed her task perfectly, which is why she could always be entrusted with the most difficult missions. After a while, the girl said that while they were fighting, it seemed to her as if there was some kind of heavy cavalry on the other side. She heard the guy say that this was a good thing, since her equipment was the most valuable. And he immediately added that they were too slow in 20 days. Only the Rangers had reached the battlefield first. At this pace, waiting for their army to arrive would take several days, so using a centaur as a ranger was quite a smart move. But this is merely a last-ditch struggle. Once his army arrives, the enemy, who was our hero, is bound to lose. However, 2 days later, when problems with reinforcements finally arose, Hendra's rhetoric changed drastically. The young man was annoyed that weeds kept getting caught in the wheels, slowing them down significantly. But he couldn't just leave all that behind. Inside were 2 heavy cavalry units of 100 men each, which were the key to the battle. At that very moment, Pomper announced that the enemy had arrived, though the look on Richard Orlando's face made it clear that he had already been expecting them. Picking up his telescope, the young man wanted to see for himself what was happening near his fortress. But he immediately cried out, asking what kind of situation this was after 20 days of waiting. They'd received a group of defeated legions in such a pitiful state. Only the front half of the cavalry armor is made of iron, while the back half appears to be made entirely of leather. And what can one even say about the horse's armor with its bare rear end exposed? When it rains, is the enemy really going to hold an umbrella over his own men? He asked, adding, if there's no money, then for starters, you need to at least learn how to do something. Richard Orlando said that he might not look very good, but with an army like that, you can make a guy laugh, but you certainly can't scare him. Surprisingly, none of the men in armor, not even these burly fellows, look like ordinary craftsmen. Hendra, meanwhile, remarked that there was far more equipment and far more people than he had expected, and so he admitted that he had underestimated these men. Suddenly, an aide asked the commander to look at the reeds located right in front of them. This plant, which withers every year, had grown to 3 or 4 meters tall. Moreover, it was as lush as a grove. The subordinate was certain there was an ambush there, even though the Lord had said otherwise, namely, that the muddy shallows would prevent the horses and soldiers from gaining speed and make a raid impossible. He then shouted that they were preparing for an attack. The swordsmen would advance to suppress the enemy, the infantry would march in formation, and the entire cavalry would flank them. The soldiers quickly and in unison declared that they understood everything and would act according to orders. At that very moment, someone announced that it was now time to start firing. The members of the detachment were already forming up to begin the assault as they had been ordered. Suddenly, a hail of arrows flew toward the position of Richard Orlando's warriors. Porter, who was also taking part, cried out that she couldn't do it, even though the young man asked her to wait, adding that there was still some distance to cover and they could therefore get closer. In this battle, the commanders share a common trait. They are both absolutely confident in themselves, while Hendra fears that Gaussian Fort will escape. As for Richard Orlando, he is worried that the roar of the brown bear will discover his ambush. Even Verisk focused solely on defense, fearing she might dampen her opponent's offensive enthusiasm. Suddenly, Pomper shouted that it was only 20 yards away, though she didn't specify what she was referring to. The young man joyfully declared to his men, whom he called friends, that the time had come to drive the enemy from their territory. The inhabitants of the high mountain fortress trusted their lord, and so they eagerly gripped their weapons as tightly as possible and headed toward the enemy's position. The frightened warriors, who hadn't expected anyone at all, now stood frozen in place, wondering where all these burly men had come from. Finally, Hendra realized that they had simply been ambushed, an ambush they hadn't even suspected. With anger in his voice, the enemy declared that he could not be defeated with all his heart and hope, for he was the leader of the Brown Bear. To salvage the situation somehow, the commander declared that the heavy cavalry must now enter the battle, while the rest could retreat for the time being. His subordinates didn't hesitate. They immediately rushed toward where our hero's men were stationed. At the same time, Hendra tried to calm himself by saying that what had been a few dozen men had now turned into 200. Furthermore, we mustn't forget that they have a clear advantage. One of the opponents shouted for the infantry who hadn't managed to retreat to hold their ground because heavy cavalry was already on the way. The battle was indeed fierce. Everyone wanted to show what they were capable of. Although the heavy cavalry did indeed have their advantages, the centaurs dealt with them, if not easily, then very admirably and quickly. Our heroes prepared themselves as best they could, knowing they would do everything in their power. Seeing what was happening, Hendra couldn't believe his eyes. The enemy was advancing, and the flanking unit was sure to take them by surprise. Suddenly, the opponent heard a strange sound coming from the reeds and immediately froze in place. And in the very next moment, lizard men appeared from there, or more precisely, small dragons, which they often rode. The lizard men themselves were positioned in small huts that had been built in advance and placed on the backs of their comrades. Richard Orlando said that an earth dragon is a heavy means of transportation. Its burst of speed is extremely powerful, and agility is its only weakness. But at close range, those facing it simply won't have a chance to change course. To attempt to turn at that moment would mean exposing their most vulnerable flank to the enemy, which would be tantamount to suicide. The enemies were seeing the beast in front of them for the first time. They had no idea what it was capable of, so they immediately began to turn around to flee. Although escaping from an earth dragon was nearly impossible, the young man understood that while this creature was indeed slow to turn, in every other respect, it was simply unmatched. A single powerful blow was enough to send his opponents flying into the air. Breaking away from their positions, the reinforcements immediately rushed toward the spot where they were so desperately needed. But before the cavalry could do anything, they met the same fate as the other participants in this battle, who had been knocked down by the earth dragons. Despite this, the legionnaires had no intention of giving up. Summoning their courage, they rushed with all their might toward the battlefield. But once again, it all ended in failure. Although the warriors still couldn't understand how such a thing was even possible. Suddenly, Modil announced with joy in her voice that now it was their turn to have some fun. As she stoked the fire, the beauty shouted furiously that now she would show everyone what she was capable of. And immediately she launched a devastating fireball, which instantly crashed to the ground, causing genuine panic among the attackers. Clutching their heads, the soldiers tried to figure out what to do next, because the situation had clearly spiraled out of control. Only the goblins rejoiced that they finally had a chance to show what they were capable of. Then something happened that shocked the soldiers even more. Sitting on their horses and clad in armor, these men didn't even suspect that anything could truly threaten them. Suddenly, one of the soldiers fell to the ground, though he couldn't understand how that could have happened. Hendra, who had been closely watching everything unfold, now couldn't understand how the situation had escalated to this point. Approaching a certain creature, the young man addressed it and said that there were several mages on the other side who absolutely had to be destroyed. The creature immediately headed in the direction it had been ordered, determined to carry out its task flawlessly. As for the leader himself, he quietly ordered everyone to regroup and prepare for another battle. The soldiers assured him that they would do absolutely everything in their power. Modil, who was standing nearby, turned her head in fear and looked off into the distance. The beauty informed everyone present that she could see a griffin, and that it could cause a great deal of trouble because it was incredibly strong. As she ran away, the girl shouted with all her might to her comrades, urging them not to leave the battlefield immediately, because they were the main targets in this situation. However, the bruisers didn't want to leave so easily. They wanted to show this beast that they weren't as weak as they might seem. At that very moment, a huge fireball flew toward the griffin, which certainly hadn't expected the battle to take this turn. With her hands clasped over her chest, Modal hoped that they would achieve the nearly impossible and somehow defeat their main opponent on their own. Gripping her staff as tightly as possible, the shaman began spinning it with all her might, creating a massive flame of incredible strength and power. After that, the beautiful woman directed the fireball toward the griffin. The onlookers saw what was happening, but at that moment they had no time to pay attention to it, because they were in the midst of their own battle, where everyone was fighting not for their lives, but to the death. Richard Orlando had no intention of hiding in a safe place. He, like his men, stood on that field to show what their clan and their community were capable of. The young man was smiling. It seemed he was generally pleased with how the battle was going. The young man made use of his speed, which allowed him to easily overcome even large numbers of opponents. Even the most experienced soldiers understood this, noting that they were facing not a boy, but a true monster capable of incredible feats. But a moment later, everyone's attention turned to Lord Hendra, who wanted to show for the first time what he himself was capable of. The Legion's leader initially looked off into the distance with some trepidation, but ultimately decided he should press on. Once on the battlefield, the young man immediately began swinging his sword, demonstrating his clear and decisive intentions. Richard Orlando couldn't believe that the great man everyone had been talking about had actually entered the battlefield. Just as the young man was about to do something, he heard a loud rumble that sounded like an explosion. Moreover, rocks began raining down from all directions. Peering through one eye, the young man tried to make out what was happening ahead, because visibility was very poor due to the dust. Glancing around, the young man thought that this man, whom he barely knew, possessed such a strong spirit. Perhaps he was one of the strongest in his clan, but had simply never shown it before. However, Hendra was already standing surrounded by his soldiers, showing off his finest uniform and hearing their joyful shouts that with a commander like him, they were sure to win with ease. In an indifferent tone, the man stated that his name was Hendra Gunawen, and now he would like to know the name of the person standing opposite him. Clearing his throat, our hero replied with a hint of mockery in his voice that his opponent did not deserve to know. And for the unprovoked invasion of Awashan Fort, he sentenced this man to death and asked if he had anything to say before his final moments. The opponent declared that he too was waiting for the boy's death, but first wanted to shut his mouth since nothing sensible ever came out of it anyway. At that very moment, the opponent leaped from his seat and ran toward the owner of the place. In no time at all, Gunawan was right next to the young man, who wasn't the least bit afraid of him. The young man immediately put up his guard, realizing that Hendra would certainly show no mercy to anyone standing in his way. And that proved to be true. Seeing how well the young man was holding his own, the opponent began attacking with renewed vigor, boasting about his skills. The crowd could see that this was a battle between near equals. No one could be singled out as the clear favorite in this clash, especially since neither man was letting up. But at some point, Richard Orlando finally managed to pull off a move that allowed him to take control of the fight. And immediately everyone noticed how the young man pushed his opponent away with all his might. Each wanted to be the better fighter, especially since their subordinates were watching them one way or another. Each wanted to win, but both knew that victory would go to only one of them. Unexpectedly, Richard Orlando remarked that his opponent had indeed blocked his first strike, which meant the other had prepared exceptionally well. Hendra thought to himself that it was a good thing he had the power of the shockwave effect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to withstand this boy's sword attacks. And while our hero was watching his opponent closely, the villain's men were already gathering behind him to attack. Men who didn't know or understand the meaning of a fair fight. The rest of the guys also put their own battles on hold to watch how beautifully this fight would end. And only the young man calmly remarked that he had thought the Legion was a regular army, but it turned out they were capable of only a single surprise attack. And activating his new ability, the young man declared that he too had his own secret trick up his sleeve. Having activated the power of radiance, Richard Orlando was certain that the battle would now take a completely different turn. However, for some reason, something began to go wrong. It seemed as though his hands were moving on their own, independent of his will. Be that as it may, it had the desired effect, as all the attackers instantly scattered in different directions. Now the legionnaires watched the events unfolding on the battlefield with completely different expressions on their faces. Just as the young man was about to catch his breath, he heard Modil's screams. With terror in her voice, she was shouting that they urgently needed help. The girl replied that a griffin was chasing her, and she had no idea how to deal with it. Not only was this creature hot on her heels, but it could also breathe fire, which made the situation exponentially more dangerous. That was precisely why the goblins were claiming that they would be caught and roasted very soon. They needed urgent help and support. Then something happened that no one expected, because someone's well-aimed arrow flew straight into the beast's mouth. There was no intention to kill the griffin. The goal was simply to distract it, which was accomplished perfectly. Verisk, holding her bow confidently, remained silent but watched the results of her work intently. Realizing that the situation could take a very unfavorable turn, the centaur leader ordered her men to attack the griffin immediately. The frightened beast watched intently as a huge number of arrows flew toward it. Not wanting to be killed, the griffin immediately took off, though some of the arrows still managed to wound him. Once again, the astonished men cried out that this was their lord's beloved pet, which had also been unable to withstand the enemy's onslaught. Turning around, the young man saw for himself what was happening, but he was in no hurry to take action. Furious beyond measure, Gunawan finally grabbed his sword and ran toward his most bitter enemy to show him that the joke had fallen flat. At that very moment, the battle began again, but this time it was fiercer and more ruthless than at the very start. With anger in his voice, Richard Orlando said that they had been living peacefully, had been attacked, and now people were even hurling all sorts of nasty insults at them. What had they done to deserve this? And so, with tremendous force, he threw his opponent aside, wanting to show him that war is no game, and certainly not a mere whim. At that moment, our hero wanted to end this battle as quickly as possible so he could return to his usual business. Meanwhile, Hendra thought to himself that his magical armor possessed a powerful fire-reflecting ability. The more the boy attacked, the more, and then he fell silent. Then he glanced sideways at one of the sides, noticing something unusual there. With every passing minute, the young man's onslaught grew more aggressive and powerful. It seemed as though something irreparable was about to happen. This led Hendra to wonder what had happened to his fire-reflecting power, why his fire element wasn't working on this opponent. It really didn't matter to the young man who was standing before him, because he had a clear goal and was charging straight toward it. In the very next instant, the irreparable happened. Hendra's sword snapped in two. Holding only one half in his hands, the Lord could not understand what had gone wrong, why he had failed this time. He then collapsed exhausted onto the grass, knowing that it was now pointless for him to continue fighting. Consequently, it could be considered that it was all over. At the same time, Richard Orlando explained that a weapon is just a weapon. If an aristocrat cannot fight without his sword, then he is not worthy of the title of leader at all. The fire-reflecting element of the protective armor was, of course, magnificent. Even his hands were covered in blisters. Staring at his opponent in horror, the Lord said that a five-fold attack with the fire element was enough to incinerate a man, yet the man was merely complaining that his hands were burned. He then grimaced, realizing that a truly great warrior stood before him. A few minutes later, the opponent found the strength to say that this time he would admit defeat. Upon hearing this, the legionnaires were in a state of shock. They had never imagined they would witness such a thing. On the other hand, our hero's companions rejoiced because they had managed to secure a victory, even though it had not come easily. Ponter immediately asked if they needed to capture all the villains, and was told that it would be best to start with Hendra. However, a moment later, the young man declared that he wanted to take this man's magical armor, which was truly magnificent. Richard Orlando marveled at this splendor, realizing he had never seen anything like it. At the same time, he knew the armor was slightly damaged, but after all, he had made sure that was exactly what happened. Grabbing the armor, the young man began shouting that the little one had suffered because of him, while the girls asked at the same time if the Lord was all right, and whether he had been injured during the battle. Clutching his heart, the young man continued to say that he was in incredible pain. Annie thought irritably that this man wasn't injured at all. It was a good thing she hadn't wasted the remaining half of the bottle of holy water on him. Suddenly, pulling her glasses down tighter, Tan Baihu declared that she could see a magic crystal right in front of her. They say that magic crystals are so expensive that their value cannot even be measured in gold coins. They are considered an essential material for crafting magical equipment. But that's all over now. So the Lord must ask the blacksmith to reforge the armor, and then the crystal will work again. Richard Orlando couldn't believe it was all so simple. After all, he'd thought that the armor was now nothing but trash. But the girl explained that if the guy didn't want to believe her, he could do as he pleased, just don't say she hadn't mentioned that. Even if the armor were repaired, the young man wouldn't be able to use it because it wasn't meant for him. The surprised guy looked at his acquaintance and couldn't understand how such a thing could even be possible. But then, tossing the armor aside, he shouted that Laobi should deal with it now, because he already had a lot of important things piling up. And he immediately added that a hefty ransom would surely be offered for these prisoners, telling Buckland to handle it herself. Annie added that they still needed to figure out what to do with the remaining war spoils. Those bagas and horses could probably be sold for a good amount of money. Scratching his head, the Lord jokingly remarked that he'd actually been thinking of cooking up some horse meat. But Annie pointed out again that these prisoners could also be sold to a trading guild specializing in the sale of captives. That would be much more convenient. Upon hearing that each person could be sold for 4 or even 5 gold coins, the young man's spirits immediately lifted. Looking at the girls who had been talking about something for a very long time, the young man remarked that, compared to these two, his knowledge of commerce was very superficial. Aside from military might, there are still many laws and rules in this world that he needs to learn, though he didn't want to think about that right now. And besides, there's enough bronze weaponry now to completely fill the palace treasury and put the problem of poverty behind him forever. Just a minute later, our hero looked intently in a certain direction. It seemed an idea had popped into his head. The guy said that after this battle, the man-lizards had improved their strength quite a bit, which actually worked in his favor. Even the earth dragon's level had risen. Its muscles and body had grown significantly. The system notified them that with that much team combat experience, they couldn't have expected anything less. Finally, the main tasks were finished, so they could enjoy a peaceful dinner after a hard day. For a while, all the comrades ate in silence. They were so exhausted that they didn't feel like saying a word. Tan Baihu was the first to speak, saying that she would advise the nobleman to go with her to the city this time to exchange coins. The surprised young man didn't understand why he would need to do that. The girl explained that this time their enemy was Stuart's elite guard legion, and that relations between Pompey and the Stuarts had been very tense in recent years. Therefore, if the young man encountered an invasion by the Stuarts, he should immediately report it to the House of Lords. Richard Orlando immediately asked whether Pompey's leadership could really consider the current situation an invasion and make a fuss about it. This time, Annie replied, explaining that they love to drag things out. They just need something to latch onto, and since they're involved in this matter, they'll be in the same boat, so to speak. Smiling, the Lord said that it all sounded plausible. Then, in a few days, they would set out on their journey and be sure to take Annie with them. It took 6 days to gather all the spoils and prisoners, after which our hero and the others set out on their planned journey. As they traveled along the road, the young man shouted to someone that he was improving himself through sacred prayers. Gunawan, who was walking alongside his men as a prisoner, realized that this was directed at him. He stared ahead in horror, not knowing how to respond to this man. Suddenly, the man yelled at his prisoner to shut his mouth, or else he would deeply regret it. But the young man had no intention of stopping there, so he said again that if his opponent thought he had become a man just because he had grown a mustache, then he was mistaken. Hendra shouted that only sacred prayers, and only they, could have granted Richard such magnificent and powerful strength without disturbing the fundamental elements. Making no attempt to hide anything, our hero admitted that it was indeed the art of prayer, but he had no intention of giving the villain a treat just because he'd answered the question correctly. And once again, the young man shouted that he wanted to know the boy's rank, but the boy replied that he couldn't advance to the apocalypse mode just yet. Upon hearing this, Gunawan's eyes widened, because apparently this was the highest rank of all possible ranks. With horror in his voice, the opponent said that it turned out this young man had reached the solar rank, which was second only to the apocalypse mode, and he had still been dreaming of taking that spot. However, the opponent wanted to know what Richard Orlando meant when he spoke of certain problems. Scratching his head, he replied that the problem was that he hadn't even made it to Xinhua. Then the young man's subordinates reported that this person had lost consciousness for some reason. After several days of travel, our hero and his team finally made it safely to Korin. Sitting in the wagon, the young man remarked that time had flown by so quickly, even though he had arrived in this city all by himself just yesterday. However, the young man is now completely different from what he was then. The situation has changed radically, and in the most miraculous way. Richard Orlando is now the commander of 1,000 elite soldiers and hundreds of mighty centaurs. Returning here this time, the young man feels completely different. Since the overwhelming majority of people want to follow Annie's lead and close the deal, the young man has no choice but to mind his own business. Sitting in the tavern, the Lord remarked that ale without ice always has such a strange taste. At the same time, the bartender replied that at this time of year, using winter ice and magical creations would be a luxury, so they would have to drink it just as it was. But the men didn't have time to finish their conversation, because a moment later, a man walked into the tavern and asked for 3 mugs of ale. He was a rather fat man with his companions, who looked more like vagabonds than good warriors. In addition, the guest asked for a roasted pork knuckle, beef tongue, and 3 buttered sandwiches. Glancing at the coins that had been tossed onto the counter, the surprised employee explained in a somewhat frightened voice that this wouldn't be enough for much. The fat man immediately slammed his fist on the table, shouting that the old man probably didn't know who his boss was. Our hero said that a bunch of loudmouth thugs had gathered here, none of whom were anyone to speak of. At that very moment, the burly man told the employee that he worked for Lord Richard of the High Mountain Fortress, after which he asked again if that wasn't enough money. Suddenly, one of the soldiers approached the aristocrat and asked him if he had heard of the great gentleman from the famous fortress. At that very moment, an employee interrupted the conversation, asking if they were talking about the Scarlet Butcher whom the savages there greatly admire. The guests laughed, noting that they had recently routed the entire Stuart army with only 300 men. And once again, Richard Orlando remarked that Annie was incredibly fast. They had entered the city just a couple of hours ago, and the news had already spread far and wide. Approaching the fat man, our hero asked if it were true that he was the lord of the Highland Fortress, and immediately received an affirmative answer. Suddenly, the stranger's eyes gleamed. It seemed as though he was about to do something. That was indeed the case, as the man grabbed his weapon and began swinging it as hard as he could. He then added that this was the massive sword with which he had beheaded the dragon, which simply sent the young man into a state of wild shock. The people gathered in the tavern said that they were actually looking at a dragon slayer, since he had killed such a powerful dragon so easily with a single stroke. At the same time, the young man thought to himself that this was one of the worst swords he had ever seen. Its weight and lightness were only 1/5, that of real steel. The young man wanted to see how this would all end, so he asked if he was indeed looking at Porter and Verisk, and upon hearing that this was indeed the case, at that very moment, the young man asked dramatically, "Isn't Verisk a centaur who possesses unique abilities?" The deceitful strangers immediately froze in their tracks, not knowing how best to respond. But then they claimed that these were merely rumors, not worth believing it, was simply that his horsemanship was so refined that he was almost like a real centaur, which was exactly what many had meant. And once again, the Lord reflected that whenever something serious or interesting happens, scammers immediately appear, looking to profit from it. Everything that was now unfolding before Richard Orlando's eyes, though different from reality, was entirely plausible and not lacking in detail. Hearing the guy bring up again that Verisk was actually a centaur, the men declared that if one participant wasn't real, then the rest were fictional as well. One of the guys shouted, "If it's not Richard, the one with the huge sword, then who is this mysterious person?" Pointing to himself, the young man declared that he was the one everyone was looking for or wanted to see. The swindlers immediately froze in their tracks. Now it was hard for them to say anything. One of the thugs, putting an arm around the young man's shoulder, asked where he planned to go next, and heard that our hero was heading to the nobleman's garden on business. Meanwhile, the swindler kept talking, saying that very soon they would be setting off on a merchant caravan. Had the boy heard of such a thing? It was a magnificent procession of wagons carrying several hundred people. Turning around, they added that they were going there to establish contacts with influential figures, and that they might as well take the boy along with them. A short while later, Annie, who had also arrived at the tavern, asked her companion who these strangers were to him, but he replied that they were old acquaintances of his, and immediately added that he needed to go to the nobleman's garden to meet with Sauron. A short while later, the Lord was already in the elegant entrance hall. A frightened maid asked why the aristocrat had come to this place, though he countered by asking where else he could possibly be if not here. But the maid explained that His Highness Sauron had left several days ago for a high mountain fortress to visit our hero. Upon hearing that his companion had left 4 days ago, the young man cried out that he couldn't understand how he could have made such a blunder. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind the young man, asking if it was true that they were looking for him. The man explained that in order to return from the high mountain fortress as quickly as possible, they had harnessed 6 top-class warhorses and used wind magic to speed them up. The young man was very surprised by such urgency, since they had seen each other not long ago. Sauron immediately declared in an icy tone that war had broken out with the stewards. Grabbing his acquaintance by the scruff of the neck, the young man began shouting, asking how it could have come to this, that the two most powerful nations had begun fighting each other, and to such an extent. But the man had no intention of having this conversation in the hallway, so he invited his guest to follow him into his office. Even though the old friends were now alone, the conversation didn't start right away. For a reason Richard couldn't understand, the host closed the curtains first. Pointing to some scrolls on the table, the man asked the young man to take a close look at them. Laughing, the Lord asked if the man was trying to create a particularly atmospheric setting, and then added that they weren't on such close terms. Once the jokes were over, our hero read the message, which stated that they would avenge the cowardly attack on Lord Richard, and therefore a war would begin. Tossing the scroll aside, the aristocrat roared, "Could they really have just gone and declared war on the Stuarts over such nonsense?" Smiling, the young man said he was flattered, but to himself he thought that he never imagined his high mountain fortress would one day be linked to such a historic moment. But then he replied that His Majesty was indeed correcting mistakes. Even though the young man's own reputation had come under attack, it hadn't suffered much damage. Laughing, Sauron asked if the young man thought that the war with the Stuarts had actually begun because they had decided to attack the fortress. Richard Orlando had already suspected that he had been used as bait, but the man explained that in fact, the Stuarts were the first to declare war on them, and there was evidence to prove it. At that very moment, the young man unrolled the second scroll to examine it closely as well. It stated that during a routine military patrol, Hendra had encountered an unprovoked attack by Pompey. While putting up fierce resistance, he was, unfortunately, killed. The disgruntled young man shouted even louder, insisting that it was their high mountain fortress that was being defended. But the text made it seem as though they had decided to attack someone. Furious, the Lord tried to explain that Hendra was alive and unharmed, yet for some reason the Stuarts had already rushed to bury him. The man said that none of this mattered, until the family admitted it themselves. No one would be able to prove that it was Hendra and not some impostor. This old grudge had long since reached a boiling point. Now, the only way to resolve it was through war. It turned out that 5 years ago, the Pompeys and the Stuarts discovered a mine containing magical crystals on the disputed border. The reserves were simply impressive, but they never managed to settle who the mine actually belonged to. The young man asked, with a thoughtful tone in his voice, whether both sides were willing to start a war over a mine containing these magical crystals. The man added that a storm was brewing. Wasn't the boy afraid of it? Drawing back the curtains, Sauron asked our hero to stay here for a few days because someone wanted to meet with him. Overall, Richard Orlando didn't mind, though he didn't understand why this man couldn't meet with him immediately if he wanted to so badly. Upon hearing that this gentleman was too busy, the young man's curiosity grew even more. He suspected it might even be the governor of the Northeast. A few days later, standing before the enormous doors, the man finally revealed that it was His Majesty. Trying to process all this information, the young man watched as the man knocked on the doors. A moment later, the doors swung open, and Sauron and his young friend found themselves inside a huge room. The old man sitting on the throne looked closely at his guests and asked them to feel free to take a seat. The man began by apologizing for having detained our hero for several days, though the young man himself felt awkward that such a great man would start with such trivial matters. Then the old man spoke of how the two countries had declared war on each other, as a nominal matter, and asked what the young gentleman thought about it. Richard Orlando did not understand what was meant by nominal side, But Sauron explained that His Majesty meant that in this war, the Pompeians needed a hero who would inspire the people's fighting spirit. Smiling, the young man said that he now understood everything perfectly, but to himself he thought that a hero was destined to die, and therefore there was no need to drag him into this. His Majesty was gracious and therefore asked, if not the boy, then who would be best suited for the role of hero? In a calm tone, our hero replied that, of course, it was the head of the court, Lord Sauron. Clearing his throat, the man declared that the young man was talking nonsense. After all, he was an elderly man and had nothing heroic to offer. Moreover, the young man's name was listed in the war decrees of both states. Besides, everyone knew that he was the lord of the high mountain fortress. Realizing that a conflict was brewing, the old man asked them not to take it too seriously, then added that Sauron would do well to pour everyone a glass of wine to help them relax a bit. Meanwhile, the ruler was saying that the military corps was ready to grant the young lord the title of Knight of the Eagle, a very rare honor in peacetime. Upon hearing this, the young man exclaimed that no one even wanted to capture their village garrison in the high mountain fortress because it was a place of utter poverty. However, if His Majesty is willing to share with him half of the division of the most honorable palace, then he'll consider it. Sauron, who had approached his companion by then, remarked, "Can he really be thinking about the division of the most honorable palace? He must be daydreaming a bit." Lost in thought, the old man said they would discuss it later. He had another matter he wanted to talk to Richard about right now. The Scar tribe had recently answered Pompey's call, but they went missing halfway there. And the high mountain fortress is located precisely where they disappeared. Perhaps the Lord knows where they are now. After all, they are natural-born warriors. No one would simply accept their loss. Playing his part, the young man asked that they not speak of this for now. The young man doesn't know why, but at that moment, an unimaginable fire of justice began to burn in his heart. And he immediately added that now he is probably an Eagle Knight. Hearing the enthusiasm with which Richard Orlando delivered this speech, His Excellency asked if he had really agreed so quickly to become a hero. Not wanting to reveal the whole truth, the young man declared that selflessly serving the country was the true duty of every Pompeian, and therefore, of course, he would take it upon himself. Smiling, the old man added that, as an Eagle Knight, the young man would also receive great honor and respect. Furthermore, 3 more soldiers might be enrolled ahead of schedule into the Dragon's Claw squad, but they would not be required to follow orders. They would have a great deal of autonomy. To himself, our hero noted that he remembered this unit well. They were known for their bloody and brutal battles. Although at that moment it didn't matter whether these troops were good or bad, everyone knew this battle would be no easy feat for either side. After a while, Sauron told his friend not to worry too much. His Majesty was also currently serving in this legion. The young man couldn't believe that His Majesty's son was also here at that moment. In a calm tone, the man stated that Bedrick was indeed in this city. And once again, the Lord thought to himself that this was excellent. The unit in which the prince served would certainly suffer the least, and there would be many merits to be gained. As he walked down the corridor, Richard Orlando asked his senior comrade whether His Majesty's eyesight was indeed not very good. Sauron admitted that it wasn't just not very good. The old man could see practically nothing. Despite this, his sense of vengeance runs very deep, and his ability to understand the world through this sense and his spiritual power is no less effective than his eyesight. In fact, the power of past rulers was rather mediocre. This doesn't mean at all that they were foolish. It's just that power demands a double expenditure of energy and time, and His Most Honorable Majesty was precisely able to handle this. Listening to these remarks, the young man wondered how one man, no longer young himself, could praise another man of the same age so highly. After all, they were both strong men, yet they were having a conversation that seemed almost feminine. Just as Sauron was about to say something else flattering about the ruler, the young man interrupted him, beginning to speak. The Lord asked if perhaps he should go to this Dragon's Claw and meet everyone, after which he heard a nod of approval. After a while, the travelers were already standing near a large archway, looking at one of the buildings, having decided that they had arrived. Upon entering, the men saw warriors in front of them who were training diligently, honing their skills. Noticing the strangers, the chief warrior explained that this was the base of the Dragon's Claw Legion, and therefore outsiders did not belong here, but he would like to help the guests and was listening to them carefully. Sauron, pointing at our hero, stated that this man was the lord of the high mountain fortress and had come here on the orders of his majesty. Upon hearing this, all the warrior could do was repeat in astonishment everything he had just heard. And after a brief pause, he asked the gentleman to follow him. With a displeased look on his face, the young man immediately asked his friend what was wrong with this man, why he was behaving so strangely, and was told that it was indeed puzzling, since he shouldn't have reacted that way. Approaching some kind of gate, the warrior told the gentleman several times not to lose their composure. And opening the door, he added that if a young man who called himself Richard was standing before him, perhaps they would find out the truth, because the situation was becoming incomprehensible. The strangers sitting in the local tavern were now closely examining the young man, who was also staring at them in amazement. Raising his voice, the aristocrat shouted that he had once again encountered this gang of swindlers who had no shame and had even come here. And while Sauron was saying something, the young man shouted that this was the first time he'd come across such brave souls, but he could deal with them in no time at all. The burly man standing closest to the young man addressed him as a highly respected Eagle Knight, asking for forgiveness for a little joke, and adding that they hadn't planned to do anything wrong. But the young man didn't need these apologies. He simply wanted to know who these people really were, since they certainly weren't just happening to run into him everywhere by chance. Scratching his head, the burly man said that his real name was Bedrick. The men had expected anything but this, so they gaped in surprise. Our hero's acquaintance couldn't believe that this burly guy was actually a prince, but he replied that it was the absolute truth and added that his father had surely told Mr. Richard about him. A moment later, the new arrivals exchanged glances and began whispering to one another, saying that there was most likely no mistake. This was indeed His Majesty's son. The man who had earlier claimed to be Richard Orlando introduced himself. It turned out his name was Bayan, and he was a member of the Royal Guard, while the second man was a swordsman from Corin. The young man was still surprised and thought that these people certainly didn't look like who they claimed to be, but he was obliged to believe them, even though they looked like idlers and traitors rolled into one. Most kings have several sons, as it was more convenient that way to choose an heir, but in this case His Majesty also stood out. He has only Bedrick. And immediately our hero thought that this was some kind of powerful omen of the state's downfall. Looking at the warrior, the young man asked if he had seen these people before. If so, why hadn't he recognized His Majesty then? However, the old man began to make excuses, explaining that he hadn't seen them before. But this answer did not satisfy the lord, who grabbed the unfortunate man by the scruff of his neck and explained that Bedrick had previously served at the Dragon's Claw, and therefore there was no way he could have failed to see him.
Scratching his head, the young man admitted that although he was nominally on the roster here, this was actually his first time in this place, and so he didn't know anyone.
He explained that these days many noble children had simply learned to sign up for service, adding that the current generation had indeed become worse than the previous one. Richard Orlando knew all this, yet the situation still annoyed him greatly. But the questioning didn't end there, because the young lord wanted to know why all these people needed to pretend to be him, since the truth would come out anyway. Bowing his head, Bedrick admitted that it would be difficult for the young man to understand the soul of a person who had no talents or merits. With tears in his eyes, the young man said that Mr. Richard surely did not understand what it meant to be a rotten egg. Our hero did not understand the meaning of this phrase in this context, but Sauron explained that it referred to people whose talent was no different from that of a tree or a stone. In their world, all creatures possess their own talent and power, even leaves or stones, for example. Yet history is not lacking in talent, however. A wise person can become so by relying on hard work, resources, and luck. Looking at his new acquaintance, Richard Orlando asked point-blank whether this meant the man was completely talentless. Still feeling down, Bedrick admitted that he really was a nobody, even though he wished things were different. At that very moment, the assistant declared that His Highness possessed exceptional talent for the elements and could absorb them on his own without even thinking about it. At the same time, the prince has a unique physique, and these elements will affect him, so he should undergo weekly cleansing to remove the accumulated elements from his body. Generally speaking, those who wield the elements cannot expel them from their own bodies, just as a mage would never worry about a fireball clenched in his hand. It turned out that His Highness's power was completely different at birth, but became what it is now after a severe illness that Bedrick endured several years ago. The prince himself had already mentioned that he'd heard our hero could march through an army of 1,000 men using the strength of his body, a thought that made one's heart race. But these words didn't move the lord in the least. Instead, He asked how long Bedrick intended to keep pretending and suffering. But then he said there was no need to take his words to heart. It would be best if the young man came to visit them in the city of Gaoshan sometime. He immediately turned to the elderly warrior, asking why he still hadn't seen Commander Dragon's Claw, since he had come here specifically to meet this man. Smiling, the old man apologized, explaining that this man had been spending a lot of time at the garrison lately, which was why he wasn't with them. Richard Orlando also laughed, noting that he himself held meetings only when there was an urgent need to do so. However, now that the two states have already declared war on each other, he cannot stay here for long. He must return to his high mountain fortress as soon as possible. While everyone was sharpening their knives and preparing for war, the only thing they actually faced was years of idleness. Gaoshan could barely keep up with the latest news, which a messenger brought from time to time. Holding the note in his hands, the young man said that it was from the Church of Light. They had conveyed the Pope's signature to both countries, and that an attempt to smooth over the conflict would inevitably lead to war in the future, so the population must be protected. With joy in her voice, Annie suggested that there would be no war, but the aristocrat explained that while the conflict might be settled, the issue itself remained unresolved. If there were to be a battle, so be it. It was only a matter of time. He then added that he had plenty of time, and therefore he wanted Chandra brought to trial. He immediately went on to say that the original plan had been to receive him in exchange for a ransom, but in the end, Stuart had sent him to certain death in order to start a war, so there was nothing he could do. Continuing to read the letter, Tan Baihu noted that it also mentioned that the Church of Light and the Church of the Goddess of Ice and Snow had clashed over His Majesty and the law, and it all ended with the Church of the Goddess of Ice simply walking out of the hall. The young man replied that in this war, it was most likely this very church that would not take the field alongside Pompey. Despite this, the Lord could not understand how such a mighty force as the Church of the Goddess of Ice and Snow could be defiled, especially on the eve of war. His assistant immediately suggested that perhaps the young man hadn't obtained all the necessary information, as the text of the letter was somewhat vague. Clutching his head, Richard Orlando realized for himself that this church was extremely powerful, its strength comparable to that of an entire country. His Majesty Sagra would not tolerate dissent within his realm, so they were certain to fall apart. Immediately, our hero quickly asked his comrades who they thought would win, Stuart or Pompey. Annie explained that she'd heard the forces were evenly matched, so it was hard to say, though Tan Baihu immediately pointed out that this information was outdated. It was already 30 years old. She went on to explain that as soon as King Sagra ascended the throne, he had such a thirst for greatness and glory, greater even than that of previous rulers, that Pompey was able to be revived and is now thriving. The girl rarely praises people for their actions, but Sagra managed to become a powerful ruler. Balloony of the House of Stuart is a perfect example of a fallen monarch. He is depraved, though many people already know this. These people are opposites, their strengths have long since diverged, so it's also wrong to compare them. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately assumed that Pompey would definitely not win. But the young woman stated that this wasn't necessarily the case. When it comes to a war between two states, the issue is fairly easy to resolve. But as soon as travel to other countries is restricted, the situation will become more difficult. Richard Orlando understood that southern San Jose was also planning to get involved in the war. But it turned out that often it is a third party, one that intervenes unexpectedly, that ends up coming out on top. This conversation could have gone on for a long time, but those gathered suddenly heard someone complain of a headache. Turning around, the young man saw the very person he had asked to be brought to him just a short while ago. So he quickly announced that the commander of the Roaring Bear Legion had arrived. Hendra immediately declared that he was no longer of any value, and therefore could already be put on trial, but the young man replied that he would be the one to decide who or what was valuable to him. He then added that the prisoner must reveal information that could be very useful and valuable. After breaking the chains, Richard Orlando said that before revealing any secrets, the prisoner must look this way. As he read the letter, the young man marveled that the Stuarts had dared to declare war on Pompey at all. But the young man declared that Hendru should be concerned not so much by that as by the fact that as far as everyone else was concerned, he was already dead, and he had heard that his own family had in fact disowned him. After these words, our hero noted once again that in that case, the prisoner should reveal everything he knew about the matter, because it was in his own best interest. He added sharply that the blond man's life was worth nothing, No one would remember him or even notice that he had suddenly disappeared from the high mountain fortress. After a moment's thought, Hendra replied that he knew where a certain artifact was located. Raising his hand, the Lord remarked that it all sounded like some kind of nonsense, and therefore gave the impression that someone was definitely planning to deceive him. His former rival did not respond to this remark. He merely continued saying that, to be precise, it was a great creation from the era of the ancient Titans. About 10 years ago, the teenager traveled with his father to the Winter City to attend a banquet celebrating Lord Magellan's daughter's coming of age. When this lord was young, as a famous traveler, he brought back many magnificent treasures from various lands. On that day, Magellan opened his treasure chamber to visitors. Hendra was there too, and he immediately took a liking to an ivory bracelet. The host admitted that it was a ritual bracelet belonging to one of the savage clans, and not a piece of jewelry at all. However, even back then, as a boy, the future heir to the Stewart family understood everything. It's not a bracelet at all. It's a ring once worn by the Titans. Moreover, it is the Ring of Thunder. The king of the Titans, who ruled the world in that era, created a whole set of rings from the bones of rebels. They were named as follows: the Ring of Thunder, the Ring of Molten Iron, the Ring of Earth's Veins, and the Ring of the Sea Storm, and were held by 4 Titans. Tan Baihu immediately explained that this legend is very popular. It says that if all 4 rings are gathered, one can obtain unprecedented power. Richard Orlando immediately asked if they had managed to obtain the ring, but it turned out that Magellan was a man of great power, and so the teenager couldn't ask for something like that. He immediately added that the Lord most likely hadn't uncovered this secret himself yet, so this situation could work in their favor. Raising his voice, the boy exclaimed, "Is this Lord mentally retarded that he still hasn't realized this?" But the higher the level of a magical item, the more imperceptible its energy fluctuations are, which is why the energy of the Thunder Ring is impossible to detect. Even if it is an artifact, the artifacts of the Titans can only be used by the Titans themselves. Upon hearing the conversation about the Titans, the young man said thoughtfully that he had one such artifact himself. Suddenly, the young man spoke up again, saying that no one had been able to find this artifact for a long time. So how on earth had Hendra managed to figure out what it was when he was just a child? Upon hearing that this man was kissed by the gods, Tan Baihu cried out joyfully. As the name implies, this refers to a fortunate person blessed by the gods and possessing special abilities. Now, a young man, he didn't understand a thing, while the prisoner explained that his right eye couldn't see in the usual sense of the word. Richard Orlando thought the prisoner was blind, but it turned out to be something entirely different. Even as a child, Hendra realized that while he could not see objects, he was able to distinguish the brilliance of colors and fluctuations in energy. And the reason he was certain that it was indeed a ring was that it emitted an unusual golden glow, visible only to his eyes. It was so beautiful that it's hard to even describe what was happening at that moment. Now it was our hero's turn to be surprised, remarking that this man had a golden pupil. The young man wanted to verify whether the man was telling the truth, so he was about to look for something valuable. But a moment later, Hendra pointed to the pet, noting that there was something unusual about it. After hearing this, the Lord expected something magical to happen, but the prisoner claimed he felt nothing else. Richard Orlando also wanted to know if this prisoner had told anyone else about his talent. But the prisoner explained that by the time he realized what was going on, he was already a grown man, so there was no need to consult anyone, and he could simply choose not to mention this gift at all. The Lord didn't understand what this had to do with it, but Hendra said again that he had studied the history of the blessed, and that revealing one's talent to others was akin to the beginning of one's life. Annie added that this could lead to anatomical studies, alchemical experiments, or something similar. And our hero had already mentioned that certain parts of monsters' bodies could be used to create magical artifacts. Perhaps an enemy's eye could be used as well. And immediately laughing, he added that he was just joking, because he didn't have any alchemists here. Kneeling on one knee, the aristocrat addressed his former rival as if he were the young hen, noting that he could no longer return to the Stuarts. And since that was the case, he was offered the chance to stay here and join the powerful contingent. The young man asked what would happen to him if he decided to refuse. The Lord stated calmly that in that case, he would face eternal imprisonment. Hendra replied that he had 2 conditions. If Richard did not agree, then he would rather remain in this dungeon. Hearing the prisoner say that his eye must not be mocked, the young man replied that he had always been benevolent toward his subjects. There was no doubt of that. Although the young man was a prisoner of war, he refused to join the detachment as a slave. At the very least, he could do so as a citizen. As he fell to the ground, Hendra said that in that case he would be loyal to his new commander. And while some said this was too saccharine, our hero explained that they would have to come up with a new name, because that person had long since been forgotten. For a moment, the prisoner fell deep in thought, staring intently at the young man sitting across from him. Then, in a quiet voice, he said something about Dracula, though not everyone immediately understood what that meant. The blond man, with tears in his eyes, declared that from now on he was Dracula and no longer had anything to do with the Stuarts. A short while later, glancing at the system display, Richard Orlando thought in surprise, who would have thought the system would approve that two-faced Hendra so quickly? And that's what happened, though one might also recall Modil, who had shouted that she would give her life for the young man, only to plan to run away at the very first opportunity. Cool autumn was gradually setting in, and the lord of the high mountain fortress finally received military aid. Upon seeing that strange contraption they'd brought him, our hero dramatically declared that Sagar wanted him to face death with humility in battle. But his assistant explained that it was actually a primitive teleport, even though the young man had never seen anything like it before. And while the lord marveled at how it was studded with magical crystals, the warrior explained that it could automatically accumulate magical power every 2 weeks and teleport one person at a specified time. Richard Orlando said again that they were waging a war on many fronts, and that teleporting just one person once every half-month was quite insignificant. But the aide said again that his lordship should be grateful for this. If not for the constant requests from His Highness Bedrick, they wouldn't have been able to secure even this. Then, lowering his voice to a whisper, he added that the prince had asked him to tell the lord of the high mountain fortress to boldly slay his enemies and achieve victory. Although in reality, Sagra's son had asked him to convey that if the young man could not secure victory, he should flee at the very first opportunity, because war is a matter for the country, while life is one's own property. Smiling, our hero realized that what had actually been said was something else entirely, but he did not want to dwell on it. By November, the church could no longer resolve the conflict, and so war was imminent. Richard, in turn, led his group to the city of Quran to join forces with a larger army. A great war was looming, and the once barren lands beyond Coram were now occupied by a few legions. His comrades whispered that such weather was unsuitable for war. They might as well stay home and have a barbecue, and they heard that Pomper was also complaining that she hadn't expected it to get so cold. Turning to someone, our hero asked why the creature in front of them was so large. It was significantly bigger than their local dragons. There was no answer. Instead, Modil shouted loudly that she could see a local sorcerer in front of her. It seemed that the old man wasn't interested in what was happening around him, because he was completely absorbed in his own thoughts. Unexpectedly, Bedrick explained that this was a priest of the Church of the Ice Goddess. Although at that moment, the young man wasn't interested in that. He wanted to know where this Hulk had come from. However, Richard Orlando then said that this was the first priest of the Church of Ice, but he had thought they'd had problems with these people back in Pompeii. His comrade explained that in the past, each legion was supposed to have 20 clergymen, but this year there were only 10. After finishing this conversation, the young man explained that he had an important meeting scheduled, but the guys needed to eat well, so he asked Bedrick to take them somewhere. But at that very moment, the Lord had to explain that he hadn't pulled his banner out of a trash can. They had made it at the Alpine Castle. But the prince didn't like something about this. He said they should take those banners and alter them. He immediately explained that once the meeting was over, there would be a procession of all the legions carrying their unit banners. A short time later, someone announced that the leader of the Dragon's Claw Legion had arrived. Bedrick whispered that this was Savak. He came from the well-known western house of Balkania, but in military circles he was always described as a wise yet indecisive man, capable of taking responsibility for his own actions, but not for the overall situation. The young man couldn't understand how Savak had become commander-in-chief, but his comrade explained that just a few years ago, this man had taken on the responsibility of commanding the troops when his partner's superior retired due to illness. At that very moment, Savak himself spoke up, and the first thing he did was greet everyone attending the meeting. Hearing that Bedrick was being addressed with great honor, he asked that they stop, although the speaker noted that there was no need to be modest. One must always be addressed properly, no matter where one is. But then he abruptly changed the subject and asked what the prince thought of this war in general. Everyone present fell silent and looked at the men in horror. It seemed that such questions should never be asked at all. He immediately added that everyone here was among friends, so there was no need to put on any act. They could speak their minds. Savak stated that based on his 30 years of military service, he did not believe that Stuart could match their Pompey. They chose the wrong time and the wrong enemy, and His Majesty Burluni Stuart may yet inherit the title of the Mad King. Responding to our hero's question about whether Lord Suffolk is truly as optimistic as he claims, Bedrick said that he wasn't sure of the details, but his father doesn't usually say things he doesn't know. And Savak continued his speech, saying that in this battle, they would have over 150,000 men on their side, plus 4 more dragon cavalry units. They would do everything possible to make the enemy pay for its ignorance. At that very moment, Richard thought about how Magellan, whom Dracula had mentioned, lived in the fortress of the harsh winter, and immediately began devising some cunning plan. Sitting in a small room, Pomper declared that the meeting was over. The young man wanted to see Abu, but the beautiful woman announced that they were all gathering outside right now because a parade of banners was taking place there. Verisk asked how things were going with their flag, but he replied sheepishly that it was just an ordinary piece of cloth. As she put on her cloak, the centaur still wanted to see what it all looked like, because it's not often you get to witness such a spectacle. But our hero still didn't understand what was so remarkable about the banners, adding that Verisk had absolutely nothing to do out in the cold, and suggesting they wrestle a few times. Just as his comrade replied that she wouldn't go, the door flew open and one of the subordinates shouted that trouble had struck. Abu and the others got into a fight with members of the Dragon's Claw squad. They urgently needed to find a way to salvage the situation. Meanwhile, legions were marching down the street, proudly holding their flags aloft. The young man's comrades remarked that this parade of banners was so majestic, while his friend noted that they had spotted their own flag among all the others. Although not everyone was so inspired upon seeing the banner of the high mountain fortress, some people began to laugh at it, wondering who on earth had come up with the crazy idea of depicting a broken chicken foot on it. The men noted that the leader of this fortress was that short guy everyone's been talking about lately, and now he'd become even more famous because he wasn't shy about adopting such a disgraceful flag. Abu, who had been listening closely to this conversation, declared with anger in his voice how such petty people could even say such things about their leader and their home. Then, without any warning, he struck that upstart hard in the face. His comrades immediately began saying that they hadn't expected to find reptiles here, and furthermore, they wouldn't allow themselves to be treated this way. Consequently, punishment would not be long in coming. And while some were fighting, others were already rushing over to defuse the situation, because the last thing they needed was another conflict right before the war. Varys could see her friend's mood, but she told her it would be best not to get worked up, since they had come to put an end to the quarrel, not to fan the flames even more. But the girl didn't hear a thing and had no intention of listening, because she was already lashing out without even trying to figure out what was going on at the guy who had spoken unkindly to Abu. Bedrick, who saw what was happening, remarked how fortunate it was that Robert Orlando had arrived in time. Perhaps he would be able to separate the feuding parties. A few minutes later, there was no point in looking in the direction the young man had headed, because nothing could be seen anyway due to the cloud of dust. And after some more time had passed, the aggrieved side remarked that they couldn't understand how these people could fight so flawlessly. They were as strong as bulls. Immediately, one of the opponents added that if he couldn't defeat them with his bare hands, he would use their own weapons. Bedrick, who hadn't done anything until then, now ran up and struck one of the men, shouting that for some reason the man had suddenly become bold. He couldn't do anything, yet he wanted to win. But the young man didn't like what was happening, so grabbing one opponent on the fly, he was already running toward the other. Having grabbed the two of them, the young man shouted for everyone to stop the fight immediately and drop their weapons. Suddenly, Savak appeared behind the warring parties and declared that they were still soldiers in his eyes and that the entire kingdom would be held accountable for the foolishness these men had committed today. Upon hearing this, one of the men was simply stunned because he hadn't even considered such a possibility. Most of those who had been knocked to the ground and couldn't get up were soldiers of the Dragon's Claw. Porter, looking around, couldn't figure out where Abu had gone, realizing that he must be somewhere here. At that very moment, Heisenberg, who was an apprentice wizard, said that something or someone was moving toward them at an incredible speed. Everyone who had been looking straight ahead until that moment now turned around in horror to see what was bearing down on them. It was Abu, who had managed to mount an earth dragon. He was shouting at the boys not to run away, but to come back and continue fighting them. However, upon seeing this scene, the warriors were even more taken aback because they had never seen anything like it, let alone such a strange duo. At that very moment, Savak spoke up, asking our hero if it was true that these were his men. If so, he asked him to keep them in check, and heard the young man vouch for all his soldiers. After that, he turned around and strode away proudly, realizing there was definitely nothing more for him to do here. Abu watched the leader intently as he was about to say something, and from the look on his face, it was clear it wasn't going to be very pleasant. And blocking their path, Richard Orlando shouted for everyone to stop immediately. Behind the young man's back, rumors immediately began to spread about how so many local dragons had all stopped at just one word, though perhaps everyone in the high mountain fortress was just that crazy. However, the lizard man wasn't willing to let it go, claiming that the strangers were the first to insult their home, though the Lord declared that there was no need to summon a dragon. It had gone too far. Stepping closer, the commander-in-chief told the aristocrat that he couldn't believe such a huge and powerful dragon lived in their castle, and heard that not only did they live there, but they also ate an incredible amount. Then Savak remarked in a stern tone that he hoped this brawl would serve as a lesson to many, but that our hero would have to pay the price for it. At that very moment, the commander of the Dragon's Claw Company stated that Lord Orlando's soldiers were still newcomers to the city and were being overly cautious in their new surroundings. After that, another soldier turned to the officer and said that if he couldn't control his own men, how could he possibly hold the rank of officer? To defuse the situation, the aristocrat said he believed the soldiers were simply too agitated. After all, war with the Stuarts was imminent. Buster explained that the same applied to Lord Richard's men. The young man agreed with this, though he added that it was normal for soldiers to fight back when attacked. He then added that it wasn't his men who started the fight, a point that was hard to argue with after hearing his opponent claim that he was actually responsible for it. After that, the young men began saying some strange things to each other. As for Sovka, he didn't immediately decide to intervene, hoping that these leaders would eventually come to some concrete agreement. But unable to stand it any longer, he sternly ordered both of them to shut up immediately. If only men could use such skills in battle, they certainly wouldn't have to worry about the outcome of the fight. But the honor they had passed on was too precious for him to allow anyone to tarnish it. In accordance with military discipline, he decided that regarding this skirmish, Richard's and Buster's teams would be assigned to the vanguard of the Special Forward Unit. Upon hearing this, the young men nearly fainted, unable to comprehend how things had come to this. Sitting on his horse, the rival said they shouldn't look at him with such sad eyes, because this was the vanguard battalion, even though the enemy isn't always right in front of you. Glancing at Bedrick, Richard Orlando noted that this was solely their business, so why had the prince come here? Scratching his head, the young man admitted that he had volunteered on his own and simply decided that it was the right thing to do. Interjecting into the conversation, Buster added that, after all, the three of them bore the greatest responsibility. If they were severely punished, His Majesty simply wouldn't be able to stay on the sidelines. He then abruptly changed the subject, saying that there was so much snow this year, it was undoubtedly a sign from the goddess of snow and ice, and asked the wizard if he agreed with him on this point. Heisenberg replied in a cold tone that snow and wind were perfectly ordinary natural phenomena. There was no need to drag any goddesses into it. To himself, Buster thought that it was no surprise that out of the 10 famous ice and snow mages, this particular man had been appointed to the vanguard. Meanwhile, interesting things were happening at the command headquarters of the Pompeian Expeditionary Forces. Although at first glance it seemed that nothing important was going on there, that was not the case. Standing by a small table, a stranger was slowly pouring something into a glass. As he looked at the bright liquid in the beautiful vessel, the subordinate heard a voice telling him not to delay. With confusion in his voice, the man explained that he couldn't do it because Dr. Guanyan wouldn't have advised it. And while the gentleman shouted that it didn't matter, the servant kept pointing out that this was making his task much more difficult. Suddenly the door creaked, and the frightened subordinate looked to see who might be there. Upon entering the room, Sagra stated that Liaula really needed to spend as much time as possible in the sun. The man replied that his effectiveness didn't depend on that, though the old man kept insisting that it was still beneficial. The goblin explained that he was simply afraid that people would find out that the human expeditionary forces were commanded by a goblin from the most despised race. And glancing into his cup, he added slowly that, On top of that, he was also disabled. Casting a contemptuous glance at his comrade in arms, the ruler declared that they could drink no more. He added that he was certain his people didn't care at all, and therefore it was necessary to go for a walk. A great man deserves some fresh air. Closing his eyes, Liao Luo noted that since it was the ruler's wish, he would do as was required of him. As he led the old goblin out onto the street, Sagra explained that he had created a special barrier of tuna flames to maintain the internal temperature. The old goblin added that His Majesty simply took everything too much to heart, although such an attitude was even somewhat flattering to someone who had never experienced kindness toward himself. The ruler recalled that they had met their comrade during a cold and hungry winter, having heard that the goblin himself knew there had been a food shortage at the time. He went on to say that when they found this creature, they saw Liao Luo in its all-consuming maw. At that moment, the young Sager didn't know how to react to what had happened, so he didn't immediately come to the rescue. It was only later, while rescuing his future comrade, that he discovered one very important detail. Standing before him was a god-bearer with a distinctive mark on his forehead. Interestingly, the goblin turned out to be incredibly intelligent. Suddenly, Sagra mentioned that once he became king, the goblin would be able to continue using his talents, but now on a national level. Liao Luo admitted that his only friend considered him a genius, who had managed to balance his studies with administrative duties. But few people know that the real person behind the scenes is the one who draws you in. The ruler in turn declared that, thanks to his comrade, Pompey was flourishing, and the comrade added that His Majesty had saved his life back then, so he would do everything possible to continue helping. A moment later, Sagra changed the subject, asking what was new regarding that matter. The goblin asked in return what matter he was referring to. Realizing that the old man wanted to know about the goddess of the religion, he said that one must be patient, because a ripe apple will eventually fall to the ground. The ruler spoke again, explaining that their people had already set out, though Richard had been temporarily reassigned to the vanguard. After some thought, Lao Lao noted that this was an excellent idea, because it would allow him to find out what Richard was truly capable of. He explained that when he first analyzed the high mountain fortress, he discovered that every step they took was a giant one. Of course, the goblin was a genius himself, and naturally had no doubt in the abilities of others to perform miracles. And so he can only explain this by the fact that this Richard was a rare and great general. Raising his hands, Buster shouted that his friend was in high spirits despite everything that had happened, after which he heard that the man was reciting a prayer for self-improvement, which was hardly surprising. At that very moment, Bedrick began teasing our hero, but the young man rudely declared that Bedrick was the only one whose mouth never shut. However, this conversation was interrupted because someone shouted that something was happening ahead. But it turned out that before the warriors lay a city that had gathered a detachment of Stuart's troops for its defense. Once again, Richard's new acquaintance spoke up, explaining that an entire corps of up to 5,000 men might be stationed there, as this area was a relatively important military hub. Although the prince was talking about something else, he insisted that Ji Kishi, which they could see before them, was just an ordinary farming town specializing solely in pumpkins. One of his subordinates immediately reported that the wall here was thin, no more than 3 peaks high, and no guards had been detected. Buster, who had recently been telling all sorts of horror stories about this town, now couldn't believe that it was completely deserted. Only Richard Orlando didn't believe it, convinced that this was just a trap. After a while standing on the wagon, the young man was already peering intently into the distance. Despite this, the young man was in no hurry to mention what he had seen. Although he eventually did mention that he had seen this small farming town in Cascade, the soldiers on the wall had also spotted them and, without making a fuss, began redeploying their troops. Buster also noted that he had seen a griffin flag with a red background and gold stripes, and the prince stated that he knew of 3 legions with griffins in Stuart. Smiling, our hero spoke again about how he had a man who had previously served in the Stuart garrison. He would call him over so he could confirm it for certain. Holding a telescope in his hands, Dracula remarked that this was the ambition of a lion. He also met the commander of their army, a man named Capet. They are merely the dregs of a regular legion. He is certain that their team is much stronger, and therefore they can safely attack. At that time, in the city of Cascade, interesting events were also unfolding at the mayor's residence. Baron Colette, who was the commander-in-chief of the Brave Lions army, was happily drinking ale. In a dissatisfied tone, He remarked that several days had already passed since they declared war on Pompeii, yet the high command was still in complete chaos. 15 days ago, His Majesty Bruni had asked them, the Griffins, to transfer from the Royal Guard to Winterfell, and then 3 days later had asked them to return to Wangdu. Why on earth was such treatment necessary? He thought to himself that Pompey's army was already on the move, blocking their retreat as their leader. He had to gather all his men in the small town of Cascade to be able to fight defensively. The man blamed everything on Bruni, who had never been interested in politics and had always relied on a few ministers when forming his cabinet. He had done a fairly good job. Some people even believed this was a better approach than the emperor's monopoly on power. But then, a few months ago, His Majesty suddenly returned as king and began meddling in politics with great force. It soon became clear to everyone that nothing good would come of this. Colette was about to think about something else when, at that moment, a subordinate burst into the office shouting that the Poipe were advancing on them. Standing on the city wall, the guards reported that an unimaginable number of arrows were flying toward them. There were so many that it was impossible even to move, let alone do anything more substantial. One of the locals was very intrigued by 3 large arrows. While he was pondering, another warrior asked him to look at those dragons, adding that it was only a matter of time before they destroyed the wall beneath them. As he continued to assess the situation, Richard Orlando shouted, asking why no one had made a break for it, and was told that they had too much cavalry to escape, so they had no choice but to defend themselves. Hearing Buster talk about some incomprehensible things, the Lord asked that his dragon be given the opportunity to breach all the walls as quickly as possible. But the young man was against this idea, explaining that a siege was a delicate matter. Since he was inexperienced, it would be better to entrust it to an older comrade. In turn, Bedrick declared that he would like to gather his eagles and tigers. Such a field was ideal for battle. A moment later, someone gave the order to advance on the gates, and everyone immediately rushed into battle. The young man didn't want to stand idly by, so he asked Modil to fire a fireball to blow a hole in the wall. The girl also wanted to show what she was capable of, so she immediately began carrying out the order. In an instant, the fire was directed exactly where it needed to be. Seeing that instead of a hole in the wall, there was only a dark spot left from the fire, the young man said discontentedly, "Was the shaman really going to do it that way?" Heisenberg, who had been mostly silent until then, suddenly spoke up. This mage was a master of magic, and therefore was confident that he would carry out his task with precision. At that very moment, everyone noticed a powerful surge of cold and ice being directed toward the wall. Suddenly, the guards standing watch felt a powerful jolt beneath their feet. After that, everyone present noticed that a huge section of the brick wall had collapsed. Realizing what was happening, the soldiers wanted to know what to do next. Fan Dan, who was Capet's heir, ordered the infantry to prepare for battle. And while some said it would probably be better to defend themselves, others asked that they not be sent on some foolish mission. One of the aides immediately remarked that the nephew didn't really understand what war was, and the man replied that perhaps he would start to grow up once the army stopped calling him uncle. It seemed that the subordinate himself was poorly versed in the art of war, and therefore did not understand when and where they needed to advance. However, Fan Dan reiterated that now was not the best time for an offensive. He immediately added that Stuart's most secret weapon lay before them, and therefore he would not allow it to be revealed until it became necessary. Stuart possesses an exquisite black Godvar crystal, which can be purified to create the famous magical artifact, the Stone of Destiny. The method of use is also very simple and brutal. A living person's heart is ripped out and replaced with the magical stone. Those who have been on the brink of death are revived and gain the ability to control their own blood. But what gives the stone its name is that the power of a soldier who manipulates blood is absolutely insane. Fan Dan added that there are 50 knights in the city of Cascade who constitute his main force in this battle. He immediately added that it wouldn't take him long to destroy the army that had arrived here. Although the ruler was lost in his own thoughts, the warriors realized that the situation was quite complicated. Suddenly, a powerful warrior began attacking one of the guards. For a moment, Fan Dan froze in place. It seemed he hadn't expected the situation to unfold this way. In that very second, his eyes widened. He hadn't expected his opponent to be so strong and well-trained. The battle was already in full swing, but at that point it was hard to tell which side had the upper hand, because the soldiers from the city weren't about to sit idly by either. Cervantes stated in a cold tone that they would soon see who was smarter and more powerful. And cracking his knuckles, he declared that it seemed to him they had waited long enough. Now was the time to advance. Although the ruler stopped his subordinate, explaining that they were simply obligated to launch a counterattack, it would be nothing like what their opponents expected. For his part, the aide believed that now was the perfect time to show what they were capable of. Once again, the mayor explained that the Pompeians had picked up excellent momentum in their advance. They were doing well in that regard, but their archers were holding a stronger defensive position. Unfortunately for our hero, this was indeed true, and as a result, those at the front of the unit were already sustaining injuries. But suddenly the situation began to change, because some kind of crystals started flying from the side of the Pompeians. The archers, who had believed they could strike with ease, now realized that their opponents were much smarter than they had initially thought. Standing in the middle of the courtyard, Fan Dan didn't understand what was happening, nor what kind of crystals these were that could cause such severe injuries. The reason lay with the mage, who was performing incredible, yet so necessary feats for his squad. An awkward silence hung in the air for a moment. The man finished his manipulations and looked intently ahead. After a while, he turned to Cervantes, who didn't let him finish his sentence. Instead, he declared that in the end, it was up to them to turn the tide of events. And beginning some sort of maneuver, he continued to say that he would make the opposing side fully aware of the gravity of the situation. At that very moment, the battle began, though it was hard to say exactly what was happening. Watching everything through his binoculars, Richard Orlando noted that this was truly a worthy half-human. He possessed the height of courage. Standing nearby, Bedrick said it was time for the young man to stop peeking through the binoculars. Besides, he wanted to see for himself what was happening out there. The young man didn't mind giving the prince a chance to see what was happening. In fact, he noted that his friend's half-people were truly something out of the ordinary and immediately asked if he could ever make use of their services. But instead of answering, Bedrick said with concern that it seemed to him they were in a disadvantageous position. Wanting to find out what was wrong, the young man stood nearby and began looking through the other lens, shouting in frustration that some very strange and suspicious opponent had appeared on the battlefield. Our hero saw a very strange creature standing before him, which infuriated him to no end. The Lord remarked with anger in his voice how the course of the battle could have been turned around in an instant, and what on earth had happened there. The young man knew that only the best of the best had entered the city, those who knew their mission perfectly well, but now things were unfolding in a way completely different from what they had originally expected. Calling Abu over, the young man declared that the battle was his area of responsibility, and therefore to start with, he had to organize a very well-executed retreat. Stepping aside, an equally angry Buster, tossing aside his mask, said he didn't understand what kind of creatures these were. They fought flawlessly and, in terms of strength, resembled some kind of robots. For several minutes, the young man stared intently ahead, hoping to find an answer to his question. But the fighters were also watching their higher-ranking colleague closely, unsure of how to respond to him. Suddenly, a bottle of some sort appeared in front of the disgruntled man's face. Richard Orlando didn't like the way his colleague was behaving, so he asked what the problem was. Downing the contents of the bottle in one gulp, the man said that there was a great group of magical knights out there. He didn't know what kind of magic they used, but it was amazing and incredibly powerful. Glancing at the others, the guy hoped that at least they knew a little more, so he calmly waited for new information. One of his comrades reported that the enemy was using red weapons. Others stated that they could also stretch their bodies and fly without using their arms. At that very moment, Dracula approached from behind and announced that the opponents had blood knights. Upon hearing this, the prince fell into deep thought and remarked that he had heard much about such things. Our hero replied that there were no more than one brigade of blood knights in all of Stuart combined. At least, that was the information he had on hand. But it was unclear where such a large number of these knights had come from in this small town. Realizing that the knights were strong enough, Buster suggested waiting for the main body of the Legion to arrive. Until they made a mistake, the enemy wouldn't dare leave the city. But the young man replied sternly that this wouldn't happen and immediately added that the entire high mountain fortress must prepare for battle. However, the blond man considered this sheer suicide, arguing that there was an entire legion of these knights, and therefore they couldn't simply go out and fight such a large force. Our hero's guards immediately brought him upgraded armor, noting that it was lighter and allowed for greater mobility. Taking Lord Buster by the hand, The young man declared that if he couldn't do it, then he should simply admit it and not claim that they were incapable, since he certainly wasn't capable of doing it alone. His surprised colleague replied sternly that the boy couldn't attack the city with dragon cavalry, nor could he do so with ordinary cavalry. As he put on his gloves, the young man added that they just needed to wait a little while. To himself, he wondered, do his comrades really think that High Mountain Fortress uses only dragons or barbarians? What about the centaurs, who are considered the best archers in the world? Realizing that this all looked rather unsightly, Buster put his helmet back on and immediately heard the wizard remark that he could do nothing more to help, because the spell attack had drained all his power. At the same time, the prince's aides turned to him with a request to return to the battlefield to destroy the enemy. He calmly replied that he would do nothing to undermine morale. Suddenly, Pomper shouted that all the newcomers should step aside. The seasoned veterans would prove themselves first, and only then could they assess the situation. Upon hearing this, our hero declared that he agreed with his comrade. Now was the time for the veterans to show what they were capable of. The veterans immediately formed a single formation to demonstrate both their unity and their strength. Seeing what was happening, the rival remarked on how the opponents had managed to assemble so quickly, adding that this time only 1/8 of the number of people who had been there last time had gathered. He then said that this time only the local dragons and the cavalry centaurs were watching the battle from a distance. Upon hearing that the young man who was his son had volunteered to fight, Fan Dan noted that he could go, but must be careful. Furthermore, he must remember that he was part of the nightly reserve. Upon reaching the roof, the mayor ordered the guards to shoot as much and as intensely as possible, so that the enemy would not be able to approach so easily. However, they were unable to carry out the order. At the same time, Richard Orlando's men began to put up a worthy fight against their opponent. While taking cover from the arrows, the ruler tried to figure out how the opponent's archers, who were moving at high speed, managed to shoot with such accuracy it was practically magic. He immediately ordered his warriors to raise their shields and defend the archers with all their might, because they were their main line of defense at that moment. Verisk realized that their plan had failed miserably, but the young man wasn't quite so categorical, telling the beauty to aim at the back of the shield. The girl wasn't going to hesitate and did as she was told, knowing that it would pay off. Seeing what was happening, Fan Dan muttered under his breath that he didn't understand how the enemy managed to do their job so skillfully, even though his own warriors were very experienced. He immediately concluded that these junior Pompeian horsemen might be stronger than 3 sword-wielding orcs. Richard Orlando liked the way the battle was unfolding. It seemed to him that he had arranged everything just as he should have, leaving the enemy not a single chance. Seeing that everything was going well, the young man immediately climbed the city tower. Realizing that he couldn't waste a single minute, he had to keep advancing further and further. Time was passing, and the mayor was still pondering how the Pompeians had managed to build such a powerful defense that they were even able to keep advancing. The bloody horseman was already looking at the leader, wondering if it was time to enter the battlefield. Closing his eyes, the man thought that the bloody horseman was his trump card. However, using this man now was extremely dangerous, as it could put him at a disadvantage. But he immediately decided that there was hardly any other choice, and so he calmly asked Lord Cervantes to help them secure victory in this difficult battle. At the same time, our hero was swinging his sword with all his might, seeing more and more warriors gathering around him. Suddenly, the young man stopped and looked intently ahead. The young man saw a man walking toward him and immediately decided that this must be the legendary Blood Knight he had heard so much about. Holding his sword, our hero was confident that at such a difficult and crucial moment, this weapon would certainly not let him down. As he advanced on his opponent, the young man confidently declared that he had never dealt with such individuals before, but that it was never too late to start. At that very moment, realizing that words were superfluous in this situation, the opponents rushed into battle with one another. In a quiet voice, the aristocrat remarked that they had quickly gotten to the heart of the matter, and therefore it was safe to say that a true beast stood before him. However, the other man said nothing, because his full attention was focused on the young man, who was by no means weak. And after a while, he remarked that this man's speed was simply astonishing. He was truly capable of great things. Richard Orlando, meanwhile, noted that one shouldn't get distracted on the battlefield. The knight hadn't expected to face such a fighter, and so he glared at the young man, who had no intention of backing down, eager to demonstrate his full strength and power. However, a moment later, something very strange began to happen. It seemed as though this opponent was performing some sort of ritual to become even more resilient. All the young man could do was stand there and watch to see what would happen next. At one point, Cervantes coughed and even sank to the floor, though it was hard to tell what was wrong with him. Watching everything unfold, the Lord had already noted that this knight was, in fact, incredibly tough, because he had taken a blow from him and hadn't died from shock or other injuries. He went on to say that even if death didn't result, one couldn't speak of perfect health either, because after something like that, the internal organs would remain damaged. At that very moment, the young man was about to land another blow on his opponent, realizing that he needed to end this fight and move on, because the team wasn't going to wait either. Unexpectedly, the young man swung with all his might, aiming to deliver a blow just as severe. His comrades had no idea where their commander-in-chief was, but they didn't need to know, because everyone knew their job and carried it out flawlessly. As he made his way forward, the aristocrat was already dealing with the rest of the opponents standing in our hero's path. The young man shouted loudly that he didn't want to hear anything about any leaders. He wanted all that to be a thing of the past. The warriors stared blankly ahead, as if they were about to do something. As for the young man, he already had his sword at the ready, knowing he might need it at any moment. However, something then happened that greatly surprised Richard Orlando. That's why he stopped and began to wait for something, even though no one was attacking him. Unexpectedly, the Lord began swinging his weapon with all his might again, even though there weren't that many opponents. As he swung his weapon, the young man thought about how he needed to defeat the Blood Knights, of whom there were many in this place. But during the attack, a completely different thought crossed the young man's mind, that this was disgusting. Our hero didn't like what he was doing. Moreover, this attack was radically different from all the others he had ever taken part in before. Just as the aristocrat decided to take a breather, he noticed that his opponents had no intention of giving up. Moreover, one of his opponents was already preparing to strike, realizing that stopping now was absolutely out of the question. And once again, our hero began to fight back, doing so very quickly, yet incredibly powerfully, knowing that not only his life but also the lives of his comrades depended on it. And once again, the Lord thought about how he needed to end the fight as quickly as possible and move on. After knocking the weapons out of his opponent's hands, Richard triumphantly declared that without their weapons, they would no longer be able to fight as they had before, or, more precisely, they would be unable to fight at all. Rising from his seat, the young man called his opponents fools, saying that without their weapons, they were no match for him. A minute later, the young man stopped and looked closely at what was in his hands. Then his gaze fell on his comrades standing nearby. Pomper had said that this Blood Knight was truly something else. It took a great deal of effort to defeat even one. It seemed that Lord Buster was having a hard time as well, though he preferred not to mention it to anyone, knowing that true warriors never complain. In fact, it was incredibly difficult for the fighter as well. The reason was that he had never encountered such an opponent before. Despite all the problems and difficulties, our hero's comrades still managed to wound one of them. At the same time, Richard Orlando was thinking that this blood manipulation technique was truly versatile. It could not only be used remotely but also transformed into a shield. Van Dan had no idea the barbarians would turn out to be so strong, but he didn't even consider giving up, realizing that his only way out was victory. Our hero understood this as well. He didn't even consider ending this battle on an uncertain note. Looking at the young man, the frightened mayor thought that if the boy was here, then he must have somehow managed to defeat Cervantes. At that very moment, someone addressed the Lord, who was pondering his next move. Fontaine declared that if they fought together, they would certainly have an excellent chance of victory. But no sooner had the young man stepped onto the battlefield than one of his opponents immediately wounded him. Watching all this, the man couldn't believe that these barbarians were even managing to fight against the Blood Knights. And while some were busy with their own affairs, others, Pomper in particular, were shouting something to her people. But for our hero, the battle showed no signs of ending, just as the knights showed no signs of stopping. They weren't just attacking, but doing so from behind to deliver a surprise blow. Seeing what was happening, the Lord immediately ordered the blonde women to retreat in a wave first. Their dragon would soon be there, and they must not fall under its attack. At that very moment, the warriors shouted that the dragon was about to arrive. It would destroy everything that hadn't already been destroyed. The mayor understood where this was all heading, and so he thought to himself that this was probably the end of it all. He then shouted to his men that they needed to get out of there. Seeing the enormous lizard before him, the man ordered it to get out of his way immediately because it had no business being there. But a moment later, everyone not only heard a loud rumble, but also saw rocks raining down. The knights who had been confident they could repel the attack now could not understand how the city walls had been destroyed. And pointing at Richard, the people of Orlando shouted that it was this very man who had mercilessly killed Cervantes, and therefore they were simply obligated to avenge him. As they charged, the attackers shouted that even if they died, they would still avenge the great man, so that everyone would know they neither overlook nor forgive such acts. In a cold tone, the young man said that Cervantes also knew his side had been defeated. Despite this, he intended to avenge someone, but now absolutely everyone understands how that ended. Raising his sword, the young man added that he fully acknowledged the courage of the men standing opposite him. He then added that if the knights valued their lord's life so highly, they should stay here with him. At that very moment, the men were sent flying in all directions, for the blow was of incredible force. A short time later, Fan Dan was standing on the ruins of what remained of the once majestic castle. Stabbing himself with his blade, the unfortunate man begged for forgiveness for his son's incompetence and for everything that had gone wrong. He then added that they had encountered a monster wielding a giant sword shrouded in flames and that he was powerless to resist it. The barbarians and the entire squad that had fought could not believe that they had actually managed to achieve this stunning victory. It was hard for Bedrick to believe it too. He stared ahead intently as if spellbound. Then he shouted that this was a real triumph. They had won after all, even though many hadn't believed it was possible at all. And he immediately added that it had been hard work for everyone who had taken part in 2 sieges in a single day. If anyone wanted to thank anyone, they should thank Richard for his plan and for his unshakable faith in their success. Porter said something to the Lord, but he replied that there was no need for flattery because she knew everything perfectly well herself. Then he said that he was very hungry and would like to eat a suckling pig, but if there was nothing like that, then ham would do. Although he'd heard that Porter was also very hungry, but didn't know if they'd find anything here at all. After a while, the surprised prince was already saying that he couldn't believe Fan Dan had taken his own life, though he didn't know why it was necessary to resort to such measures. His colleague replied that perhaps this man understood that if he lost the battle, he would be kept in a cage for the rest of his days if he survived. Suddenly, Buster's attention was drawn elsewhere. He wanted to know what their leader was doing and heard that the leader always had this strange habit after a battle. He would simply stand there, staring intently at a single point. And only the young man knew why he was staring ahead, because there was a display board showing that 20 barbarians and another 5 centaurs had been killed during the battle. This greatly upset the young man, who berated not so much the bloodthirsty knights who had caused the trouble, but himself for his carelessness and for being carried away by his own victories. The young man knew that these were enormous losses for his own small detachment. And so Richard Orlando declared aloud that all the soldiers who had journeyed with him would not be forgotten. He would remember them forever. The mage also said that the ice goddess would welcome their lost souls, and so they need not worry about that. To pay tribute to these people, our heroes gathered in a small field. The girls, who saw how depressed the young man was, said it wasn't his fault. It was the battle, and that's why such things happen. Closing his eyes, Richard Orlando declared that he didn't need anyone's support. He understood everything perfectly well on his own. But there was a silver lining to it all, because after the battle, a new update was released. It was all about the top fighters. To himself, the young man thought that, as a newcomer to his castle, no one had been promoted, even though the mountain barbarians, the earliest of the patriarchs, had produced one of the best warriors of that time, while the later centaurs had produced 4. The young man was thinking about promoting one of the barbarians when Pomper suddenly cried out, saying she felt as if something had changed within her. Looking at her hands, the beautiful woman said she felt as if she were on the path to enlightenment, though to our hero this seemed like utter nonsense. Suddenly, his companion screamed, saying she was about to explode. Not understanding what was happening, the young man asked in horror what was going on with his friend. But she herself didn't know the answer to that question. She simply felt that Porter was now a completely different person. In the same dissatisfied tone, The Lord asked if the girl was really toying with his feelings. Scratching her head, the girl said after a while that it seemed to her this man had become very angry, even though she was in no way to blame. As she fell to the ground, the beauty couldn't make sense of anything, while the young man kept shouting over and over again. However, that wasn't enough, because Pomper, despite everything, couldn't control herself. Now the young man's eyes no longer showed anger, but rather a certain confusion, for he realized that this wasn't some kind of game. Suddenly, the girl declared in a very stern tone that enough was enough. Everyone stared intently at the beautiful girl, who now looked completely different and couldn't understand what had happened to her. Smiling, our hero asked how his companion was feeling. Perhaps something in her had changed drastically. Surprised by her new state, the beautiful girl said she felt as if she desperately needed to hit someone with all her might. Stammering, Derek said that he saw a berserker standing before him, and this greatly surprised the young man since the prince couldn't see the system panel, yet he was familiar with the concept he had just voiced aloud. Heisenberg uttered the same word, asking if no one else knew about it. It turned out that in ancient times when the Titans ruled the world, humans had no advantages over orcs, Titans or elves, but a rift emerged within the human race to secure the glory of becoming the future continental hegemon. The guy still didn't understand what Rosie had to do with it. The man explained that the history of that time was so murky that many races mysteriously disappeared during that period, including the Berserker race. Rumor has it that the barbarians have a more or less distinct Berserker lineage, but he doesn't know if that's true. Judging by the way Pomper looks right now, she has definitely flown into a rage and may have activated the Berserker blood in the process. He immediately went on to say that the Wind Berserker had disappeared, but the secret has been preserved to this day. The secret art of that race was modified and transformed into the Holy Prayer, which is more effective and has fewer side effects. A couple of minutes later, Richard Orlando said that since the battle was over, the girl should take a few deep breaths to return to her usual appearance. Seeing that the beautiful girl had collapsed, the guy worried that something was wrong, but his friend explained that she was very tired because she hadn't slept for 3 days. Supporting the girl, the mage explained that this might be because she hadn't yet gotten used to what had happened to her. She needed to go back and rest, and then everything would return to normal. A moment later, the young man ordered his subordinate to tally the losses and clear away all the looted items. He himself looked at the system panel and quietly remarked that he hadn't expected to be leveling up. So he'd invested all his attribute points in Holy Prayer, leaving 2 points each in dexterity and strength. System bonuses are proportional to his current base stats, so a 2-point attribute boost is an exaggerated effect. After a while, Buster said that the capture of military trophies was going well, but the young man was interested not only in that, but also in the location of the army commander's camp. Although his colleague didn't know, they hadn't managed to get there yet. Smiling, the young man declared that it was a waste of time, since there was surely something to profit from there. After a while, our heroes were already heading deeper into the city, realizing that they had to find the camp together, because there might be a lot of interesting things there. Richard Orlando, looking around, was surprised to see so many commoners in this suburb, though his colleagues replied that this was normal. After all, there are always those who have nowhere else to go. Stopping in front of a small house, the young man wondered if they had made a mistake, but Dracula confirmed that this was indeed the headquarters. Opening the door, the young man remarked that it looked shabby from the outside, and so he was eagerly awaiting the moment when he would be compensated for emotional distress. With his mouth agape in surprise, our hero said that this was definitely not what he had expected. His colleague claimed that it was a decoy and that the place was actually stunning. Surely the property that had belonged to the army commander was located here. And while some were saying they'd found some excellent wine, Bedrick shouted that he'd found some kind of important letter. Seeing that the prince was reading it very carefully, Richard asked to see what was in it. For several minutes, the young man stared intently at the document and couldn't utter a word. A moment later, our hero cried out. They wanted to confuse Stuart's army, but how was that even possible? And while Buster was already heading back to the others, the aristocrat read that the brave Griffin and the blood-stained knight had received several conflicting orders regarding their transfer. But in the end, they were blocked in this suburb and couldn't take a single step. One document was issued by the Council of Ministers and the other by the Imperial Court. However, the operational plan and route had nothing in common. At that very moment, the Lord ordered someone to take a copy of the letter to the rear so they could determine whether to press forward or rest. The men realized that the Mad King Stuart had effectively interfered with command on a whim, and therefore no one knew what to expect next. After a while, our heroes held a banquet in the main hall, knowing they had earned it. Only Pomper was watching someone intently, though she remained silent. The beauty looked at the dead, but was in no hurry to do anything. Hearing footsteps behind her, the girl immediately turned around, and the men didn't understand what she was planning to do. Pomper explained that there was a very powerful and valuable magic stone inside these people's hearts, and therefore she intended to retrieve it. The young man didn't like this idea, but the beautiful girl wouldn't hear a word of it, because she already had a clear goal in mind. She then added that she had given all the war trophies to others, but she needed to keep something for herself. Clutching his head, Richard said that his companion didn't seem to realize the obvious problem. All these mystical knights had explosive fruits inside their bodies. As soon as the bearer died, the element of fire would explode and burn the magic stone. Addressing his acquaintance as ma'am, the young man asked, "If there's a fruit tree by the road, full of fruit but no one eats it, why is that?" The beauty replied that they were simply fools. Grabbing Pomper by the hand, the young man shouted that people weren't idiots, the fruit was just bitter. Suddenly, Dracula spoke up, explaining that a certain person was carrying a precious gem. He explained that near the stranger's heart, he had seen a flash of light. It must have been the stone of destiny which, by mistake, had not self-destructed. Holding the crystal in his hands, the young man declared that controlling blood, numbing the senses, and stimulating the intent to kill. Such was the role of the magic stone. It was far too abnormal. Such a thing would bring chaos to the world. Dracula realized that Richard Orlando might lose control himself, even though the latter said he wanted to discuss it later. Sitting in the wagon, Pomper started getting upset about something again, but the young man asked her to be quiet, saying that she was the mastermind of their team. But no sooner had the guys driven out through the main gate than they ran into a drunk buster who had no idea what his comrades were up to. Covering his face with his hand, the young man honestly admitted that they were going to bury the corpses so they wouldn't spread the plague. But the Lord, who was already completely out of it, couldn't understand why this was necessary. Raising his voice to a shout, the Lord cried out, "Does my comrade really think it's better to do this late than early?" Watching the wagons drive away, Buster continued to mutter something about the corpses, as well as about Richard Orlando. The next day, everything was quiet and peaceful. It was hard to tell that a battle had taken place there the day before. Bedrick told our hero that the letter sent by Falcon yesterday had come back that afternoon. The main army had asked them to stay put, and as soon as they arrived, they would immediately launch an attack on the Winter City. Upon hearing this, the young man fell deep in thought, for the Ring of Thunder was supposed to be in that castle. Aloud, he said he remembered that the Winter City was the main and most important city in the northwest of Stuart. Attacking there would be like searching for something incomprehensible. Jumping up from his seat, the young man added that this war was nothing like a national one. It was far too easy, with cities being successfully conquered one after another. Richard Orlando was also greatly surprised that hundreds of regiments of the regular army under their jurisdiction had suddenly vanished, along with the Dragon Knight and the Great Mage. That is precisely why the men decided that Stuart was actually plotting something very unusual, and perhaps even terrifying. A few days after our hero took command of the city, which had successfully broken through the Choctaw, the main forces of Pompey's legion also rushed toward the city to join the General Assembly. Looking at the surprised people, the young man didn't understand why they were staring at him so strangely, but Bedrick explained that everyone was simply jealous of the Falcon Knight. Upon hearing this, the young man immediately began bragging about himself, even though the prince had told him not to do so. He was the center of attention now, but when the legion arrived, he would be kicked out of there immediately. Our hero understood what they were telling him, but it seemed as though his mind was on something else entirely. As they walked down the street, Savak told the stranger that her victory in her very first fight had come as a real surprise to him, even though she'd had a very tough time of it. The men who until recently had divided the city among themselves now turned their attention to the commander-in-chief. However, even though the young man had said hello, the girl for some reason called him rude. Seeing the girl run away, the Lord wanted to know what was wrong. But the prince said it was a shame that the lord of the high mountain fortress didn't know that the person standing before him was Mr. Higuayon and not some girl. The young man couldn't believe it, but his friend kept insisting that they had even gone to the bathhouse together. There was no doubt that he was a man. At that very moment, the commander asked the young man if he knew why such a mighty beast as a dragon would want to become a dragon rider's partner. He added that dragons possess intelligence equal to that of humans. Their life cycle spans millennia, but they live it in boredom and indifference. Dragons don't mind spending several decades traveling alongside people who pique their interest, people who eventually die because they become partners. Upon hearing that there are also special, intriguing songs that touch the soul, the boy was greatly surprised. At that very moment, Richard Orlando exclaimed in surprise that the boy was a dragon rider. Immediately, the leader confirmed that this was indeed the case. A dragon had been found willing to take the initiative to enter into a contract because of Mr. Egwene's appearance. From an aesthetic standpoint, there is no significant difference between humans and dragons. Beauty is beauty. He then added that the young gentleman, having heard of our hero's exploits, had come here on foot rather than riding a dragon. However, at that very moment, the conversation was interrupted because a strong wind suddenly picked up. Pointing upward, Savak said that Mr. Egwene's pet was flying overhead. This wind dragon's name is Osiris. He immediately added that this was the first time since the contract's completion that they had ventured out beyond Pompeii. In addition to the dragon, 9 Falcon Knights were also assigned to the mission. They possessed stunning maneuverability. Richard Orlando finally said that he was simply delighted and added that if he ever got a flying mount, he would fly over the heads of the other riders and poop on them. Meanwhile, interesting events were unfolding in Stuart Winterhurst. An elderly man asked if there was any news, but the assistant stated that there was nothing new. And this was very strange since the war had been declared by the higher-ups. Yet now they were silent, as if they didn't exist at all. At first, everything was going well. The city was receiving plenty of provisions and reinforcements. But suddenly, for some unknown reason, reinforcements from other provinces were redeployed elsewhere, and the delivery of supplies also stopped. It was obvious that the war would affect the fate of the state, but the government was taking a lax approach. Another person suggested carefully considering how to use the province's strength to repel the enemy, but another pointed out that they had very few soldiers. An old man overhearing this conversation asked Bernard not to get angry, noting that anger is often accompanied by foolishness and excessive aggression. He then went on to say that they would do everything possible and leave the rest to the God of Light. Our heroes weren't standing still. They were moving forward, though not very quickly. So, during a stop, Verisk asked if it was true that they would be able to storm the castle. The city walls were much more imposing than many others, though Richard was confident that everything would go smoothly. He was more concerned with another question: who was that beauty he'd been watching through his binoculars? The young man was embarrassed that he liked this girl, but it was the truth. Realizing that the young man had become quite absorbed, Bedrick asked where he was looking, but the young man explained that he was studying the guards and patrols. He himself said that nothing unusual or strange had been detected during the reconnaissance. He added that there were an equal number of dilapidated buildings and low walls, and besides, the enemy didn't have very many weapons. At that moment, Veresk asked how quickly they would be able to take this fortress. And the guy had already said that if there were only 2 countries on the mainland, it would be much easier. But the reality is that, aside from Stuart and Pompeii, there's also the west of the Holy Lotus. They clearly won't just stand by and watch as Pompeii or Stuart suffer total defeat in the war. Engineers began gathering timber for production. Setting up the siege equipment took 10 days, and this entire period was the calmest before the battle for the winter castle. One side was preparing siege equipment, proceeding gradually and methodically. At the same time, another group was closing in on the walls of London and was already beginning to prepare for battle. Finally, the great battle began. Pompey's heavy artillery was ready. The fighters knew they had to follow their leader's every command so that everything would go as smoothly as possible this time as well. Buster, who was also part of the command, told the guys to be sure to maintain and stick to formation. Suddenly, Pomper asked if they were being too stealthy, since they'd already been spotted anyway, and suggested that perhaps they could proceed differently now. But she immediately heard that the most important thing right now was to mobilize all the troops and be ready to defend. There were surely troops stationed on the city wall right now, ready to defend this place at all costs. Bedrick heard them addressing him as well, saying that they were all set for the offensive, but the prince didn't want to rush, realizing that they needed to act in unison. And at that very moment, a gradual countdown began, allowing everyone to mobilize and prepare. The warriors and mages waited for the go-ahead to proceed according to the plan. Our hero, who had his own mission in this endeavor, waited along with everyone else. Suddenly, Bedrick shouted as loudly as he could that now was the time to move out. The weapons they had been preparing all these days were now being used as quickly and effectively as possible. At the same time, Heisenberg was already performing some sort of ritual aimed at reigniting the fire. Other mages nearby were doing the same, hoping to hurl these fireballs as far as possible. Not only were massive boulders flying toward the enemy, but fireballs began flying after them as well. The mages on the opposing side knew they had to stop this immediately. The young people were just as strong, and so they handled their task perfectly, though they didn't know how long they would be able to hold off this attack. It would have been interesting to watch something like this if one didn't have to participate, because the spectacle was truly enchanting. Richard Orlando himself shared this opinion, reflecting on the fact that their opponents weren't going to give up so easily. In fact, they had something to prove. One of the warriors asked how long they could keep throwing boulders that wouldn't break through the walls, but the commander explained that they were being used for other purposes. The guards stationed on the tower complained that the opponents were deliberately pelting them with boulders to leave absolutely no open space there. Once again, the young man reflected that when there's an opportunity to use one's intellect to the fullest, it's possible to organize everything effectively so that the battle proceeds as smoothly as possible. A few minutes later, Buster, who was in charge of the infantry, declared that now was the time for them to show what they were capable of. The troops immediately rushed toward the castle, shouting that they now knew exactly what to do. As he set up a ladder, one of the soldiers declared that they simply had to show their opponents who the Pompeians were and what they were truly capable of. Meanwhile, sitting in the winter castle, a man remarked that if they were attacked from the air, they would be at a disadvantage and therefore an investigation should be conducted. Another person argued that this was unnecessary because when conducting high-speed aerial reconnaissance, only blurry colored spots on the ground are visible. It's impossible to make out even the smallest details. Instead, they could take advantage of this opportunity to spread false information. The man sitting by the fireplace said again that in order for them to win, they needed heavy firepower on the ground, and therefore aircraft should be used exclusively for reconnaissance. Many people would think that the objects covered with fabric covers are simply rooftops, and it's impossible to tell that there's actually something hidden beneath the material. Once they reached the city wall, the frightened warriors stared intently ahead, unable to believe what they were seeing. For their opponents, the buildings covered with cloth were a true paradise, and only our hero's army realized that aerial reconnaissance had been mistaken. They had failed to report that the enemy possessed such formidable firepower. The aide didn't believe the plan would work, but the general said that generals are the brains of the entire army. All they need to do is simply think, and think competently and wisely. They are in the province of Sila, so the city wall will definitely not be guarded. The enemy will surely rely on numerical superiority to overwhelm the defenders of the city wall, helping their infantry scale it. The castle's defenders plan to use a weaker army and volunteers to guard the city wall as a decoy. Though this is ruthless, there is no room for friendship here. Seeing that the city wall was unguarded, our heroes didn't understand what was happening, why no one was putting up a fight, as if everyone had suddenly surrendered. Meanwhile, the man in the castle kept saying that the war had officially begun, that they would take the initiative into their own hands, and that the rest of the troops should withdraw from the battle. He immediately added that the time was perfect for a counterattack that would show who was stronger and smarter in this bloodbath. Standing by the stairs, one of the soldiers couldn't understand why his comrades' swords had suddenly started falling. However, in the next instant, the young men themselves, who had already managed to climb the wall, began to fall. One of the wounded men claimed that he had seen heavy siege weapons and catapult towers, though his colleague couldn't believe it, since there were supposed to be ordinary houses beyond the wall. For a moment, all the commanders froze in place. They hadn't expected such a turn of events. Buster had no intention of stopping, noting that they had already begun the attack and therefore absolutely had to capture this city. Despite the arrows flying one after another, the men from Richard Orlando's team nevertheless began scaling the wall. The men said they had to deal with their opponents, and they had to do it as quickly as possible. The situation was complicated. They couldn't do without a mage, so they decided to turn to him to make the infantry's task significantly easier. But the problem was that there were mages not only on the attacking side, but also on the defending side, so they immediately began casting all sorts of spells. Attacks and defenses were coming from both sides, so it was hard to say which side had a better chance of winning. At the same time, the battle on the tower continued, though progress was very slow due to the constant fire support. Seeing what was happening, the young man declared that this was wrong. They had been fighting for a very long time and still couldn't properly attack their opponents. They needed to either change tactics or retreat altogether. The prince explained that the reason was that this castle possessed a magical weapon called magical extraction, Stuart's greatest achievement, and such equipment wasn't available everywhere. It could be activated using the energy wielded by mages, which conserve their own magical power. Bedrick said they don't have anything like that because it's like two children fighting each other. When one is thirsty, he drinks milk. When he's hungry, he eats meat. The other may have an empty stomach, but with tears in his eyes, he struggles with envy. The young man wanted to know where the fire trebuchet was, where the fire mages were, but the prince pointed out that victory couldn't be achieved just like that. A stunning success was needed. At that moment, all the mages were near the battlefield. They should take a break to restore their magical power. The Lord wondered if this unexpected advantage in strength could help them, if they might be able to win this way. At the same time, the enemy commander was pondering how the enemy had managed to calculate everything so meticulously and who among them might be the leader. Richard Orlando spoke up again, noting that a siege is a very important and necessary element of any battle. It was a little frightening that it was our hero's men who were suffering defeat. Suddenly, a creature that strongly resembled a dragon appeared in the sky. Pomper heard a loud cry, so she ran up to the young man and asked him to assess the situation. The young man remained silent for a while as he watched these creatures closely, unsure of their intentions. The situation had become so confusing that it was hard to tell who these dragons belonged to or what would happen next. At one point, a bright flame engulfed everything around them, causing several warriors to lose their balance and fall. As for one of the dragons, it was flying confidently towards some destination, along with the warrior who was riding it. It was Savak, and he had definitely come to the rescue, realizing that the situation had become very complicated for their side. The man was determined to the utmost, wanting to do at least something as soon as possible to help his people. And so he turned to Egwin, asking what was going on here, and told the young man that he should retreat first or move to a safe distance since he wanted to do something. Everything had become so entangled that even Richard didn't know what was happening. He just kept asking how they could just walk away like that after they'd already launched an attack. His colleague replied that the opponents were no longer going to retreat or hide. Now they were advancing, but doing so methodically. There was no way out, he could only buy time. Perhaps the enemy would retreat again, but not for long. Overall, their battle was lost, and immediately he shouted for the order to retreat to be given. They needed to flee as far away as possible, even though our hero and the prince still wanted to conduct reconnaissance. The men didn't know what they would have to face, but they couldn't just give up so easily. Standing next to the dragon, Egwene wanted to know why they had to retreat. What terrible thing would happen if they pressed forward? In an icy tone, Savak explained that when they descended a little lower, he saw the entire winter castle literally from the inside. They have many weapons for hunting dragons, but this is very dangerous and could end tragically. Egwene explained that he remembered this idea came from the brilliant alchemist San Jose. It was the magical weapon in John's hands. He was fascinated by its vortex system, which gave an ordinary arrow a speed far exceeding that of the bowstring, causing the arrow itself to spin faster and thus making it possible to easily pierce even armor. Our hero, not believing this, said that there couldn't possibly be so many dragon hunting weapons. At most, only 5 of them were genuine, otherwise they would cost a fortune. Egwene replied that since they were located on high ground, it was impossible to tell which were real and which were fake, but to himself he thought that this guy was far too arrogant. A moment later, the young man asked what had happened to Lousy and added that he wasn't responsible for the attack on the city, so it wasn't clear what the boy wanted Richard to do. The next day, someone told the young man that their team would be participating in an attack on the Winter Castle next time. Frowning, the aristocrat refused to say anything, but it seemed he didn't particularly like the idea. Savak saw this, so he said that Lord Richard Orlando must know that soldiers are obliged to follow orders. They have no choice but to obey, and then added, looking at the young man, that he didn't understand much. The man was stern and reiterated that he had to be serious with the young man. If this siege fails again, then what awaits them? No, nothing awaits them. It will simply be a real disaster for everyone. Bernard, upon entering the office, reported that they had just received an important dispatch, having heard from the commander that he hoped it contained good news. The man announced that reinforcements were on their way. They had been allocated 3 legions of 12,000 men each, who would arrive at the castle, along with an elite unit of thunderers. That was all well and good, but the Winter Palace was surrounded by Pompeians, so it was unclear how the reinforcements could make their way inside. Upon hearing that the reinforcements might be able to slip in under cover of night, the man asked how soon these legions would arrive. It turned out that this would happen in 3 days at the latest, just as the situation began to take a different turn. While waiting for reinforcements at the designated spot, the governor eagerly anticipated when these men would enter. As they drew closer, one of the soldiers said that they were thunderers and had arrived from the capital to help in the battle. With a hint of apprehension in his voice, the old man said that he had been promised several legions, but he didn't understand where the rest were. It turned out that difficulties had arisen, and so they had sent whoever was available. Bernard was also at a loss, stating that they needed to receive reinforcements as soon as possible. To himself, the castle's commander noted that something was amiss. Despite strict discipline and a ban on conversation, the soldiers, who had traveled a long way, showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. And closing his eyes, he added that in the pitch-black darkness, when nothing could be seen, no one had taken measures to ensure the soldiers' safety. After that, the ruler's eyes widened. It seemed that something had dawned on him. The soldier standing opposite him kept asking if they could go inside, because they were very tired. And the commander had already declared that now that they had suffered defeat, the fall of the castle was only a matter of time, and therefore there was no point in sacrificing men unnecessarily. The warrior replied that there was no need to lose heart. Soon one of the dragon knights would come to their aid. The commander did not know who it would be, but he hoped they would send someone of value. Upon hearing that it would be Corleone, the golden dragon, the castle's lord, asked how someone who had only recently died in battle could possibly protect them. He added that the dead certainly couldn't do anything in this situation. Unmasking his face, the warrior, who now looked more like a zombie, declared that there was nothing strange about this. The man said calmly that he now understood that 2 legions had definitely fallen at the hands of these strange creatures, of which there might be many. The zombie admitted that this was indeed the case, and that the battle had been very easy. It was hard to tell if the ruler was stalling for time, but he wanted to know what had happened in the capital last time. Drawing his sword, the villain declared that the old man didn't need to know any of this. It would be best to sort things out and not waste precious time on conversation. Removing their masks, the zombies immediately lunged at the people standing near the gates, trying not only to capture them, but also to break into the castle. The castle's owner immediately ordered his men to retreat and close the gates, realizing that reinforcements were no longer coming. One of the warriors, who was standing closest to the zombie, didn't understand why it was gripping his neck so tightly. But the very next minute, he was trying to figure out what had happened to him, since it didn't seem like anyone had physically harmed him. Barely able to stand, the man said he felt as if he were about to lose consciousness. As he cracked his neck, Richard Orlando heard his comrade ask what those strange sounds coming from the castle were. After a few minutes, the young man himself said that he had also heard something, but decided to joke, noting that one of the knights might have stepped on some debris and accidentally fallen. Moving closer, Savak explained that dawn was just around the corner so they could begin their assault. Raising his hand, our hero ordered everyone belonging to his castle to advance when he gave the signal with his hand. No sooner had the young man lowered his hand than the soldiers immediately rushed forward, declaring that they were going to breach the city wall very quickly. Hearing the commotion, Buster sternly warned them not to make any noise because they were lying in ambush, and their enemies might hear them. Seeing that Richard's men had gone first, he grumbled that once again they decided to turn his warriors into cannon fodder. Once on the wall, the young man and Pomper wanted to know what was going on. For a moment it seemed as though the situation had spiraled out of control again. But after a while the girl screamed that she could see the enemy. The young man said that seeing the enemy was already there calmed him down at least a little. Once in the city, the warriors wondered if they had already won, because it was strange that this time no one was meeting them or attacking them. There wasn't even a hint of it. The young man didn't answer that question right away, because to him it was just as much of a mystery as it was to everyone else. Dracula, who was standing behind him, surmised that the enemies had been trying to desert, but had been captured by the blocking detachment, After a while, everyone joyfully celebrated the victory, which had been very simple and easy. Only Buster lamented that he had lost half his legion and gained no glory, while this guy had done nothing, so it was unclear where justice lay. The prince mentioned that about 300,000 people had lived in the Winter City, but it was unclear where they had gone, and he heard that they might have been evacuated in advance, realizing that war was inevitable. At that very moment, Dracula whispered softly into our hero's ear that the ring of the heavenly storm must be somewhere here and must be found. Richard Orlando explained that it would take several hours to enter the city, so while everyone was busy, they could start searching as soon as possible. Suddenly, the young man cried out that his stomach was cramping badly, so he said he needed to use the restroom as soon as possible. After finding the ring, the young man remarked with some suspicion that it didn't even have a crystal on it. It was hardly the ring they were talking about, but Dracula insisted there could be no mistake. Laughing, the young man replied that it was a shame they hadn't taken everything that was here with them. Otherwise, they could have put it all to the test. However, that would have been dangerous, because Richard Orlando was a prominent figure, and his disappearance for even a few hours could have raised serious suspicions. As they made their way through the castle, Dracula remarked that it all seemed unbelievable now. Could hundreds of thousands of people really have been taken away without a single soul left behind? And did the monsters resist so fiercely that they ended up fleeing? Realizing that the Lord had frozen in place, his companion didn't understand what was wrong with him. The young man explained that in the nobilities district, where every scrap of land is worth its weight in gold, there stood such a dilapidated house. And approaching the door, he suggested going inside to see what was there. The young man said they had stumbled upon the home of an impoverished aristocrat, although his assistant had already pointed out that he could see some kind of glow ahead, realizing there might be someone inside. Our hero saw the light on the wall, but didn't understand what might lie beyond that brick wall. Richard Orlando wanted to figure everything out on his own, so he declared that he definitely didn't need any help with this matter. After pushing the wall, the young men were stunned by what met their eyes, because it seemed like something unusual. The young men tried to say something, but they were so stunned that they couldn't utter a single word. Suddenly, Dracula said that he had remembered something. They were at General Sidolph's house. He had always led a modest life, so his home was no different from that of an ordinary townsperson. The old man in the center is the general, although it's almost impossible to believe. The man wanted to say something himself, but he wasn't allowed to. At that moment, Richard Orlando reported that he could hear some voices, though he didn't understand who they might belong to. Suddenly, the general told someone to run as fast as possible. Behind the boys was a zombie advancing straight toward them. Turning around, the young man had already grabbed his sword and asked how the enemy could attack so sneakily from behind, though it was unclear whether he understood anything or not. After that, the young man told Dracula that he sensed things were going badly, so he asked his comrade to run back to camp and tell the others what had happened, warning them to be on their guard. He immediately added that the protective barrier was about to disappear and that he needed to ask Mr. Sidolph what had happened here, because the situation was clearly very serious. As he left, the warrior noted that he understood everything, but he hoped the young man realized what he was planning to do. Looking at the strangers, the Lord asked if it was true that Sidolph was standing before him, but the man replied that it didn't matter right now. The most important thing was that the dead were actively advancing. As soon as the sunlight faded, nothing would be able to hold back these monsters, although the young man remembered that they hadn't appeared in this form for over 500 years. But now everything was different. The commander-in-chief explained that their defenses would last exactly 12 hours, which was why they found themselves trapped. He immediately added that the young man had to take them to the squad commander, because there was simply no time for silly chatter. Richard gave his name and added that he preferred to be addressed that way, and that now they really had to head back to their own people. As they made their way through the city, the young man wanted to know where the zombies had suddenly come from. The man explained that they were residents of this city, but they simply weren't visible during the day, which is why no one knew the true state of affairs here. When asked what had happened to the city's residents, Sidolph explained that the young man had misunderstood the hint. However, our hero was right in that there were a great many such zombies. They avoided the light and therefore stayed indoors, and he immediately heard that another 150,000 people had arrived in the icy city before the battle. Upon hearing this, the Lord immediately imagined the most terrifying scene, one he hadn't even been able to conceive of when they approached this fortress. But a moment later, he asked, Could there really be an army of the dead here now, numbering about 500,000? The warriors didn't get very far, because they encountered the very zombies they'd been talking about. Sidov thought our hero was frightened, but he calmly, and even somewhat indifferently, replied that by all appearances, these intruders were only slightly stronger than ordinary townspeople. They just looked a bit creepy. The girl noted that, aside from sacred spells of light, elemental magic couldn't be used, as the undead were incredibly sensitive to its fluctuations. Bernard added that the heads of these creatures were the seat of their soul's flame, so they needed to aim for them, noting that he would handle the violent ones, while Richard Orlando should cover him in that case. However, the young man had entirely different plans, so he immediately broke away and ran toward where the zombies had already gathered. The young man was used to handling everything on his own. He immediately began swinging his sword, hoping he could deal with these unexpected enemies. Realizing that the Lord had succeeded, the man declared that the Lord could strike wherever he wanted, provided he knew how to fight. As he moved forward, the young man remarked that, if you did the math, there weren't that many invaders. They had over 100,000 warriors, which meant there were only 4 enemies per person. But the commander-in-chief stated that it wasn't that simple. There were also ordinary people among them, and the city guard wouldn't have been completely wiped out otherwise. But now that it had been, they needed to be wary of the zombie warriors, because they were incredibly strong. These beings feel neither pain nor fatigue. They wield swords just as they did in life, and are no weaker than the Blood Knights. The young man wanted to know how many there were, and it turned out there was definitely an entire legion of them. But Richard explained that it would be best to deal with the weakest ones first, and the rest could be left for later, when the warriors were ready to fight. The girl immediately cried out that she could use the Holy Cross. It heals even though for some reason she could no longer move. Everyone present immediately gave the beautiful girl a strange look, though they didn't say anything to her. The young man didn't think it was a good idea to waste time on a healing that might not even happen, so he asked everyone to act together, just as they had agreed. A moment later, the Lord shouted for everyone to launch an attack, realizing that they couldn't waste precious time. It was hardest for the aristocrat, because he had to carry the doctor in his arms. As they headed toward the camp, the young man said it was already very close, though his companions didn't understand why they were running there. It seemed like they'd been talking about something else. Seeing the commander approaching, Modil declared that they should cover their leader, suggesting they use fireballs. But the young man shouted as he ran that he forbade anyone from using elemental magic. The zombies didn't understand what was happening, so they quickly ran after the group. Once he was safe, the flustered young man tried to catch his breath, even though he knew he would be questioned. And that's exactly what happened. While trying to calm the mage down, Ponter asked at the same time whether it was true that the very same undead creature Dracula had recently told them about was chasing after the people. At that very moment, the very creature they had just been discussing joined the conversation. He explained that the city was completely surrounded by these beings. Looking at the city gates, the young man thought with horror that they couldn't let these monsters get any further. If even one broke through, the catastrophe would be unstoppable. Hearing that they needed to leave, his frightened companion asked if they were also leaving behind provisions and other supplies, and was told that they were leaving light. At that very moment, Richard turned to Dracula again, asking where Kichu was, and added that under no circumstances should they forget about him. Suddenly, the prince approached and showed them an amulet that emitted a dim light, allowing them to see in the dark. Not wanting to waste time talking, the young man declared that they needed to set out immediately. He then added that they absolutely had to avoid anyone wearing the armor of the Imperial Guard, those very zombie warriors who were incredibly powerful. The city guard had fallen at their hands. And while the young man was speaking, Bedrick asked again about the armor, as if trying to confirm something. Pointing ahead, the man said he had spotted the very ones they'd just been talking about. The guys hadn't even considered that the situation would escalate so quickly, so they didn't immediately realize what their best course of action should be. After cursing under his breath, our hero remained silent for a while, mulling over a sound plan of retreat. Bedrick said that, as far as he knew, zombies were supposed to be slow, at least there weren't too many of them, so there was a good chance they could fight them off. However, that didn't happen, because the men heard a dragon's roar and immediately began speculating who it might be, recalling that Egwene had a wind dragon and that the rider Zed had flown off earlier that day with good news. The young man was completely at a loss. not understanding where a dragon could possibly come from here, but Side-Off explained that they might have encountered the Great Torion, although he strongly believed that wasn't the case. Richard Orlando was certain that this Torion had perished during the siege, though it now turned out that might not be the case at all. But just a minute later, everything became clear because the guys saw some kind of enormous monster. The men froze in their tracks in surprise because instead of one serious problem, they now had another, but this time a truly massive one. The monster stopped right in front of them. Interestingly, there was some kind of unknown rider atop it. The prince said in horror that he saw a real zombie dragon before him, hearing the young man declare that he hadn't signed up for this, and therefore wasn't going to fight it. The girls standing behind them wondered what they should do in this situation, and immediately heard that they needed to run as fast as they possibly could. Although he immediately added that first they needed to break up the enemy horde, because that would make it much easier to get through the undead. At that very moment, the crowd ran off, knowing that their main goal in this situation was to retreat without suffering any losses. The people ran very fast. They didn't even have time to turn around and see if anyone was chasing them. Finally, the group stopped and said that the undead were running very slowly, so they could assume they'd successfully shaken off their pursuers. Despite this, fear still got the better of them. So for a while, the group kept looking around warily. Realizing there was no danger, Bedrick suggested they slow down a bit to conserve some energy. As for our hero and Pomper, they weren't as lucky as the others, because no matter how fast they ran, the pursuit continued nonetheless. That's exactly why the young man decided that now was the perfect time to engage in battle, because the knights showed no signs of fatigue. Consequently, they could keep chasing them forever. The young man believed in his own strength. He wasn't afraid of what was happening, fully aware that he would be able to put up a worthy fight against his opponent. Despite this, our hero understood that if more warriors like them arrived, the situation would definitely spiral out of control, since there were too few of them. Suddenly, the warrior swung his weapon. He was about to strike the young man, who was ready to block the blow. But at that very moment, Richard spotted another flying threat that he definitely couldn't handle. The aristocrat couldn't fight a flying zombie, so he could only try to scare it off. The young man said that the zombie seemed to understand he was fighting back and would fly off to a safe distance, which was surprising, since he hadn't thought zombies were capable of thinking or analyzing anything. Looking at his comrades, the young man said it was incredibly difficult to fight someone who was constantly flying around somewhere. At that moment, Dracula explained that he had checked everything. It turned out that the ring they had retrieved was capable of granting the Titan's messenger the powers of the air and forcing him to fly. Upon hearing this, the young man was immediately inspired. He hadn't thought such a thing was possible. And in the very next moment, Richard was asking his comrade, who was just as excited, how to activate the ring. It wasn't a secret. Dracula was about to reveal it when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. The zombie archer standing on the roof was glad that he'd managed to inflict damage on at least someone. Our hero hadn't even considered such a turn of events, so he immediately rushed to where Dracula had been standing just moments before. The girl standing nearby said that the arrow had struck almost right where the heart is. Raising his voice, Richard Orlando asked Verisk where the Stone of Destiny was, the one that could help, and heard that it had been left in the carriage, which was still at the old camp. And apologizing, she added that the young man himself had said not to burden himself with unnecessary items during the escape. Shouting at the top of his lungs, the young man kept repeating how they could have failed to think of this after all. Now this man was lying in his arms, bleeding to death, and they were just standing there watching it happen. The young man recalled every moment and felt deeply sorry that everything had turned out the way it did. Crying, our hero said that he had promised to protect his comrade, who had become a true friend to him over time, but had failed to do so. Suddenly, the very stone he needed so badly appeared before the aristocrat's eyes. Smiling, Pomper said that when the young man ordered her to leave all the supplies behind, she felt sorry to leave everything, so she grabbed this beautiful crystal to take with her. Crying, the young man said that he simply adored his friend for her intelligence and amazing quick wit. Looking at the wounded man, the young man declared that he just needed to be patient a little longer, because soon everything would be just fine. A second later, the young man applied the stone to Dracula's wound, hoping that the effect would be exactly as it should be. For a while, nothing happened, but the situation had already begun to improve. Whereas the warrior's eyes had been tightly closed before, now something began to change. A minute later, His comrade opened his eyes, though his gaze was completely different from before. And while the others fought, Richard Orlando kept checking on his friend's condition, unsure whether he was getting better or not. Deciding that the situation had finally stabilized, the young man began asking how the ring worked, because it was very important for them to win this battle against the zombies. As he rose from his seat, Dracula explained that all that was needed was a single drop of a Titan descendant's blood on the ring. At that very moment, the young man remembered that he had a pet that could help carry out the plan. Placing Kiachia on his hands, the young man looked at it intently, though it was clear that the animal didn't understand a thing. And our hero had already said that he would perform just one small manipulation, but nothing more, so there was absolutely no need to be afraid of it. As he dripped blood onto the ring, the Lord didn't know if it would work, but he had no other choice in this situation anyway. For a while, the young man stared intently at the ring, even though nothing significantly new was happening. Behind him, his pet was crying, and after a while, tears welled up in Richard's eyes as well. It seemed to him that his plan had failed because there was no reaction at all. With anger in his voice, the young man asked whether Kiachia really had no connection to the Titans, as they had previously thought. Suddenly, a flash of lightning appeared in the starry sky, illuminating everything, followed by a clap of thunder, which was very strange. And while Pomper wondered what had happened, our hero replied that it seemed to him as if their little trick had paid off. It seemed that only the pet had completely different thoughts on the matter, because something was wrong with him. The young people realized that the animal was growing in size, and so they even sat down in surprise. Soon Kiachia appeared before the group in a completely different form. Not only had he grown significantly larger, but he had also grown wings like a bat. The young man immediately noted that even though his pet had grown so much, his personality remained the same. Climbing onto the beast's back, the young man asked his companion to hand him a few weapons that would help him deal with the flying undead. After gathering everything he needed, the young man ordered his pet to set off, because there was not a minute to lose. At that very moment, Kiachia soared into the air, and his speed was so incredible that it was hard to believe the little creature was capable of such a feat. The stranger watching this thought that it was the rider Egwene who had come to their aid, but Bedrick explained that it was definitely not a dragon. They are incapable of doing such things. And while some were speculating about who it might be, Seedorf suggested that Richard had once again come up with something unusual. Meanwhile, the young man was already shouting at his opponent that he surely hadn't expected to see anyone willing to fight him. Yet such a person had appeared after all. That's exactly why he had something interesting in store for his enemy, to show that the fight wasn't over. It was only just beginning. Thanks to the sword he'd stashed away, the young man managed to land a blow on his opponent, who reacted immediately. Holding an axe in his hands, the aristocrat said that even though this creature had no flesh, it could still feel when it was being damaged. So as he flew closer, Richard decided to land a few more blows. After all, he had axes at his disposal, so he might as well use them. Realizing what was happening, the zombie immediately decided it was time to back off and think through a plan for his next moves. The knight clearly had no intention of putting himself in harm's way, though he continued to watch his opponent to figure out what he was planning to do next. The adversary watched closely as yet another weapon flew rapidly toward him. And success awaited the young man in this instance as well, because the sword struck its target, the phantom dragon, with precision. For the young man, this was a sort of respite, as well as an opportunity to devise further tactics to completely destroy the evil creature. Richard Orlando said that his opponent might think the young man didn't know that long-range attacks play a crucial role in aerial combat. But he was well aware of this, and he had weapons to spare, so the night was going to be interesting. Pulling a blade from his bag, the guy shouted so his opponent would understand what it was, and immediately added that he'd throw an axe after him so the other guy could get acquainted with that too. Realizing that things were going completely off plan, the knight remarked in an icy tone that the Lord was now a corpse. He could be absolutely certain of that. At that very moment, a very bright light began to shine in the direction where the aristocrat had been standing, though it was unclear what it meant. This was followed by a loud crash, so Kiachia quickly began to run in the opposite direction to protect himself and his master. Richard spoke with a hint of apprehension in his voice. He had no idea that this undead creature could fire in waves, something he'd never even heard of before. Suddenly, the young man turned to his pet, realizing that he would have to rethink his strategy as well. The young man asked if it was true that his charge could also shoot lightning bolts and received an affirmative answer. The young man was prepared for anything, but certainly not for this. Of course, it was good news, but it was also stunning. Kiachia said nothing. Instead, his eyes blazed, and it seemed he was determined to the utmost. That was precisely why the Lord ordered his protege to head toward the spot where they had just seen the dragon. As he approached his opponent, the young man asked in a displeased tone why the other wasn't waiting for him. After all, they weren't fighting fairly, not on equal terms. But the villain couldn't care less. Instead, he began firing beams of light again in the direction of our heroes. Interestingly, this time the attack wasn't one-sided, because Kiachia also directed a wave of light toward the villains and that light hit its mark. Rejoicing at this success, Richard shouted enthusiastically that he had raised his pet for so long. Moreover, he had never doubted it, for standing before him was indeed a true Titan god. He immediately declared that they must continue attacking to show just what they were capable of. The force of the light beam was so powerful that the aristocrat could barely stay seated on his pet, though it felt as if he was about to lose his balance and fall off at any moment. Chiachia was doing everything possible to deal maximum damage and end this battle as quickly as possible, so he directed the light at various parts of the enemy. Delighted, Richard said that the time had come to deliver the final blow. Once that happened, the ghostly knight would definitely be unable to harm them. Guiding the beast in the right direction, the young man asked it to destroy the zombies, saying that if it did, they would throw a real feast in the highlands in honor of his comrade. Clutching Kiachia as tightly as he could, the young man braced himself for a powerful attack and shouted at his companion to start firing. Huddled close, the young man was certain that something utterly incredible was about to begin, but the result was quite the opposite. Seeing that his pet was coughing but no more fire was coming out, the Lord wondered if there wasn't some way to use his power more sparingly so as not to end up in such an awkward situation. The enemy, realizing he had a unique opportunity to deal damage, immediately began hurling fire at our heroes. Somehow the young man managed to dodge it, knowing full well how incredibly dangerous it was. To himself, he thought that being insensitive to pain does have its advantages. The phantom dragon's bones were all broken, yet it didn't even notice. However, unexpectedly, the enemy quickly headed toward the young man, who thought the villain was definitely going to finish him off, because he had angered him so much. It was terrifying, especially since the young man didn't know what to do next. At that moment, his life was far more important, so the young man ordered Chiachia to fly away from there as quickly as possible, adding that the villain's wings were full of holes, so he was unlikely to catch up to them. Despite all speculation, it was clear that the villain continued to pursue his attackers, who were also on the move. Richard Orlando kept a constant watch on the situation as his pet gained more and more speed. Nevertheless, the Lord said with apprehension that the phantom dragon had no intention of retreating. Therefore, they needed to come up with a plan, and quickly. At that very moment, our hero's eyes widened. He asked himself what he was seeing ahead, and right away he smiled, because standing before him was Iguin, who had come to his friend's rescue. But Richard showed no courtesy. On the contrary, he began to reproach the young man for not helping them, even though they had nearly perished. Crying, the young man said that his Osiris was just a young dragon. He wouldn't be able to handle such a grown opponent, and there was every chance he would die in battle. Looking back, the Lord cursed, saying that he had always been sure this boy was a fighter, but he was a fighter in name only. There was no time for talk, because the enemy was approaching, and doing so incredibly quickly. The aristocrat knew that, as always, he would probably have to rely solely on his own strength. Finally, the zombie controlling the phantom dragon flew as close as possible to his opponent so that they could see each other. Richard Orlando spoke menacingly, saying that if the other wanted to prove himself, then it would be best if they did indeed test their strength against each other. Climbing onto the skeleton, the aristocrat reflected that he had to hold the sword tightly with his right hand to stay in place. It wasn't very comfortable, but there was no other option. Most importantly, the young man had everything he needed to win this battle. He just had to try very hard. Our hero decided to himself that he would have to fight with one hand, though that wasn't such a big problem. Standing on the ghostly monster was also extremely uncomfortable. That was precisely why the Lord hadn't started the battle yet. The young man tried to find a way to finally land at least one blow, because he didn't want to wait any longer. Suddenly, something unusual happened, something that caught his opponent's attention. Our hero, who had chopped off the ghost's head, noted that since the head wasn't functioning, it was completely useless. But then something happened that the young man hadn't expected at all, because the headless zombie rushed toward him. The surprised young man wondered if this knight wasn't supposed to die after such a blow, or if the sword simply had no effect on him. Realizing that it was becoming increasingly difficult to maintain his balance, the young man realized with horror that he was about to plummet downward. The monster didn't want the fight to take place on its back, so it began to writhe even more violently. As a result, Richard, completely bewildered, was hurtling downward at high speed. His comrades standing on the ground realized that it was the aristocrat falling, but no one could help him because the battle was fierce. No one had a free hand to spare, even for a moment. Kiachia, who was standing some distance away from his master, watched it all unfold. At the same time, while still in flight, the young man exclaimed in horror that things were looking bad and that they needed to come up with a solution immediately. Suddenly, the young man saw his pet racing toward him at tremendous speed to offer whatever help it could. But the help didn't end there, because Osiris was also already heading toward the ghostly dragon. With tears in his eyes, Egwene complained that this dragon of death had appeared out of nowhere and he would have to fight it, even though he didn't want to. And as Richard Orlando continued to fly, he witnessed an astonishing sight that he simply couldn't believe. Finally back on his mount, the young man was ready to begin a new round of the battle, in which he was determined to claim the long-awaited victory. The young man simply asked his assistant to lift him up once more, assuring him that now he knew exactly where to strike, so there would be no mistake. A short time later, the young man found himself on top of his opponent again, where everything was exactly the same as it had been a few minutes earlier. Looking at the knight, the young man said that he now understood why the knight was still alive. Grabbing his sword, the warrior added that he realized the fighter and his dragon were inseparable, just like his comrade and Osiris. And so he had to strike a specific area, which the young man began to do, striking very hard and methodically. The aristocrat understood what was happening below, and so he had to deal with these opponents as quickly as possible in order to come to the aid of his people. The phantom dragon clearly didn't like what was happening. It began to writhe, trying to shake off its opponent. This time Kiachia was very close, so the young man landed right on his back. At that very moment, our hero noticed that the enemy was falling apart, so he and his assistant hurried to leave the area. The girls, who had been fighting for a very long time, complained that their strength was running out. Despite this, the zombies kept coming, wave after wave. Suddenly, however, the people heard an incredible roar, so they looked intently ahead. A surprised Bedrick couldn't believe his eyes, though he understood that their lord had managed to defeat such a powerful opponent. Inspired by the event, all the warriors found a second wind. They shouted that they simply had to finish off the monsters that remained. Sitting on his mount, the young man was already shouting at Pomper to hurry to the dragon's carcass. Because there were so many treasures there, they had to hurry, as there would be many others eager for such loot. Seeing the girl run off, Verisk remarked, wasn't she complaining just a few minutes ago that she couldn't even lift an axe, let alone anything heavier? At that very moment, the system sent a notification to the young man, informing him that he had reached level 80 and would receive a set of gear as a reward. The young man found it hard to believe that he had earned so many points from a single zombie dragon, though on the other hand, perhaps all his points were being tallied here. Seeing a button on the display panel in front of him, Richard decided to press it to see what the new set he'd received as a gift looked like. At that very moment, the young man was enveloped in a bright glow, eagerly anticipating his new outfit. Looking at our hero, the surprised prince remarked that the lord had been wearing completely different clothes, to which the young man quickly explained that the dragon had been ridden by a rider, whose outfit looked cool, so they decided to take that one. He immediately added that he'd left his sword in the dragon's head, so he needed to retrieve it. As he made his way across the field, the young man lamented that after the fall, it was impossible to tell where the head had once been and where the tail was. Finally, the aristocrat did find the tail, rejoicing that it was so large that he would have to walk around here for a very long time. Upon discovering his sword, Richard immediately began to pull it out, realizing that no one would just leave such valuable items lying around. Unexpectedly, the skull began to glow, which was very strange. For a moment, our hero even thought there might be some kind of treasure inside. With every passing minute, the light grew brighter, and the lord's astonishment grew stronger. Lost in thought, the young man tried to figure out what was happening and what it could possibly mean. Finally, it seemed to the young man as if there really was something inside. Richard Orlando decided to get to the bottom of it. So for the first few seconds, he simply examined what was before his eyes, so as not to make any mistakes. Peering inside, the young man thought that the dragon itself was already dead, and so only a pure crystalline core should have remained. Despite this, he saw a living creature inside, even though that simply couldn't be possible. Our hero wanted to call Maudel so she could use the holy water, but the creature begged him not to kill it. The Lord realized the creature's name was Tutmos, though he couldn't understand why the young one was still alive if the vessel had perished. It explained that its body had been a golden dragon and that upon reaching a certain age, they grow a second, and sometimes even a third head. It was the soul of the second head, which hadn't yet had time to grow when the original body became a zombie, and it managed to survive by hiding in this crystal core. The aristocrat immediately came up with a plan and therefore declared that there was no need to waste words, since Tutmos was only temporarily residing in this shiny object, which already belonged to the Lord. The young man hoped that this being possessed magic, but the little dragon replied that magic requires a resilient soul, which he did not yet possess. However, he knew many secrets. Richard Orlando replied that he had no intention of doing anything wrong, so Tutmos need not worry about that. He immediately added that, to keep others from finding out, he should be properly disguised. The next day, our hero moved freely around the camp, glad that he could at least relax a little. Suddenly, the young man saw a man blocking his path. It was Iguin, and he declared with complete sincerity that the aristocrat was the one who deserved credit for his bravery. To himself, Richard Orlando thought he didn't know what this man was doing there, but aloud he said that the man had performed quite well. If not for his decisive blow, the boys might have met their end long ago. However, the young man replied with sadness in his voice that, in reality, he was a weakling who would never become a true knight. He then added that General Pinto was waiting for the young man, and that the commander could be found at headquarters. As he stepped inside, the Lord thought that Iguain had seemingly just delivered a message, yet it seemed as though he'd scared him half to death. Upon seeing a table in the tent laden with all sorts of drinks, the aristocrat was surprised. It seemed to him that a war was being waged here. But judging by this abundance, it appeared that someone was already feasting to their heart's content. Sitting at the table, the man shouted loudly that their dragon slayer had arrived. And once again, Richard thought that the appearance of the zombies must have forced the officers of Pompeii and the stewards to set aside their differences and unite for joint action. The commander immediately told the young man that his valor the previous day was no less impressive than his remarkable steed. He then declared that since the boy had slain the dragon, he must have obtained its core as well, and the boy immediately thought that this man had set his sights on his crystal. Not wanting to give up what was his, the Lord lied and said that he had hoped for a trophy, but when he cracked open the skull, it turned out to be empty inside. Banging his fists on the table, the man shouted that the dragon's remains couldn't turn into a zombie without the crystal. Killing the transformed serpent was a group effort, and the trophy shouldn't go to just one person. Playing his part, our hero noted that he wanted to think things over. He immediately added that this was the first time he'd fought such a creature, which is why he'd smashed it to smithereens, to ensure it wouldn't rise again. As he left the tent, Richard heard the commander calling him a deceiver and a thief. While walking with Side-Off, the young man asked how many more times a day he would have to patrol the territory with someone. Hearing the question about whether the Lord was afraid that General Pinto was angry with him, our hero replied that the general had better think about the failure of the mission, since the emperor would surely now seize the opportunity to remove him. The man simply replied calmly that he felt exactly the same way. Suddenly, the young man noticed Higuain, who was sitting on a rock, and overheard his colleague remark that the kid had faced difficulties in life. He added that one shouldn't judge others' lives too harshly, especially since this young man's background was more than modest. Side-Off explained that if a dragon rider comes from the very lowest ranks, his family is ennobled to knightly status, and if he truly comes from a knightly family, then they say he is of noble blood. It dawned on the aristocrat that all of this was to ensure the dragon knights didn't lose face. Upon hearing about the honors, the commander confirmed that even Richard could be included. Everyone says he's the youngest son of a noble family, neglected but by no means illegitimate. Unable to understand how this man could know such details, the man added that this war seemed to have started precisely because of him and Hendra. Side-Off went on to explain that, until the incidents involving the undead were fully resolved, Both sides would maintain the appearance of a truce and immediately asked what the young man's plans were in that case. Upon hearing that our hero was heading to his castle and inviting his new acquaintance along, the latter replied that he was under house arrest and wasn't allowed to leave. As they made their way through the forest, Verisk remarked that although it was November, a full-fledged and very cold winter had already set in. She immediately added that the young man could come out because they had already arrived. Staring ahead, the aristocrat's eyes widened in surprise. He couldn't understand where they had ended up. Seeing the beautiful bridge and stone buildings, our hero couldn't believe that this place was his true home. What was interesting was that the residence had been transformed not only on the outside, but also on the inside. It was now a luxurious apartment. That was precisely why the frightened owner asked if he had gone to the wrong door, adding, "Could it be that while I was away, everything here was renovated beyond recognition? Perhaps it was I who was holding everyone back." The girls, who immediately entered the living room, happily exclaimed that Richard was back. They said that after he left, it had become too quiet, so they decided to completely change everything. Annie didn't forget to mention that dinner was ready, so they could chat over the meal, having heard that the guy had actually been away from home for many months. A short while later, the group was already seated at a large table set with simple but very tasty dishes. Our hero immediately began recounting his adventures in vivid detail, accompanied by dramatic gestures. The young man had a knack for embellishing his stories, so his tale turned out to be so incredible that his companions listened with their eyes wide open. The conversation went on for a very long time and didn't end until dawn. Even though there was almost nothing left to talk about and all the food had been eaten, the group had no intention of leaving. What's more, Richard remembered that he hadn't shown his companions everything yet, even though he really wanted to. After a while, the aristocrat tossed a crystal containing a golden dragon onto the table, saying that he had something very interesting. The surprised beauties exclaimed in admiration that it was a true rarity, because they had never seen anything like it, nor had they ever heard of anything similar. Upon hearing what Tanbaihu said, the young man explained that she was knowledgeable about such matters because he had obtained this crystal from an infected person, and therefore it was closer to a zombie. The girl didn't know if a dragon could control its body in such a case and learned that this creature could. Moreover, the young man had also brought the owner's remains with him. Upon hearing this, Tutmos cried out that his strength was too weak to support such a massive body. And while the Lord was saying that this little dragon didn't understand how much effort it had taken to drag the dragon's bones here, the dragon pointed out again that it could handle something smaller, but not this. Everyone could see that the creature was very angry at the young man for those words. And then something happened that no one had expected at all. A moment later, a small dragon skeleton appeared on the table, clearly not intending to just stand there. Seeing it take flight, Annie said fearfully that she thought it was a pretty decent dragon, albeit a very strange one. Richard agreed and added that on the battlefield, it could make an excellent scout. And while Tutmos said that this was a wise decision, the young man allowed the dragon to return to the crystal, noting that the matter was closed. He then stated that he still had something else to discuss, even though he knew it was already late. Suddenly, the young man called out for someone to come in, and the room immediately fell completely silent. At that very moment, a man appeared in the hall and slowly began to remove his hood. It was Dracula, who was immediately surrounded by the young women. Because he had been forced to use the crystal, the young man had changed, and so the beauties assumed that the person standing before them was the sister of their acquaintance. However, our hero explained that this was indeed their Dracula. Ever since he was resurrected using the Stone of Destiny, something strange had been happening to him. The young man himself complained that he could no longer tolerate sunlight at all. It caused him excruciating pain and made his skin burn, so he could only go out at night. After a while, the warrior added that he had become stronger and more resilient, although for some reason he couldn't tolerate holy water. Closing her eyes, Tanbaihu noted that such symptoms indicated the young man was turning into a zombie, even though he said he felt fine. Suddenly, the girl had the idea to ask the mini-dragon about these matters, and the Lord supported this, stating that Tutmos was the consciousness of the second head. He and the main soul must have an innate connection and shared memories. And so the group immediately turned to the dragon, hoping he could help them. The young man immediately asked why the dragon had become a zombie, why all the city's inhabitants had turned into the same thing, and how it was that the undead hadn't displayed enough power to crush the garrison. Tutmos replied very quickly, explaining that it all came down to the Necronomicon. Many didn't know what that was, but Richard explained that it was a grimoire containing 180 types of magic and information about otherworldly beings. Annie wanted to know whose idea it was to write such a horror and why the Empire hadn't stopped it. The guy admitted that she would surely have wanted to do that very much, but she wouldn't have been able to. The reason is that their magical knowledge isn't sufficient to travel through time and punish the Titans. Upon hearing this, her comrade found it hard to believe that the book actually belonged to these very great people.